Chapter 46:14. Tang Jun, Lu Ming, and Qiu launched a fierce attack. All kinds of attacks were constantly directed at the spirit-devouring spider. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw an opportunity. The spirit-devouring spider had revealed its weakness. Heaven Splitter. Without hesitation, Lu Ming performed the Heaven Splitter. He became one with his spear, and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. Puff! The War God Spear accurately pierced the spirit-devouring spider's jaw. The War God Spear pierced through the spider's jaw all the way to its head. A violent force exploded in the spirit-devouring spider's head. Creak! At this moment, the spirit-devouring spider went berserk. One of its long legs swept towards Lu Ming. This attack was even more terrifying than the spirit-devouring spider's attack at its peak. Lu Ming did not have time to pull out his War God Spear. He performed the Great Aurora Art and retreated rapidly, avoiding the spirit-devouring spider's desperate attack. After missing its attack, the spirit-devouring spider let out a frantic shriek and continued to charge towards Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others. However, halfway through, the spirit-devouring spider fell to the ground with a plop. There was no sign of life. Lu Ming's attack just now had blown the spirit-devouring spider's head into mush. It was obviously not going to survive. It was just a last-ditch attack. Huff! The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. The spirit-devouring spider was finally taken care of. Qiu immediately rushed over and grabbed the small section of the sword tip on the ground. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed loudly. Tang Jun and Lin Yi were dumbfounded. The sword tip was left behind by a soul-level divine weapon. Needless to say, it was extremely hard. However, Qiu could eat it like candy. This is the metal ball we obtained back then? Tang Jun looked at Qiu curiously. When Lu Ming and the others had just entered the primitive universe, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Xian Yanqing had gone on an adventure together and found Qiu on a metal planet. Previously, Tang Jun had never recognized it, mainly because she had never expected that a metal ball from back then could grow to such a level. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian finally recognized it. Yes, you're right. It's the metal ball that we obtained together back then. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I have to say that your luck is really good to have obtained a metal ball in such a remote place. To think that it would be so abnormal. Tang Jun looked envious. There weren't many people who could make her feel envious. What a pity, what a pity. There should be a few broken origin-grade divine weapons here, but they were all eaten by this damned spider. Qiu cried out. It was extremely displeased and looked like it was in pain. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also heaved a sigh. This time it was a wasted trip. Those insects had beaten them to it, and they didn't get anything. Let's go and try our luck in other places. Maybe we can find another cave abode of an expert. Lin Yi said, but the strong lack of confidence on his face betrayed him. Although the 1,000-year battlefield was an important place in the last era, and many experts had established cave abodes there, it had been too many years. Most of those cave abodes were buried deep underground after all, so it wasn't easy to find them. Besides, Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace had been mining here for many years, so there were fewer and fewer undiscovered cave abodes. If they wanted to find an undiscovered cave abode, they could only rely on luck. Don't go yet. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Qiu seemed to have found something. It looked at the wall in the depths of the cave and showed a thoughtful look. Tang Jun and Lin Yi also stopped. Lu Ming, what did you find? Tang Jun asked. Qiu must have found something. Let's wait. Lu Ming said. After a while, Qiu flew over and said, Lu Ming, I feel that there's something delicious behind this wall. It's very delicious. As it said that, Qiu opened its big mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs and gnashing them together. Something delicious? Is there a precious metal mine behind this wall? Lu Ming muttered. We'll know when we dig it out. Tang Jun flew forward and slashed at the wall with his sword. The wall here was extremely hard. Tang Jun's long sword only cut off a rock the size of a millstone. Lin Yi also made a move. The 6 insect-like arms on his back were like 6 sabers, constantly slashing out, making clanging sounds. The rock fragments kept flying out faster than Tang Jun. At the same time, Lu Ming and Qiu also made a move. Lu Ming took out another saber and kept slashing at the wall, while Qiu turned into a halberd and slashed at the wall. The four of them worked together. Although the wall was hard, they soon dug a big hole. However, the wall was obviously very thick. They had dug hundreds of meters deep, but still couldn't dig through. Qiu, are you sure there's a treasure on the other side? Tang Jun looked at Qiu suspiciously. I didn't say there's a treasure. I said there's food, delicious food. Qiu said and dug energetically. Qiu only likes to eat precious metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. If he says it's delicious, it's probably top-grade metal materials or high-grade divine weapons. There shouldn't be any mistake. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to dig. In the end, when they dug to a depth of almost 800 meters, they finally dug through. After a few rumbling sounds, the rocks exploded. Then, a heat wave rushed towards them. This heat wave was very shocking. Even if they resisted it with divine power or taboo power, they still felt their bodies burning. This is Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Behind the wall, there was actually another huge cave. However, this cave was fiery red, and there seemed to be a raging fire burning inside. Everyone didn't dare to be careless. They circulated their power and prepared for a big battle. Then they flew into the cave. At the bottom of the cave there was actually magma. The crimson magma was boiling, bringing with it a terrifying heat wave. Only a few stone pillars extended out from the magma, and could be used as footholds. That's a divine weapon, Lin Yi exclaimed. This was because there were about a dozen light balls floating above the magma. These balls of light were all divine weapons. Food, yummy food. Qiu shouted and flew towards one of the light balls. Its body turned into liquid metal. One of its arms reached out and grabbed one of the weapons. It stuffed it into its mouth and chewed. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. They each flew towards a light ball and grabbed the weapon in the light ball. This is a source-level divine weapon. No, it's not complete. It's a half-finished product. Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he shook his head and sighed. The aura of this weapon was very shocking. It had the aura of a source-level divine weapon, but it was not refined. It was only a half-finished product. It's a half-finished product. It seems that this is the real cave abode, the place where the cave abode's master refined weapons. Tang Jun and Lin Yi sighed. Chapter 46:15. With the experience and intelligence of Tang Jun and the others, it was not difficult to see that this was a real cave abode where the owner of the cave abode refined weapons. He used the magma below to refine source-level weapons. However, the Tang sect was still very shocked. The owner of this cave abode was not to be underestimated. He could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was really incredible. At present, whether it was in the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, the blacksmiths who could refine source-level weapons could only refine one source-level weapon at a time. However, the owner of this cave abode could refine more than a dozen source-level weapons at the same time. This kind of method was far from what the blacksmiths of the primitive universe could compare to. No wonder it was said that the primitive continent of the previous era was a golden age for cultivation. Its prosperity was far greater than the current primitive universe. This was not just a saying, but it could be seen from the blacksmithing method. I'll eat. Qiu was very excited. It ate a semi-finished source-level weapon in a few bites and rushed to the second one. To Qiu, a semi-finished source-level weapon was also a peerless delicacy. Although it had not been refined into a complete source-level weapon, the metal material inside was complete. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi also moved. The three of them put away the remaining semi-finished source-level weapons and divided them equally. Each of them had 4 weapons. I want to eat. You guys give me some. After Qiu finished the second weapon and saw Lu Ming and the others put away the remaining weapons, it immediately shouted in displeasure. Qiu, you haven't completely refined the remaining weapons in your body. Now that you've eaten 2 semi-finished source-level weapons, it's enough. Finish refining the weapons in your body first. When your cultivation breaks through to the 4th tier of the Divine Master Realm, I'll give you the rest. Lu Ming said. Tang Jun and Lin Yi looked pained. They felt that it was a waste to give the semi-finished source-level weapons to Qiu. A semi-finished source-level weapon was different from a broken one. The semi-finished source-grade divine weapon was not far from the finished product. The first step was basically complete. As long as he brought it back and handed it over to a blacksmith who could forge source-grade divine weapons, the success rate would be very high. Almost 50% success rate. If each of them had 4 pieces, they would be able to succeed at least 2 pieces. This was extremely precious, and its value was far above that of a broken divine weapon. Roar. Qiu answered unwillingly. Everyone started looking around again. There's a bag. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a platform in the corner. On the platform, there was a palm-sized bag. That is a storage pouch used by the cultivators of the previous epoch. Like a storage ring, it has a storage space. Tang Jun said, his eyes burning with passion. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. The cultivators of the previous epoch did not use storage rings. Instead, they used storage bags. In fact, they were similar to storage rings. They were used to store things. However, it had been too long since the last era. Ordinary storage pouches could not be preserved for such a long time. They would rot, and so would the treasures inside. However, some storage pouches were made of special materials and could be preserved. In history, many people found storage pouches left behind by the previous epoch in the ruins of the universe. Generally, there would be a large number of treasures in the storage pouch. We're rich. Tang Jun and Lin Ye's eyes lit up. They had been in the ruins of the universe for so long, but they had never found a storage pouch. Everyone hurriedly flew over. There were no runes or formations around the storage pouch. After confirming that it was safe, Tang Jun picked up the storage pouch, opened it, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, Tang Jun's expression changed slightly. His originally expectant expression disappeared. How is it? There are no treasures inside? Lin Yi saw Tang Jun's expression and could not help but ask. Yes, but not as much as we thought. Take it and have a look. Tang Jun handed the storage pouch to Lin Yi. Lin Yi could not wait to look at it. After looking at it, he shook his head slightly and then handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned the contents of the storage pouch with his spiritual sense. Lu Ming was clear about the contents. There were not many types of things in the storage pouch. It could be said that there were only 2 types of things. One was metal materials. There were a lot of them. The other was primeval crystals. Lu Ming roughly calculated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of primeval crystals. This harvest is not bad. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This harvest was already very good. It was probably because Tang Jun and Lin Yi had high expectations for the storage pouch before, so they were disappointed. The owner of this cave mansion probably took all the important treasures with him. What is left here is only a small part. Tang Jun said. Yes, it should be so. What a pity. Lin Yi sighed. It's not bad. Let's split it. Putting aside the metal materials, there are about 500,000 primeval crystals. Each of us can get 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. Lu Ming said. Then they divided it equally. Each of them got some metal materials and 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals. With these primeval crystals and what I've accumulated before, it's enough for me to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. A smile finally appeared on Tang Juandao's face. Although the harvest was not as great as he had imagined, it was still not bad. Tang Jun had accumulated some primeval crystals before, and with these he could break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short. Lin Yi shook his head. Although the number of primeval crystals Lin Yi needed to break through was far less than Lu Ming and Tang Jun's, his cultivation was high. To break through to the 7th tier of the Divine Lord realm, a 6th tier Divine Lord realm required an astonishing number of primeval crystals. To him, 160 to 70,000 primeval crystals was still not enough. I'm also far from enough. Lu Ming sighed inside. He needed at least 500,000 primeval crystals to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Lord realm. Even with the 60 to 70,000 primeval crystals from before, it was still far from enough. Afterward, the 3 of them searched the area once more, but they did not find anything else. However, this trip had not been a waste. They had obtained quite a good harvest. especially the semi-finished source-grade divine weapons. Even if the success rate was only 50%, each of them would obtain 2 source-grade divine weapons. Such a harvest was already very shocking. After all, the number of source-grade divine weapons that could be obtained from the ruins of the universe was not many. Otherwise, there would not have been so many reciprocity experts who did not have any source-grade divine weapons to use. They had obtained so many in one go. Even reciprocity experts would be envious of such a harvest. Thinking up to this point, Tang Jun and Lin Ye's moods improved. They walked out of their disappointment with smiles on their faces. Lu Ming, I have to say that you really are lucky. We'll be able to eat and drink well by following you. Tang Jun looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Chapter 46:16. While talking, they walked outside and soon left the cave abode. What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. We can only search one area at a time and try our luck. Tang Jun said. This efficiency is too slow. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. But there was no other way. This place was full of danger, and there were all kinds of poisonous insects. Moreover, it had been too long since the last era. Some cave abodes were buried underground. Even if there were some treasures, they were still underground. They could only slowly search through them section by section. If they were lucky, they would encounter an opportunity. If they were unlucky, they would only find nothing. Lu Ming, I feel like I'm about to break through. I'll go into seclusion first. At this moment, Qiu transmitted its voice to Lu Ming, then turned into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's hand. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted at first, but then he smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he wanted Qiu to show off its power and help search. Qiu was extremely sensitive to metal materials and all kinds of divine weapons. With Qiu's help, they might not be able to find the cave abodes of the powerhouses, but they could still find metal materials and divine weapons. With Qiu's help, their efficiency would be greatly increased. But Qiu had to break through at this time, so they had no choice but to rely on themselves. After all, Qiu's breakthrough was more important. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Lin Yi flew at a low altitude and extended their spirit senses to search slowly. Unfortunately, their good luck had run out. They didn't find anything for 7 days in a row. During this period, they also met another team, which was naturally from the Heaven Destroyer. This area was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer, so it was naturally impossible to meet the people from the Heavenly Palace. 7 days later, a murderous aura suddenly filled the world, making people feel uneasy. Oh no, it seems that the murderous aura and murderous intent are about to spread. Why is it so short this time? Tang Jun's expression changed. It's too short. It's only been less than 10 days, but we have to leave. Lin Yi said. The time this time was excessively short. In the past, it would take at least a month. This time, it had only been less than 10 days, but the murderous aura and killing intent were about to spread out again. Fortunately, they already had a pretty good harvest. As for the others, they probably didn't get anything. They didn't hesitate any longer, and immediately returned. After a period of time, they left the Forest of Ghosts. The baleful aura and killing intent in the Forest of Ghosts were getting thicker and thicker. It wouldn't be long before it became very thick. At that time, those insects would also become very terrifying. Let's go, Tang Jun said. The 3 of them went back the way they came. However, when they passed by the first stronghold, they discovered that the stronghold was filled with killing intent. The experts in the stronghold were all filled with killing intent. After asking around, he found out that something had happened while Lu Ming and the others were in the Forest of Ghosts. The experts of the Heavenly Palace gathered and divided into several groups to attack the stronghold controlled by the Heaven Destroyer. A great battle broke out between the 2 sides. In the end, 2 of the Heaven Destroyer's strongholds were taken by the Heavenly Palace. More than 50 Divine Masters died in battle. Divine Masters were the backbone of both the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. More than 50 Divine Masters had died in an instant. It could be said that the losses were heavy. After hearing this news, Tang Jun and the others were also solemn. They continued to return. After a period of time, they returned to the ancient city. As soon as they returned, they heard that the Origin Realm experts were gathering people. It seemed that they were going to launch a counterattack against the Heavenly Palace. After Lu Ming and the others heard this, they didn't stop. They walked toward a square in the center of the city. When they arrived, they found that many people had already gathered. There were more than 300 of them. All of them were Divine Master Realm existences. At the very front, there were 8 figures. Every one of them had an extremely shocking and unfathomable aura. Tang Xiao was among them. Origin Realm. The 8 figures were all Origin Realm experts. Moreover, these 8 Origin Realm experts were completely different from the Origin Realm experts Lu Ming had seen in the Heaven Destroyer's stronghold. Not a single one of them was the same. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. There were actually so many Origin Realm experts in the Heaven Destroyer, including the ones in the Heaven Destroyer's stronghold. There were over a dozen of them. How could there be so many Origin Realm experts? Lu Ming's doubt was also visible on his face. Tang Jun saw it. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Lu Ming was thinking? Lu Ming, are you surprised? How can our Heaven Destroyer have so many Origin Realm experts? Tang Jun's voice rang out in Lu Ming's ears. She used a communication technique. That's right. I am indeed very surprised. It's said that even the top 10 races don't have many Origin Realm experts after countless years. Lu Ming said. You said it yourself. It's the accumulation of countless years. Origin Realm experts control Origin. They live as long as the universe. As long as the universe exists, Origin Realm experts will not die. At the same time, reciprocity experts possess extremely tenacious vitality. It's very difficult to truly kill them. As a result, the number of reciprocity experts in the universe has exceeded your imagination over the countless years that have passed since the birth of the universe. Some ancient races might have vanished in the annals of history, but there might still be reciprocity experts who have survived. Tang Jun explained. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded secretly. Divine Masters had limited lifespans. They would still die of old age after a long time. However, Origin Realm experts would not die unless the universe was destroyed as well. Although Origin Realm was difficult to form and become an Origin Realm expert, it was just too difficult. Countless prodigies had stopped there. However, no matter how difficult it would take a long time. Just how many years had it been since the universe was born? It was difficult to tell even in terms of stellar years. Was it thousands of stellar years or tens of thousands of stellar years? Over the long years, the number of Origin Realm experts was extremely shocking. Moreover, they were difficult to kill. Their vitality was tenacious. Perhaps there would be an Origin Realm expert living in seclusion on some desolate planet in the universe. Many of the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts come from the races destroyed by the Heavenly Palace, such as the Heaven Destroyer and the Myriad Spirits insect race. Although they were destroyed, there were still Origin Realm experts who survived and joined the Heaven Destroyer. However, while there are many Heaven Destroyer experts, there are even more Origin Realm experts in the Heavenly Palace. They are definitely far more than our Heaven Destroyer. Tang Jun continued transmitting his voice. Lu Ming nodded and remained silent. What he had come into contact with before was only a corner of the universe. As his cultivation increased, he slowly came into contact with more secrets and deeper powers of the universe. The Heavenly Palace had dominated the primitive universe for so many years. Its strength was definitely astonishing. Moreover, the 5th Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Palace was extremely mysterious. Who knew what secrets it contained? Everyone, I'm sure you already know. Not long ago, we were attacked by the Heavenly Palace. We lost 2 fortresses and over 50 companions. We must avenge this. We must kill our way back. Tang Xiao took a step forward and spoke coldly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 46:17. Kill. Kill them all. The others roared, their killing intent thick. The Heaven Destroyer's people had great enmity with the Heavenly Palace. Both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. Alright, since we're going to fight, let's go all out. I plan to gather our forces and attack one of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses. And this fortress will be Fort Phoenix Forest. Tang Xiao said. Fort Phoenix Forest was one of the 2 fortresses that the Heavenly Palace had seized. Moreover, it was a very important fortress. The Heavenly Palace has just taken over Fort Phoenix Forest. They must have left many experts there. If we suddenly attack, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Now those who have been called, come with us. The rest stay here, Tang Xiao said. Then he scanned the crowd and began to call out names. Lu Ming, Tang Jun and Lin Yi were on the list. They were going to attack together. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Lu Ming would not miss the chance to kill the heavenly humans. He had promised Ling Yue that he would flatten the Heavenly Palace. In the end, about 200 of the 300 divine masters were called out. The other 80 or so people stayed behind. The 80 or so people who were not called out hung their heads dejectedly as if they had lost their money. Of the 8 Origin Realm experts, 6 of them were going to attack. Tang Xiao was the leader. Let's go. With Tang Xiao's order, the 200 or so experts charged toward Fort Phoenix Forest. In the north of the 1,000-year battlefield, there was an area occupied by the Heavenly Palace. One of the largest fortresses was also an ancient city. This was where the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace gathered. Not only were the experts of the heavenly humans gathered here, but there were also experts from the angel race, blood race, devil race, battle saint tribe, Buddha race, and other top races. In a large hall, a young man with a gloomy and cold face sat high up. Below him, many experts stood respectfully. Young Palace Master is truly wise. You suddenly launched a surprise attack and took over 2 fortresses of the traitors. You killed 52 of their divine masters. This is a great victory. A celestial race elder flattered. The old man was a reciprocity expert, but he acted very politely before the young man. It was because this young man was the only son of the current Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, and his name was Yi Xian. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to have children. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master had a son at an old age, and he was his only son. Naturally, he doted on him and piled countless resources on him. Therefore, although Yi Xian was not very old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. Originally, Yi Xian wasn't in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. He had been cultivating in the Heavenly Palace. Not long ago, the leader of the Heavenly Palace in the Thousand Autumn battlefield had reached a critical point in his cultivation and needed to return to the Heavenly Palace to cultivate in seclusion. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace sent Yi Xian to manage the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Yi Xian was used to being arrogant, and this had also nurtured him to be swift and decisive in his actions. He was more extreme and bold, and his style of doing things was completely different from the previous leader of the 1,000 Years battlefield. Not long ago, it was Yi Xian who had ordered the attack on the Heaven Destroyer's strongholds, taking 2 of them in a single stroke. Yi Xian remained expressionless when he heard the old man's exaggeration. He had heard this kind of flattery countless times. He tapped his fingers on the table as if he was thinking, "Young Palace Master, what should we do next? I'm afraid that the rebels will counterattack." The Origin Realm old man said, "I know that the rebels will definitely counterattack. This is exactly what I want. I'm just afraid that they won't counterattack. If they do, I'll teach them an unforgettable lesson." Yi Xian sneered, his eyes cold. "Young Palace Master, I just don't know which strongholds the rebels will attack when they counterattack." The Origin Realm old man said, "The rebels are made up of many different races. They are not united, so they pay extra attention to unity and companions. Many of their people died in those 2 strongholds, and their corpses are in our hands. Therefore, I'm guessing that if the rebels want to attack, they will attack those 2 strongholds and take back the corpses of their companions. Only like this will the rebels be united. If they don't even care about the corpses of their companions, the rebels will lose their unity as time passes." Yi Xian analyzed. He seemed to be very intelligent and had a plan in mind. "Young Palace Master, you really are a genius. This subordinate admires you." The people below began to flatter him once again. "Now transfer people to Fort Phoenix Forest and set up an ambush. This time, I'll make sure that the rebels never return," Yi Xian said. "Fort Phoenix Forest? Young Palace Master, why are we going to Fort Phoenix Forest? Are we not going to care about the other stronghold?" someone asked. "The rebels have many strongholds guarding them. so they can't transfer too much power to counterattack. Therefore, I'm guessing that they won't attack several strongholds at the same time. Instead, they'll focus their power on one stronghold. The stronghold they'll attack will either be Fort Phoenix Forest or Fort Mothfly. However, if we split up and guard these strongholds at the same time, our power will be scattered. Even if we ambush them, we won't be able to teach them a painful lesson. Therefore, I'm going to take a gamble and concentrate our power on one stronghold. I've chosen Fort Phoenix Forest. If they attack Fort Phoenix Forest, then I've made the right bet, Yi Xian explained. After he finished speaking, he licked his lips like a wild beast that wanted to devour its prey. What if the rebels attack other strongholds, and there's no one guarding the other strongholds? Wouldn't they be taken away by the rebels? Someone's face changed and said, "If they're taken away, then so be it. It's just a few strongholds. If they're taken away, then we'll take them back. But if I'm right, then it'll be a heavy blow to the rebels. How can a few strongholds be compared to that?" Yi Xian sneered. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying. Although some of the Heavenly Palace's experts didn't approve of Yi Xian's plan, they felt it was too risky. However, Yi Xian was the only son of a heavenly lord. His status was extraordinary, so they naturally wouldn't go against him. Offending the son of a heavenly master wouldn't benefit them at all. Alright, immediately give the order to gather experts from the other strongholds, and follow me to Fort Phoenix Forest. Remember, pick a few more Origin Realm experts. If I'm right this time, I'll take the heads of a few Origin Realm experts from the rebels, Yi Xian said coldly. His eyes burned with passion, as if he could already see a large number of Heaven Destroyer experts falling before him. Very soon, the experts of the Heavenly Palace were all gathered and set off for Fort Phoenix Forest. Before the experts of the Heaven Destroyer arrived, they had already set up an ambush in Fort Phoenix Forest. Lu Ming and the group crossed a few fortresses consecutively and finally approached Fortress Fenglin. For safety's sake, we'll split into two. One will attack from the front, and the other will go around the Phoenix Forest mountain range and attack from the side. We'll catch them off guard, Tang Xiao said. Chapter 46:18. Right now the Phoenix Forest mountain range is filled with thick killing intent and evil qi. It's very dangerous, so we can't have too many people. Lin Yi and the others will lead the way. Avoid those insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi, can you do it? Tang Xiao said as he looked at Lin Yi and the other experts of the insect race. Don't worry. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range, and there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem to avoid the insects and go around to the side of the Phoenix Forest fort. Lin Yi said confidently, but then his tone changed. As long as we don't go too deep into the Phoenix Forest mountain range and avoid those insects, it won't be a problem. However, the killing intent and evil qi will greatly affect us. It's not something we can handle. The killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield not only made the insects go berserk and increase their strength, but also had a great effect on other living beings. The killing intent could make people go crazy and terrified. It could destroy a living being's heart of cultivation. The evil qi could invade the body and corrode it. It was extremely terrifying. Even Origin Realm existences would be greatly affected. Therefore, when the killing intent and evil qi permeated the area, those areas were forbidden grounds. That was why those forts were so important. Don't worry. We've just refined a batch of calming pills. There are 100 of them. It's enough for you, Tang Xiao said. Calming pills. It's actually calming pills. Haha, there won't be a problem. Lin Ye's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The others were also overjoyed. The calming pill was a divine pill that could resist the killing intent and evil qi of the 1,000-year battlefield. However, it was extremely difficult to refine. First of all, the materials for the calming pill could only be found in the 1,000-year battlefield. Moreover, they were extremely rare. If one was unlucky, they wouldn't be able to gather the materials even after a few stellar years. Secondly, it was extremely difficult to refine. It was very easy to fail during the refining process. Although someone from the Heaven Exterminating Troop had discovered the method to refine the sedative pill from an ancient book from the last era, the Heaven Exterminating Troop had only managed to refine one batch after so many years. That was many years ago. Who would have thought that they would refine another batch now? It was most suitable for a sneak attack on the Heavenly Palace. Alright, then we'll split into two groups. One group will attack the Phoenix Forest stronghold head-on, and the other group will take a detour. The Heavenly Palace will definitely not expect us to take the risk of taking a detour through the Phoenix Forest mountain range. At that time, we can catch them off guard. Tang Xiao said. The people from the Heavenly Palace would never have thought that they could pass through the Phoenix Forest mountain range and launch a sneak attack. Immediately they split into two groups. Lin Yi and a few other experts from the Myriad Spirits insect clan led 2 Origin Realm experts and 80 God Lords. They planned on entering the Phoenix Forest mountain range to launch a sneak attack. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were among the 80 people following Lin Yi. They were all given a tranquility pill. When they consumed the tranquility pill turned into a wave of energy that spread to their limbs and bones, forming a unique energy shield on the surface of their bodies. Everyone, let's go, Lin Yi said. Several experts from the Myriad Spirits insect race took the lead and entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind. No one dared to be careless. They concealed their auras to the limit and followed closely behind Lin Yi and the others. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as they entered the Phoenix Forest mountain range, Lu Ming felt a shocking roar in his mind. A terrifying killing intent swept toward him. Along with the killing intent was a dense, baleful aura. This scene was too terrifying. Lu Ming felt like he was seeing an illusion. It was as if he saw an invincible expert charging at him with an irresistible power. However, when the killing intent and baleful aura came in contact with the energy shield around Lu Ming, it was blocked. It could not invade Lu Ming's body. Huff, huff, huff. Many people secretly let out a sigh of relief. The killing intent and baleful aura were just too terrifying. Even the 2 Origin Realm experts were shaken. After such a long time, the killing intent and baleful aura are still so terrifying. Just what cultivation level did the people from the primeval continent of the last era have? Lu Ming thought in shock. The more he came in contact with the primeval continent, the more he understood about the last era. The more he found it to be unfathomable and unfathomable. When he first came in contact with the ruins of the universe and heard about the primeval continent of the last era, Lu Ming only thought that the primeval continent was much more prosperous than the current universe, and that there were many more experts. However, the peak experts should only be at Origin Realm. However, as he came to understand the primeval continent, Lu Ming knew that he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Some of the things left behind from the last era could kill Origin Realm experts. He could imagine that the primeval continent of the last era definitely had experts that far surpassed Origin Realm experts. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Everyone, be careful. Try not to make any noise. There is a group of poisonous insects 30,000 kilometers to the right. Let's go around them carefully. At this moment, Lin Ye's warning rang out in everyone's ears secretly. They did not dare to make any noise. Everyone shivered inside. Apart from the baleful aura and killing intent, there were also various insects. They were extremely dangerous. Everyone followed Lin Yi and the others and took a detour. They avoided the poisonous insects and headed towards the Phoenix Forest Mountains. With the calming pill and the 10,000 spirits insect race leading the way, they did not go too deep into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They were more scared than in danger as they headed towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. Tang Xiao and the others watched Lu Ming and the others disappear into the Phoenix Forest Mountains. However, they did not set off immediately. They knew that it was much slower to travel through the Phoenix Forest Mountains. They had to wait for a while before setting off. Around 2 hours later. It's about time. Let's go. Tang Xiao ordered and led the experts towards the Phoenix Forest Fort. The Phoenix Forest Fort was located between 2 dangerous regions. On the right was the Phoenix Forest Mountains and on the left was the Azure Sea Forest. At the intersection of the 2 regions, there was a vacuum without any killing intent or baleful aura. It also formed a safe passage. If they wanted to pass through and continue north, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Similarly, if the Heavenly Palace wanted to go south and occupy the other parts of the Heaven Destroyer, they could only pass through the Phoenix Forest Fort. Very soon, a huge wall appeared in front of Tang Xiao and the others. This huge wall was built with a special kind of metal. It was reinforced with various runes and formations. It was extremely hard. The wall was 1,000 meters tall. From afar, they could see that there were experts from the Heavenly Palace guarding the wall. There aren't many people. There are around 60 of them. Let's kill our way through, Tang Xiao ordered. Kill. A few peak almighty experts took the lead and charged towards the huge wall. Tang Xiao and the other origin experts did not attack. They followed closely behind. They had to be wary of the origin experts from the Heavenly Palace. If they attacked, they would immediately attack and stop them. Chapter 46:19. When the Heavenly Extermination Troop launched their attack, the Heavenly Palace immediately discovered it. The traitors are here. Defend. Activate the defensive array. The experts of the Heavenly Palace shouted. Boom. Boom. Above the giant wall, a terrifying aura erupted. Streaks of powerful aura shot up into the sky. At the same time, the talisman matrices on the wall were flowing with dazzling light. One by one, the matrices were activated and turned into various battle swords, divine sabers, halberds, etc., charging towards the Sky Destroyer troop. The attacks from both sides collided with a deafening explosion. The experts from both sides were all in the Almighty Realm. The Heaven Destroyer had about 140 people, while the Heavenly Palace had more than 60. The difference in numbers was too great. Even though the Heavenly Palace had the geographical advantage and controlled the array to resist, they were still no match for the enemy. Kill. Kill all these Heavenly Palace bastards. Especially those bastards from the Heavenly Human tribe. They shouldn't exist in this world. Kill them all. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer shouted. All kinds of attacks rained down on the experts of the Heavenly Palace, destroying the array attacks. The giant wall exploded. Some parts of it cracked, creating huge craters. Traitors! Traitors! 9 generations of your family shall be exterminated. A Lord of Heaven shouted. Exterminate my ass. What do you think the Heavenly Human tribe is? Do you really think you're so high and mighty? In my eyes you're nothing. Someone from the Heaven Destroyer shouted. This was a primordial divine spirit. He was at the peak of the Almighty Realm. He waved a battle axe and kept hacking, breaking through the attacks. He was unstoppable. The battle raged on. Behind the giant wall, there was a palace. Yi Xian was sitting on the top of the palace. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've made the right bet. The traitors have really come to Fort Phoenix Forest. I can only say that the traitors are unlucky. It's time for me to make a contribution. Hearing the battle cries outside, Yi Xian laughed ecstatically. Young Palace Lord, you're really a genius. I'm impressed. This subordinate admires you. The heavenly humans exclaimed in admiration. This time, although there was an element of flattery, there was also an element of sincerity. They hadn't expected Yi Xian to have made the right bet. The traitors had actually come here. They had long since set up an ambush here. With their numbers, perhaps they could wipe out the traitors in one fell swoop. Give the order. Attack and annihilate the invading traitors. Yi Xian ordered. Yes. Everyone accepted the order loudly. Then, the masters of the Heavenly Palace who were lying in ambush moved out together. On the giant wall, the Heaven Destroyer had gained the upper hand. It wouldn't be long before the Heavenly Human tribe was defeated. The 60 or so Heavenly Palace elites would also be doomed. It seems like we've been worrying too much. There's no need for us to divide our forces. We can defeat the masters of the Heavenly Palace directly. Sigh, it's a pity that we've wasted more than 80 sedative pills. An old man at Tang Zhao's side sighed. The old man was also a reciprocity expert. He was called the Starfire Origin Exalt. I think it's better to be cautious. Another old woman said. She was also a reciprocity expert. Tang Xiao stood in the air and frowned slightly. He could see that there were also reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace on the giant wall. There were only 2 of them. The 2 of them didn't attack. They stood there quietly. Their expressions were very calm. It didn't seem like they were about to lose. Tang Xiao didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying aura spread out from within the giant wall. Then, a large number of figures appeared on the giant wall. There were more than 200 people. There were about 250 of them. They were all divine masters. Including the 60 people from before, there were more than 310 divine masters from the heavenly palace. Kill! The experts of the heavenly palace shouted. All kinds of dazzling lights rushed toward the heaven-exterminating troop, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Oh no! Defend! Someone from the Heaven Destroyer yelled. He couldn't care less about attacking. He set up layers of defense. However, there were just too many experts on the other side. There were more than 310 divine masters, while the Heaven Destroyer only had around 140 people. The difference was just too great. They couldn't stop them at all. The violent power swept over. The defenses set up by the Heaven Destroyer collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying power was about to hit the heaven-exterminating troop. If they were hit, many people from the Heaven Destroyer would be killed. Clang! At this moment, a shocking sword hum rang out. A beam of sword chi cut through the void. It actually blocked all the attacks from the heavenly palace. It was Tang Xiao. He cut through the void and blocked the attacks from the 300 divine masters from the heavenly palace. This kind of strength was earth-shattering. Although the gap between the divine masters and the origin realm was huge, 300 divine masters attacked together. There was no lack of existences on the level of the Lord of Heaven. Their power was just as shocking. Ordinary origin realm experts would definitely retreat and not dare to face them head-on. Is he Tang Xiao, the son of the taboo sword ancestor? Yi Xian looked at Tang Xiao from the wall and asked the people beside him. That's right. He is Tang Xiao. Someone answered. Good, very good. Today we will kill Tang Xiao. I believe it will be a huge blow to the traitors. Yi Xian sneered. His eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. His voice spread far and wide. Tang Xiao, I heard that your mother died at the hands of the heavenly palace. Since you have come to die today, I will send you down to accompany your mother. Tang Xiao's mother was Tang Xiao's reverse scale. Now that she was mentioned, Tang Xiao's killing intent reached its peak. Kill! Tang Xiao roared. The sword in his hand slashed down at Yi Xian. Sword chi shot into the sky. The terrifying sword chi seemed to want to split the world in half. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Tang Xiao's attack had frightened him. Tang Xiao, your opponent is me. A celestial race man beside Yi Xian roared. He wielded a golden halberd and swung it horizontally. It collided with Tang Xiao's sword chi. Boom! Like the sound of the universe being born, the entire continent shook. Dazzling light illuminated the Millennium battlefield. Tang Xiao's body swayed and he staggered back 3 steps. However, the celestial race man took a dozen steps back before he could steady himself. Clearly, Tang Xiao had gained the upper hand. Attack! Attack together! Kill them all! Yi Xian roared madly. He had been frightened by Tang Xiao just now. Tang Xiao's sword was just too terrifying. It was as vast as the might of the heavens. In that moment, he felt like he was going to die under the sword. This feeling drove him crazy and made him hysterical. He had never felt something like this before. He wanted Tang Xiao to die a horrible death. Attack! Your life is mine, Tang Xiao. Immediately, another powerful reciprocity expert charged towards Tang Xiao with the middle-aged man from before. Chapter 46:20. The 2 terrifying reciprocity experts charged toward Tang Xiao, engaging him in a great battle. Their cultivation levels were no lower than Tang Xiao's. No matter how strong Tang Xiao was, he could only barely hold on. At the same time, the other reciprocity experts of the heavenly palace erupted with shocking presences as well. A tremendous pressure permeated the air, causing the entire region to tremble from the pressure. 8. A total of 8 origin realm auras. Other than the 2 fighting Tang Xiao, there were 8 more origin realm experts from the heavenly palace. The 3 remaining origin realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer were extremely stern. Everyone, let's work together to defend. The Stellar Fire Origin Exalt said. His body rapidly expanded, turning into a flame giant. At the same time, 5 other flame giants appeared around him. They were summoned by him. At the same time, the other 2 Origin Realm experts also set up heavy defenses. As soon as they set up their defenses, the Origin Realm experts from the Heavenly Palace arrived. 6. Only 6 Origin Realm experts had taken action. The other 2 did not take action because they wanted to stay by Yi Xian's side to protect him. Yi Xian's identity was no small matter. He was the only son of the Master of the Heavenly Palace. If something really happened to him, even Origin Realm experts would not be able to bear the consequences. Even though there were only 6 Origin Realm experts, it was still no small matter. The 3 Origin Realm experts from the Heaven Destroyer formed a formation and defended with all their might. They did not hope to win, but they did not make any mistakes. Even so, they were still at a complete disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Kill them all. Now that there are no Origin Realm experts interfering, let's see who will save them. Kill these divine masters. Yi Xian roared. His face was twisted in anger. Suddenly, right behind them, a series of terrifying attacks suddenly erupted, killing the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was completely unprepared for the attacks from behind. This was because behind them was the territory of the Heavenly Palace. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly attack them from behind? Oh no, there's a sneak attack from behind. There's a sneak attack from behind. Block them. Block them. The experts from the Heavenly Palace reacted and roared, but it was already too late. Spurt. Puff. All blood splattered in all directions as miserable cries filled the air. At least 30 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace were killed in an instant. In addition, more than 50 Heavenly Palace divine masters were injured. At the same time, 2 of the attacks were the most terrifying and moved the most. They directly targeted the vital points of the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian. The ones who suddenly attacked from behind were naturally Lu Ming, and the others who had circled around the Phoenix Forest mountain range. The people who attacked the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian were obviously the 2 reciprocity experts who had moved with Lu Ming. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace reacted extremely quickly. As soon as they sensed the attack, they reacted and began to defend themselves. However, what was attacking them was also a source energy. No matter how fast they reacted, they were still a step too slow. Boom. Boom. With 2 violent booms, the 2 reciprocity experts beside Yi Xian were blown away. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. One of them was fine, but the other had a large hole in his chest. He was heavily injured. Not good. Quick, save young Master Yi Xian. The expressions of the other reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace changed drastically. A few of them erupted with their maximum speed and charged toward Yi Xian. Kill that young man. His identity is extraordinary. Tang Xiao yelled. Actually, the 2 reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer knew that Tang Xiao's identity was extraordinary even without Tang Xiao's words. The 2 reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace had stood on either side of Yi Xian to protect him. How could his identity be ordinary if he could receive the protection of 2 reciprocity experts? Kill. One of the reciprocity experts of the Heaven Destroyer struck out. He wielded a blade and swung it toward Yi Xian. The other reciprocity expert wielded a sharp sword. He shot out several streaks of light toward the incoming Heavenly Palace origin experts. The attacks of reciprocity experts were extremely fast. Even if Yi Xian reacted in time, he would not be able to escape. The blade instantly approached Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's eyes rapidly narrowed. His eyes were filled with deep fear. At this moment, Yi Xian's forehead lit up and a purple seal shot out. The purple seal was not tangible. It was only an imprint. As soon as it shot out, it turned into a streak of purple light and enveloped Yi Xian. Clang! The blade struck the purple light and erupted with a shocking boom. Yi Xian's body was blown away like a cannonball, smashing several divine lords to death. However, Yi Xian was fine. He was completely fine. It's the purple gold heavenly seal of the Heavenly Master. The reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace were overjoyed. The purple gold heavenly seal was a technique that the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had grasped. Clearly, the master of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace had planted a purple gold heavenly seal on Yi Xian. It could save his life at a crucial moment and block terrifying attacks for him. On the other side, Another reciprocity expert from the heaven-destroying army clashed with two experts from the Heaven Palace with sword chi, clashing with them twice. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to stop the two of them. The two of them struck out continuously and dispersed the sword chi. Stay here. The sword-wielding reciprocity expert from the heaven-destroying army roared out. His body rapidly grew, turning into a huge giant. A sword appeared on each of his shoulders. The swords had actually grown out of his body. A primitive divine spirit. In the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was clearly a powerful primitive divine spirit. Among the primitive divine spirits, he was known as an overgod. He roared. The swords in his hands disappeared. They were replaced by the swords on his shoulders. He slashed out with both hands, turning them into two huge swords. He actually managed to forcefully intercept the two origins from the heavenly palace. Kill him for me, kill him for me. At this moment, Yi Xian finally reacted. He screamed hysterically. His face was twisted from fear. He had almost died earlier. If it were not for the purple gold heavenly seal that the master of the heavenly palace had planted on him, he would have been killed already. He had never experienced something like this. These ants actually dared to kill him. It was unforgivable. Kill. With a roar, a burly figure charged at the origin of the heavenly extermination troop with a shocking demonic aura. The origin from the heavenly palace was a demon expert. He had been ambushed earlier, so he had suffered some light injuries. It did not affect his battle prowess. As soon as he attacked, he used a demonic blade to slash at the origin of the Heaven Destroyer. Come! The origin of the Heaven Destroyer roared. He swung his blade and attacked. The two blades were extremely fast. They collided several hundred times in the air in an instant. The two sides temporarily engaged in a fierce battle. However, on the other side of the heavenly palace, a major change occurred. Originally, there were 6 origin experts from the heavenly palace. They had surrounded the stellar fire origin Exalt, and the other 2. The 3 of them were completely passive. They could only defend with all their strength. However, there were only 4 origins left in the heavenly palace now. Chapter 46:21. There were originally 6 origins of the heavenly palace besieging stellar fire origin supremacy, and the other 2. Because 2 of them were fighting the primordial divine spirit with 2 swords, there were only 4 left besieging them. 3 against 4, they were no longer in such a passive position. Boundless heaven and earth, boundless yin and yang. In the Heaven Destroyer, there was a 2-headed man who was extremely powerful. One of his heads was white and the other was black. Even one side of his body was white and the other side was black. He used 2 completely different powers, one light and one darkness. He fought the 2 origins of the heavenly palace by himself. This person was a top expert of the Heaven and Earth clan, one of the top 10 ancient races. The power he controlled was extremely special. One moment, it would turn into light and darkness. The next moment it would turn into yin and yang. Then it would turn cold and hot. As long as it was an opposing power, it could be used. For a moment, he was actually locked in battle with the 2 origins of the heavenly palace. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, he still managed to hold on. Stellar fire origin supremacy and the old woman were fighting one-on-one with the origins of the heavenly palace. In this way, the other 9 origins of the heavenly palace were entangled, except for one who was heavily injured from the sneak attack at the beginning, and was currently recovering. Tang Xiao was fighting 2 origins by himself. He displayed unparalleled power, and was actually not at a disadvantage at all. The expert of the Heaven and Earth clan, and the expert of the primordial divine spirit, were also fighting 2 origins by themselves. They were not as relaxed as Tang Xiao and were clearly at a disadvantage. In this way, 6 origins of the heavenly palace were eliminated. The remaining 3 were fighting the blade-wielding origin supremacy, stellar fire origin supremacy, and the old woman. So powerful. The primordial divine spirit is really powerful. Also, the Heaven and Earth clan is worthy of being one of the top 10 ancient races. Their battle prowess is really shocking. They are really stronger than the angels and demons. In the crowd, Lu Ming was shocked by the scene. It was rare to see such a battle between origins. Moreover, he discovered that the origins of the Heaven Destroyer were no weaker than the Celestial clan. Some of them were even stronger than the Celestial clan. Lu Ming was secretly amazed by this. The Celestial race was known as the #1 race in the universe. They were the strongest and most talented. Whether it was in the Divine Master Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Master Realm, or so on, the Heavenly Human Tribe had the absolute advantage. In a battle of the same level, there was almost no race that could match the Heavenly Human Tribe. Of course, this was referring to the average capabilities of the cultivators. Some of them were not included. However, something seemed to have changed at reciprocity. Lu Ming had seen the origins of the Celestial race fight with the origins of other races more than once. For example, when they came out of the Grand Supreme Immortal City, they were attacked by the origin of the Heavenly Palace. At that time, an earth-shattering battle of origins had also erupted. At that time, Lu Ming discovered that the essential power of the Heaven Destroyer was not inferior to that of the Heavenly Human Tribe in the slightest. Some of the more talented ones were even able to gain the upper hand. This time it was the same. In a one-on-one battle with the other experts, he was not at a disadvantage at all. However, the expert of the Heaven and Earth Tribe, a primordial divine spirit, could still fight against two opponents at the same time. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could definitely hold on for a while. Lu Ming even discovered that the Origin Realm experts of the Angel race and the Demon race were not weaker than the Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This made Lu Ming very curious. Would the battle prowess of other races skyrocket when they reached the Origin Realm? Or would the battle prowess of the Heavenly Human Tribe decline when they reached the Origin Realm? Lu Ming could not figure it out. He needed to ask the others later. Kill. Kill them all. Everyone attack. At this moment, Yi Xian continued to roar. Kill. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. The Divine Masters were also fighting fiercely. However, Lu Ming and the others had just launched a sneak attack and killed more than 30 Divine Masters of the Heavenly Palace. More than 50 were injured. Their battle prowess had been greatly affected. At this moment, the difference in battle prowess between the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace was not that great. Die Brat. A burly Heavenly Human Tribe man wielded a golden battle axe and hacked at Lu Ming. This Heavenly Human Tribe man was a 5th-layer Divine Master. Seeing that Lu Ming was only a 4th-layer Divine Master, he thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His figure flashed and dodged the man's attack. Then he stabbed out with his spear. With a poof, the War God spear pierced through the man's forehead. The man's head exploded and his soul was annihilated. He died on the spot. 2 now. Lu Ming muttered. In the sneak attack just now, Lu Ming had killed a Heavenly Palace Divine Master. Now he was the second. However, Lu Ming's performance had attracted the attention of the Heavenly Palace experts. This brat is a monster of the traders. I'll kill him. I'll do it. 2 Heavenly Palace experts charged at Lu Ming. Both of them were 7th-layer Divine Masters. Although Lu Ming's group had launched a sneak attack and killed many Heavenly Palace Divine Masters, the Heavenly Palace still had the advantage in numbers. The Heaven Destroyer had mobilized a total of 220 people. Of course, the Origin Realm experts were excluded. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace originally had around 310 Divine Masters. Around 30 had been killed in the sneak attack, so there were still 280 left. In terms of numbers, there were still 60 more. If it weren't for the fact that some of them were heavily injured and their battle prowess was greatly reduced, the Heaven Destroyer would have already been defeated. Unlike the Origin Realm, the Heavenly Human Tribe still had the absolute advantage in a battle of the same level. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, unless they were prodigies, it would be very difficult for them to contend with the Heavenly Human Tribe at the same level. Therefore, there was no doubt that the Heaven Destroyer was at a disadvantage in a battle of the Heavenly Lord Realm. People were constantly dying in battle. This was because they had the advantage in numbers. Some could even fight 2 against 1. 2 7th-layer Divine Masters from the Heavenly Human Tribe charged at Lu Ming from 2 different directions. One of them had the power of Heavenly Annihilation, while the other had the power of Heavenly Punishment. The 2 terrifying powers of Heavenly Annihilation and heavenly punishment pressed down on Lu Ming from two sides. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. He had already activated the battle character art to increase his battle prowess by 8 times. He circulated his power to the limit. The war god's spear trembled and instantly stabbed out in 2 different directions. The 2 spear lights shot out and collided with the power of heavenly punishment and heavenly annihilation. A terrifying explosion erupted and energy spread out. I blocked it. These 2 are only SOSO. I can kill them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As soon as they clashed, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the battle prowess of the 2 heavenly human tribe experts. Like Yiling Tianshou, they were also 7th-layer divine masters. However, the battle prowess of these 2 heavenly human tribe experts was much weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Yiling Tianshou was the son of a heavenly venerate and a monstrous genius. Naturally, he wasn't someone that ordinary heavenly human tribe experts could compare to. Lu Ming's current battle prowess wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianshou's. He had no problem fighting these 2 heavenly human tribe experts. Moreover, Lu Ming had Qiuqiu's assistance. Chapter 46-22. At this moment, the 2 celestial race 7th-tier god lord experts were also extremely shocked. How can this kid be so strong? How is this possible? The 2 celestial race 7th-tier god lord experts roared in disbelief. A 4th-tier god lord was actually able to block the combined attack of 2 7th-tier god lords. This gap in power was simply too exaggerated. They did not recognize Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming had already used the great imitation art to change his appearance and aura before coming here. The Heaven Destroyer members were not too surprised to see Lu Ming change his appearance and aura. This was because they were aware of Lu Ming's identity. He had a taboo body. If the people from the Heavenly Palace were to find out about Lu Ming's true identity, they would most likely keep an eye on him and send powerful combat forces to kill him. At the very least, changing his appearance and aura would not draw the attention of the Heavenly Palace. Little Ball. Lu Ming messaged with spiritual sense transmission. I've been waiting for your call. I'm here. Little Ball replied. It charged out of Lu Ming's wrist and turned into a mirror, shooting out a beam of light that enveloped a 7th-tier god lord celestial. This celestial's eyes immediately went slack. Heaven Splitter. This was not the first time that Lu Ming and Little Ball had worked together. They had long since reached a tacit understanding, and their timing was perfect. Lu Ming used the Heaven Splitter style, turning into a dazzling spear light that shot toward this 7th-tier god lord celestial. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The other 7th-tier god lord roared. He wanted to warn Little Ball, but it was useless. At the same time he wanted to help, but it was too late. They were not in the same direction. Plop. The 7th-tier divine master heavenly human struggled frantically. Just as he was about to break free from Qiuqiu's illusion, Lu Ming had already arrived. The battle god's spear pierced through his glabella, killing him with one strike. Damn it! This brat is a monster. Men, come and kill him together. The remaining 7th-tier god Lord Celestial roared. He called for other experts to come and kill Lu Ming. Actually, there was no need for him to call out. There were already experts who had their eyes on Lu Ming. Kill! With a loud shout, a terrifying celestial race expert rushed towards Lu Ming. A long spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination pierced towards the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. He wanted to learn from Lu Ming and pierced through the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows, killing him with a single spear. This is a 9th-level divine master. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly as he felt a fatal threat. A 9th-level divine master was much stronger than a 7th-level divine master. It was definitely not something he could handle. A single move could kill him instantly. Even if he used everything he had, it wouldn't work. The difference was too great. Unless he used the arm of the human king. But in such a battlefield, using the arm of a human monarch was tantamount to courting death. Retreat. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he retreated frantically. However, the other party didn't give up. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Die. The other party coldly shouted, erupting with the power of a 9th-level divine master. His speed suddenly increased, and the spear condensed from the power of heavenly extermination rapidly approached Lu Ming's forehead. He couldn't escape. The difference was too great. There was simply no way to escape. Even if Lu Ming used the extreme light art, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Should I use the arm of the human king? Lu Ming's mind spun, a look of struggle flashing through his eyes. At this moment, a shield descended from the sky and landed in front of Lu Ming. It stabbed into the ground like a mountain and exploded with a fierce boom. With a clang, the terrifying spear light stabbed into the shield and was blocked by the shield. A 9th-level Divine Master actually dares to attack a 4th-level Divine Master? How shameless. I'll be your opponent. An old man landed on the shield. He was an expert from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had reinforcements. With his strength, it was still extremely dangerous for him to participate in a battle like this. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lu Ming looked around and discovered that Tang Jun had also been targeted. However, she was Tang Feng's daughter, so she obviously had more experts from the Heaven Destroyer protecting her, so there was no need for her to worry. However, at this moment, a new change occurred on the battlefield of reciprocity experts. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, an reciprocity expert had been ambushed earlier and was heavily injured. Now he forcefully suppressed his injuries and joined the battle, attacking the primordial god together. The primordial god had already been battling 2 experts of the same level from the Heavenly Palace. As time went on, he began to lose the upper hand. Now that a 3rd origin expert had joined in, he was even less of an opponent. Although the 3rd origin expert was heavily injured, he was still a reciprocity expert after all. His attacks were still extremely shocking. Once he struck, he posed a fatal threat to the primordial god. Fighting 1 against 3, the primordial god was even less of an opponent. He was completely at a disadvantage. Even defending himself was very difficult, let alone counterattacking. Bang! Finally, the primordial god was struck in a moment of carelessness. A large hole appeared in his abdomen, and his body fell to the ground. His colossal body was like a mountain, and the power he carried was extremely shocking. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The divine lords below roared in shock and frantically fled in all directions. However, there were still some people who were a step too slow. Boom! The primordial god's colossal body slammed heavily into the ground, causing the ground to rumble violently. A few divine lords who were a step too slow were directly smashed to death. Some from the Heavenly Palace, and some from the Heaven Destroyer. Die. The 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace all had cold killing intent in their eyes. They charged toward the primordial god, wanting to kill him in a single stroke. Killing a single reciprocity expert was even more meritorious than killing 100 divine lords. Senior, this weapon is for you. At this moment, Lu Ming appeared near the primordial god. With a wave of his hand, the violet gold battle axe flew toward the primordial god. The primordial god seemed to sense something. He reached out and caught the violet gold battle axe in his hand. This is an source-level weapon, and it's very special. The primordial god's eyes lit up and shone with a resplendent light. That's right. This violet gold battle axe was one of the 18 guardian divine weapons of the heavenly court. Lu Ming discovered that the primordial god did not control an source-level weapon. Therefore, he did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and give the violet gold battle axe to the primordial god. Ah, good. Trash from the Heavenly Palace, kill. With the source-level weapon in hand, the primordial god was filled with pride. He poured his origin energy into the violet gold battle axe. Buzz. Only reciprocity experts could unleash the full power of an source-level weapon. It was not just for show. With the influx of origin energy, the violet gold battle axe awoke and gave off a terrifying aura. The primordial god held the violet gold battle axe with both hands and swung it. It was as if the world was about to be split open. The battle axe was very similar to an axe, but the blade was wider than an axe. It was extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive explosions, the attacks of the 3 reciprocity experts from the Heavenly Palace were all blocked by the primordial god. It's an source-level weapon. Damn it, this guy actually controls an source-level weapon. A celestial exalt from the Heavenly Palace roared. So what if it's an source-level weapon? Kill him all the same. Kill. The three origins from the heavenly palace attacked the primordial god again, but this time, the primordial god forcefully blocked them. Chapter 46:23. With the purple gold battle axe, the primordial divine spirit was much stronger than before. Previously he could not fight 1 against 3, but now he was able to hold his own for a short period of time. As expected, there is a huge difference in strength between Origin Realm experts with and without soul-grade magic weapons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had an idea. He found that only half of the Origin Realm experts present had soul-grade magic weapons. Of the 10 Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, 5 had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other hand, only 3 of the Heaven Destroyer had soul-grade magic weapons. Tang Xiao naturally had soul-grade magic weapons, and the 2 top experts fighting with Tang Xiao also had soul-grade magic weapons. On the other side, the expert of the Heaven and Earth race and the 2 experts fighting with him also had soul-grade magic weapons. In addition, the Origin Realm expert of the Heavenly Palace, who was fighting with the Starfire Origin Realm expert, also had soul-grade magic weapons. The others did not have soul-grade magic weapons. Boom. At this moment, the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer and the Demon Race expert exchanged a few hundred blows. Both of them could not help but retreat. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed toward the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer, shouting, "Senior Kuwang, take this weapon." With that, he threw the Bingxian rod to the saber-wielding Origin Realm expert of the Heaven Destroyer. This Origin Realm expert had crossed the Phoenix Forest mountain range with Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming naturally knew his name, Kuwang Yuan. Kuwang Yuan saw Lu Ming give the primordial divine spirit a soul-grade magic weapon with his own eyes. At this moment, he was overjoyed and caught the Bingxian rod in his hand. It really is a soul-grade magic weapon. Kuwang was overjoyed. He put away his saber and poured his Origin Realm energy into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod rapidly grew, like a pillar supporting the sky, emitting a terrible cold qi. "Go to hell, dog of the celestial race." Kuwang Yuan roared and waved the Bingxian rod with both hands, attacking the Origin Realm expert of the demon race. Clang! The demon race's demon saber swung to block the attack, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Then, the demon race's 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 demon race. With a soul-grade divine weapon, the gap between the two of them, who were originally about the same level of strength, immediately widened. This was also because Kuwang Yuan had used the piercing blade, and was not used to using the mysterious ice rod. Otherwise, he would have been completely crushed. The life spirit was the guardian weapon of the Heavenly Court. It was not a regular source-grade weapon, but a peak source-grade weapon. In the hands of a reciprocity expert, the power it could unleash was even more shocking. This series of unforeseen events shocked everyone present. The difference was that Heaven Destroyer was overjoyed, while the Heavenly Palace was horrified. Damn it! Why does that brat have so many source-grade divine weapons? Quick, kill him! Yi Xian roared. Immediately, several Lord of Heaven-level figures stared at Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, a terrifying chill spread towards these Lord of Heaven, scaring them into frantically retreating. It was Kuwang who had made his move. Just a trace of the mysterious ice rod's power was not something the Lord of Heaven could resist. Damn it! Yi Chunwei, I'll give you this sword. Yi Xian roared and a battle sword flew out from his forehead, flying towards one of the celestial race's Origin Realm experts. This Origin Realm expert of the celestial race was one of the 3 who had besieged the primordial divine spirit. His name was Yi Chunwei. He waved his hand and caught the battle sword in his hand. "Thank you, young palace master." Yi Chunwei roared and his power erupted. Sword chi soared into the sky. With a slash, he immediately blocked the primordial divine spirit's attack. This battle sword was also in source-grade divine weapon, and its level was not low. As the only son of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace Master, how could Yi Xian not have a source-grade divine weapon? After Yi Chuiyue obtained the source-grade divine weapon battle sword, his combat strength skyrocketed. He joined forces with the other two Origin Realm experts and forced the primordial divine spirit to retreat. Fortunately, Kuwang Yuan joined forces with the primordial divine spirit and fought against the 4 Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace, turning the situation around. And Lu Ming scanned the battlefield and rushed towards the Starfire Origin Realm expert of the celestial race. Upon seeing Lu Ming charging over, the eyes of Supremacy Starfire and the rest flickered, especially the powerhouse from the Tiandi clan. He suddenly made 2 moves and retreated toward Lu Ming. Senior here. Lu Ming recognized another divine weapon. This time, it was a steel fork. The Origin Realm expert of the celestial race held it in his hand. This Origin Realm expert of the celestial race originally had an source-grade divine weapon, but Lu Ming could see that the celestial race experts were very special. They controlled 2 completely opposite powers and had thousands of changes. Therefore, 2 source-grade divine weapons were the most suitable. Only 2 original divine weapons could unleash the strongest power. The type of weapon might not be suitable, but it was at least much stronger than a main divine weapon. Good haha. The Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan laughed maniacally after receiving the pitchfork. The 2 opposing forces were imbued into the 2 divine weapons, and he unleashed 2 consecutive attacks against his 2 opponents. Instantly, he evened out his disadvantage. Originally, the Origin Realm expert of the celestial race was at a disadvantage against 2 Origin Realm experts. Now that he had an source-grade divine weapon, he finally evened out the situation. Damn it, damn it. Seeing this, Yi Xian roared furiously and constantly sent people to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was now an important target of protection. Those Origin Realm experts would spare some time to protect Lu Ming. The others could not approach Lu Ming at all. Senior, give this weapon to Senior Lu. Lu Ming took out another divine weapon and handed it to the celestial race expert, so that the Origin Realm expert could pass it to the old woman. The battle was just too intense now. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Palace were all staring at Lu Ming. It would be very difficult for Lu Ming to approach the old woman and pass the weapon to her. However, with an Origin Realm expert, it would not be difficult. As expected, the celestial race expert took the divine weapon given by Lu Ming and flew toward the old woman. With a few flashes, he approached the old woman. Oh no! The old woman's opponent wanted to rush over and snatch the source-grade divine weapon first. However, how could the celestial race expert allow that? He controlled the divine weapon to avoid his opponent and approached the old woman, where she caught it. This old woman was called Lu Min, and she was known as Lu Min Yuan. After grabbing the divine weapon, Lu Min channeled her origin energy into it. The divine weapon awakened and erupted with great power. With a single strike, her opponent spat out large mouthfuls of blood and constantly retreated. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Battle of Origin Realm experts had finally undergone an earth-shattering change after he had given away 4 divine weapons. Originally, the Origin Realm experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side were completely at a disadvantage. As time went on, defeat was certain. But now, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts had gained the upper hand. The other Origin Realm experts could resist their opponents, but Lu Min's Origin Realm experts had begun to completely suppress their opponents. Chapter 46-24. Kill. Lu Min had gained the upper hand in one move, and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. She launched a few killer moves at the opponent. Even though the other party was fighting with all his might, he did not possess a soul-tier divine artifact, and was only using a primary divine artifact. As such, it was difficult for him to bring out his full strength. As such, he was no match for Celestial Lu Min at all. After blocking a few blows, with a resounding boom, his primary divine artifact exploded. Puff. The origin source from the Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. He was hit and his body exploded. He was heavily injured. Save me. The origin source from the Heavenly Palace was horrified and rushed to the other side of the battlefield. He rushed to the battlefield of the Origin God in Kuwang. There were 4 origin source from the Heavenly Palace. He wanted to ask for help. Kill. Celestial Venerable Lu Min bellowed and chased after Lu Ming. In the process of chasing after Lu Ming, She made a move toward Lu Ming. The existence of the origin realm was extremely powerful. Instantly, more than 10 almighty masters who wanted to kill Lu Ming were killed. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian roared, but his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield. Celestial Venerate Lu Min continued to attack. While the opponent was fleeing, she managed to land another blow on him, causing his injuries to worsen. However, the origin source from the Heavenly Palace was also close to the battlefield of Ku Wang, and the origin god. Save me, Yi Chuiwei, save me. The origin source from the Heavenly Palace roared. Yi Chuiwei, your opponent is me. The origin god waved his purple gold battle axe and attacked wildly without caring about his defense. For a moment, not only did he force Yi Chuiwei to retreat, but he also repelled the other two origin source. This made Ku Wang see an opportunity. Ha ha ha, kill! Ku Wang shouted and left the battlefield. He attacked the origin source who had been severely injured by Lu Min with his obsidian staff. Boom! The origin source was hit by the obsidian staff. His body exploded into pieces and was frozen by the terrifying coldness of the obsidian staff. However, there was a piece of flesh that wasn't frozen. It flickered and flew away like a bolt of lightning. He's not dead even after all that. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was quite shocked. Ku Wangyuan controlled the mysterious ice staff and smashed it into pieces. The destructive power should have destroyed the other party's soul, but the other party didn't die. Only a piece of flesh wasn't frozen, and it still wanted to escape. The vitality of reciprocity experts was extremely tenacious. This was not just a saying. Kill. However, Celestial Lord Lu Min had caught up. She controlled the divine weapon and blasted out a move. The destructive energy completely drowned the flesh and blood of the origin of the Heavenly Palace. Ah! An extremely unwilling and miserable cry spread through the entire area. At this moment, the universe's starry skies began to tremble. Groups of stars swayed, producing strange phenomena. The source of the Celestial Palace had been killed, and had completely fallen. An Empyrean is dead. Someone from the Heavenly Palace shouted. His voice was filled with fear. The Sky Sovereign has died in battle. Retreat, retreat quickly. Retreat first. Many of the celestial race roared. They had lost their fighting spirit and retreated frantically towards the north. Previously, Yi Xian, the main general, had retreated before joining the battle. Now that another Empyrean had been killed, the celestial race's mental defenses had collapsed. How could they still have the fighting spirit? Originally, the Heavenly Palace had the advantage in the battlefield of the Divine Masters. Now that the morale of the army had collapsed and they were retreating in a sorry state, they immediately fell into a disadvantage. How could the Heaven Destroyer miss such a good opportunity? They took the opportunity to pursue and kill. Their morale was high. Kill! Celestial Lord Lu Min roared. She controlled the divine weapon and charged into the battlefield of the primordial divine spirit and Ku Wangyuan. She blasted out an ultimate move. This move was aimed at the source of the Heavenly Palace, who had been seriously injured by the sneak attack. The source of the Heavenly Palace was shocked because at this moment, no one was helping him. His other three companions were entangled by Ku Wangyuan and the primordial divine spirit, especially the one targeted by Ku Wangyuan. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he save him? He roared and retreated quickly. However, he had been seriously injured by the sneak attack and had not recovered at all. Previously, he had participated in the battle, so his injuries were worsening. How could his current speed compare to Celestial Lord Lu Min? Bang! He was hit by Celestial Lord Lu Min, and it was hit by the divine weapon. Half of his body exploded, and his injuries worsened. Let's go! Let's go! The source of the Heavenly Palace roared in horror. He controlled the remaining half of his body and flew towards the north. Go! Retreat! The other origin realm existences of the Heavenly Palace also roared and rushed towards the north. In a head-on battle, although the source of the Heavenly Palace was at a disadvantage, if he wanted to escape, the origin realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer could not stop him. Unless the difference in battle strength was too great, it would not be easy to stop an origin realm expert if he wanted to escape. Fighting against Tang Xiao, fighting against the experts of the Heaven and Earth clan, fighting against the primordial divine spirit. These sources of the heavenly palace gathered together and flew towards the north. Don't let them go. Kill the heavily injured one. The primordial divine spirit roared and stepped into the void. His huge body chased after the people of the heavenly palace at an astonishing speed. Tang Xiao, Lu Min, Starfire Origin, and the others also chased towards the north. Their goal was the heavily injured source of the heavenly palace. Activating the divine weapon, a series of terrifying attacks blasted towards the origin. The other sources of the heavenly palace wanted to help, but they were not strong enough, so it was difficult for them to succeed. Even they themselves were frightened, because the strength of the heaven exterminating troop was already above theirs. The divine weapon of the heaven exterminating troop was too powerful. If they were careless and were stopped by the divine weapon, they would be in danger. Therefore, they did not care about the others and fled madly. In the end, the heavily injured source of the heavenly palace was stopped by Tang Xiao with a sword. Behind him, the attacks of Starfire Origin, Lu Min, and the others drowned this person. The celestial palace's origin only let out an unwilling scream before it no longer had any aura. No matter how strong the life force of an origin realm expert was, under the siege of so many experts and the attacks of the source divine weapon, he could not survive. He was completely obliterated. The source dissipated and returned to the universe. After killing this origin realm expert, Tang Xiao and the others continued to pursue. Below, the divine masters were also pursuing. In the process of Lu Ming's pursuit, he killed another 2 heavenly palaces' divine masters. The army was defeated like a landslide. The people of the heavenly palace had no intention of resisting at all. They just wanted to run for their lives. The heaven destroyer chased them madly until they broke through 2 of the heavenly palace's fortresses. If they continued to chase, they would be deep into the heavenly palace's territory. If the heavenly palace's reinforcements arrived, they would be in danger. Under the lead of the origin realm expert, the people of the heaven destroyer retreated to Fort Phoenix Forest. This battle was a complete victory. Chapter 46-25. In this battle, the heaven destroyer had obtained a complete victory. Not only had they taken back Fort Phoenix Forest and seized a large amount of resources, they had also killed a large number of heavenly palace experts. Some people estimated that at least 150 divine masters had been killed in the heavenly palace. Among them, there were quite a few who were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. This was a huge loss. Of course, the biggest loss was the 2 origin experts. This time, the heavenly palace had lost 2 origin experts. This loss would definitely make the heavenly palace feel pain for a long time. The origin realm was the true peak of battle strength. The death of one was an incomparably huge loss, not to mention the death of 2 at the same time. Losing 1 origin expert was more serious than losing 100 divine masters. The people of the heavenly palace were probably about to vomit blood. Of course, the heaven destroyer had also suffered losses. About 30 divine masters had died in battle. But compared to the losses of the heavenly palace, these losses were completely worth it. In Fort Phoenix Forest, Tang Xiao, the Starfire Origin Exalt, and the others landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had already removed the Great Imitation technique and returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Xiao was the first to speak. This time, it was really very dangerous. They had never thought that the heavenly palace would actually set up such a large army to ambush them. They had originally thought that by splitting up, attacking Fort Phoenix Forest would be a sure thing. They would definitely be able to catch the heavenly palace off guard. They had never thought that they would be surrounded by the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace's strength here was definitely above theirs. If there were no accidents, they would have suffered a huge loss. There might even be origin experts who would be left here forever. Not to mention the glorious battle results they had now. All of this had changed because of Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming had thrown out 4 powerful source-level magic weapons and changed the situation of the battle. Lu Ming, I'll return this source-grade weapon to you. The primitive god spirit handed the purple-gold battle axe to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and put it away. He was only lending it to the other party, not giving it away for free. Naturally, he had to take it back. Primitive godly spirit looked reluctant. He really liked the purple gold battle axe. He knew that the purple gold battle axe was better than ordinary origin level weapons. If he used it, his battle prowess would increase by a lot. However, this was not his divine weapon, but rather Lu Ming's. He could not be so shameless as to snatch the treasure of a junior, right? Relatively speaking, the Heaven Destroyer was still very united. Basically, the strong would not rob the weak of their treasures. Heaven Destroyer was weaker than the Heavenly Palace to begin with. If they were not united, they would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace long ago. Lu Ming, I'll return mine to you too. Here. Astral Fire Origin Exalt, Lumen Origin Exalt, and the others all returned their divine weapons to Lu Ming. Although they were reluctant to part with them, they still looked reluctant. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have so many top origin level magic weapons. You're really lucky. Exalt Lumen sighed. They were origin level experts, but they did not have a single source level magic weapon. However, Lu Ming had so many. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. It was obvious that these old seniors were envious of him. Lu Ming, are you selling your source level magic weapons? I can buy them. Primitive godly spirit said, feeling a little embarrassed. The eyes of the other origin level experts also lit up. If Lu Ming was willing to sell them, they would also want to buy them. Sell them? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If he sold them, it was not impossible. After all, his cultivation was still weak. He only needed one of these top origin level magic weapons. He did not need any more. Originally, he wanted to keep them for his family and friends. However, Xian Yinqing, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and the others all had their own source-level magic weapons. They did not need his. As for the others, such as his disciples, sons, and granddaughters, their cultivation was too far away from being able to use source-level magic weapons. Who knew how long it would take? Therefore, if he could sell a few source-level magic weapons and exchange them for resources that were useful to him, it would be fine. For example, desolate crystals. If he could sell a large number of desolate crystals, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. As long as his cultivation was high enough, he would not have to worry about not being able to obtain a source-level magic weapon. Senior, it's not impossible to sell them, but this junior only wants desolate crystals. Lu Ming said. Desolate crystals. The primordial god and the other origin realm experts frowned slightly. The source-level magic weapon in Lu Ming's hand was not an ordinary source-level magic weapon. It was a top source-level magic weapon. It was extremely expensive. If it was exchanged for desolate crystals, how many desolate crystals would it be worth? A single source-level magic weapon would be worth at least 100 million desolate crystals. They did not have that many desolate crystals on them. In reality, they did not even have a few 100,000 desolate crystals on them. Naturally, they had obtained prehistoric gems during their usual adventures and explorations. Moreover, they had obtained quite a number of them. However, they had no use for prehistoric gems at all. As long as they obtained prehistoric gems, they would usually give them to important juniors or exchange them with Divine Master Realm existences for items that they could use. Therefore, Origin Realm experts usually carried very few desolate crystals on them. Lu Ming, I don't have many desolate crystals on me. Do you think I can use other treasures to buy them? The primordial god asked. You don't have any desolate crystals? That damaged source-level magic weapon is fine too. Apart from those two, this junior does not need anything else. Lu Ming said. This. The primordial god, Lu Min, venerated Yuan, and the others fell silent. They also had damaged source-level magic weapons, but they did not have that many. Damaged source-level magic weapons were precious, but they were far inferior to complete source-level magic weapons, let alone top source-level magic weapons. A top source-level magic weapon would require at least a few dozen damaged source-level magic weapons. They did not have that many either. How about this? Once I obtain desolate crystals or damaged source-level magic weapons in the future, I will store them. When I have enough desolate crystals, I will buy them from you. You have to keep them for me. The primordial god said. Yes, I will think of a way to collect more desolate crystals. Lu Ming, you have to keep them for me too. Don't sell them to others. Me too, Lu Min venerated Yuan, and the others said one after another. They could not afford it now, but they could reserve it first. With their strength, it was still possible for them to gather a few 100 million desolate crystals with some time and effort. Seniors, please don't worry. This junior will definitely keep them for you. Lu Ming said. He could not wait for these people to gather enough desolate crystals. However, Lu Ming, it's all thanks to your divine weapon that we were able to turn the tables and even achieve a complete victory. I'll repay kindness with kindness. I can't let go of this favor. Here, this broken divine weapon. I'll give it to you. The primordial god said again. He then took out a damaged magic weapon and handed it to Lu Ming. Chapter 46:26. The primordial god was very forthright. He directly took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming to thank him. Lu Ming, take it. You deserve it. Tang Xiao said with a sullen face. Thank you very much, senior. Lu Ming nodded and reached out to take the broken divine weapon. The other Origin Realm experts, such as Venerable Lu Min Source, Venerable Ke Wang Source, and the Origin of the Heaven and Earth clan, had all received Lu Ming's source-level divine weapons. At this moment, they glanced at the primordial god spirit unhappily. They did not want to give it to him. However, the primordial god had already given it to him. If they did not give it to him, would they not be stingy in front of everyone? They were reciprocity experts, seniors. How could they be associated with stinginess? Therefore, they secretly gritted their teeth and took out a damaged divine weapon and gave it to Lu Ming. Now Lu Ming received 4 damaged divine weapons. He could not help but be overjoyed. Now, Qiu did not have to worry about food anymore. Lu Ming, you deserve it. You have done a great service this time. The Heaven Destroyer will also reward you. How about this? When we return, I will gather 1,000,000 desolation crystals and give it to you. Tang Xiao said. Thank you, Tang. Big brother Tang. Lu Ming clasped his fist and thanked him. He was Xian Yanqing's husband. It was not too much to call Tang Xiao big brother. The Heavenly Palace suffered such a great loss this time. I wonder if they will take revenge? Starfire Origin Supremacy's tone changed, and he returned to the main topic. The Heavenly Palace suffered a great loss this time. 2 Origin Realm experts died in battle, and more than 150 Divine Lords died in battle. In this area of the 1,000-year battlefield, their vitality has been damaged. I predict that they will not attack again for a while. Tang Xiao said. I'm just afraid that they will gather experts from other places. Lu Minyuan said. It's not that easy to mobilize experts from other places, unless they give up the benefits of other places. I don't think Heaven Palace is that stupid. Moreover, the demons have been restless recently, so they can't afford to send so many people. However, we can't let our guard down either. Leave some people here to guard. If Heaven Palace really launches a large-scale attack, then give up on this fortress and retreat. We can take back the fortress if we lose it, but we must protect the people. Tang Xiao said. The others nodded and began to make arrangements. Not long after, a portion of them stayed behind to guard the place while the rest retreated. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lin Yi, and the others also returned to the ancient city. After returning to the ancient city, Tang Jun went into seclusion to cultivate. She now had enough desolate crystals to break through, so she naturally wanted to break through in one go. North of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield in a large hall. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Yi Xian let out a furious roar. His face was distorted beyond recognition, making him look sinister and terrifying. The experts of the Heavenly Palace below said nothing. Men, send a message back. I want to gather an army. I want to gather experts to annihilate those traitors. Yi Xian roared. Young Palace Master, you can't. Every region needs a large number of people, especially the demons of the Dark Universe. If you rashly gather experts from other regions, it'll be detrimental to the long-term plans of the Heavenly Palace. An old man at Reciprocity advised. Only Origin Realm experts dared to speak before the furious Yi Xian. That's right, young Palace Master. If you send a message to the Heavenly Master now, He may not agree to gather experts. The other reciprocity expert also advised. Yi Xian breathed heavily and slowly calmed down. However, the killing intent in his eyes became denser and denser. It's all that brat's fault. It's all that brat's fault, Yi Xian growled. Lu Ming's image appeared in his mind. Of course, it was Lu Ming who had used the great imitation technique. That brat must die. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. His original plan had worked perfectly this time. He had made the right bet. Even if the Heaven Destroyer had launched a sneak attack, it would not have changed the outcome of the battle. They should have been the ones to emerge victorious this time, while the Heaven Destroyer would have suffered heavy losses. It was all because of Lu Ming's 4 source-grade weapons that they had managed to turn the situation around. As a result, he transferred all his hatred to Lu Ming. Pass down my orders. If you encounter that brat in the Thousand Autumn battlefield, kill him on the spot. Kill him with all your strength. Bring his corpse to me, Yi Xian ordered coldly. Not only was there killing intent in his eyes, but there was also greed. Lu Ming actually had so many top-tier source-grade weapons on him. Even he, the son of the Heavenly Master, did not have so many. How could a mere ant possess so many top-tier source-grade weapons? These top-tier source-grade divine weapons should belong to him. As long as he killed Lu Ming, those top-notch source-level divine weapons would be his. Yes. The experts of the Heavenly Palace acknowledged the order in unison. A few days after returning to the ancient city, Tang Xiao had indeed gathered 1 million chaos crystals and sent them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With 1 million chaos crystals, he would be able to break through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Qiu continued to break through. After you break through, these broken weapons and 5 kilograms of Ice Fire Star Silver will all be yours. Lu Ming took out a few broken weapons and waved them in front of Qiu. Qiu's eyes lit up. All right, I will break through as soon as possible. If you hadn't interrupted me last time, I would have succeeded. Qiu curled his lips. Lu Ming smiled embarrassedly. Qiu was in the midst of breaking through, but after the battle with the Heavenly Palace a few days ago, Lu Ming really needed Qiu's help. He had no choice but to interrupt Qiu's breakthrough and awaken Qiu to join the battle. Don't worry. I will make it up to you. In the future, you can have as many broken weapons as you want. Lu Ming said. Only then did Qiu break through with satisfaction. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and began to refine the chaos crystals. One after another, the chaos crystals were refined and turned into forbidden energy. Over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a powerful ripple suddenly appeared nearby. This is... Tang Jun has broken through. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not need to look to know that Tang Jun had broken through to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming was not surprised. Tang Jun was in existence at the Origin Realm in her past life. She had all her cultivation experience, so she did not need to comprehend it. As long as she had enough resources, she could constantly break through in her cultivation. She could even break through faster than Lu Ming. This was also the reason why Tang Jun's cultivation could rise so quickly. After sensing for a while, Lu Ming ignored her and continued to refine the chaos crystals. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Ming had refined 600,000 chaos crystals. His cultivation had reached the limit of the peak 4th tier of the Divine Master Realm. He had accumulated enough. Begin the breakthrough. Boom. Before long, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation broke through to a whole new level. He had reached the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Another day passed. Lu Ming's aura stabilized, and his cultivation stabilized at the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. Chapter 46-27. After reaching 5th level Divine Master Realm, Lu Ming's strength had reached another level, and his combat power had soared. Now Lu Ming was fully confident that if he encountered an expert like Yiling Tianshou again, he could easily suppress and kill him. As expected, wealth came from danger. This was especially true for someone like Lu Ming, who had a taboo body. If he stayed in seclusion somewhere, his improvement would be very slow. He needed to take risks, travel, and fight. Only then could he constantly obtain opportunities and improve his cultivation very quickly. Door open. Lu Ming shouted. Tens of thousands of cells in his body flickered and connected together to form a door. Inside the door was a yellow dirt road that led to the dark unknown. It was worth mentioning that the yellow dirt road was much longer than when it had first formed, extending toward the darkness in the middle of the door. This yellow dirt road was equivalent to other people's universe bridge. It extended all the way to the cosmic sea. On the yellow dirt road, the pool of blood was still there, as if it had just been left there, scarlet and eye-catching. 5th level Divine Master Realm. At 9th level Divine Master Realm, the yellow dirt road should be able to reach the cosmic sea and start comprehending the origin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Unknowingly, his cultivation was getting closer to the peak of the universe. With a thought, the yellow dirt road and the door disappeared together. Hey, Qiu is also breaking through. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He discovered that Qiu's aura had also reached a peak, crossing into a new level. Several days later, Qiu's aura stabilized, completely stabilizing at 4th level Divine Master Realm. Congratulations, Qiu. Lu Ming smiled. You're still faster. Your cultivation has surpassed mine again. Quick, Lu Ming, give me something to eat. I want to surpass you. Qiu called out. Its round body rolled back and forth as if it was in a very bad mood. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 3 damaged divine weapons appeared. Lu Ming had a total of 5 damaged divine weapons, including the source-grade divine weapon armor he had obtained from Yichu Tianji. Lu Ming did not intend to give them all to Qiu. One should not bite off more than one could chew. 3 damaged source-grade divine weapons were enough for Qiu to digest for quite some time. Out of the 3 damaged source-level divine weapons, one of them was the battle armor he had obtained from Yichu Tianji. Defensive source-grade divine armaments were extremely rare. If Qiu were to gain the ability to use battle armor after eating it, Lu Ming would have gained a living source-grade divine armor. I'll eat. Qiu was overjoyed when he saw the broken source-level divine weapon. He snatched it over and stuffed it into his mouth, munching on it. The incomparably hard damaged source-grade divine weapon was actually bitten off piece by Qiu. Not long after, the 3 damaged source-grade weapons were all in Qiu's stomach. Qiu, let's eat these 10 gene of ice fire star silver together. Lu Ming took out another 5 kilograms of ice fire star silver for Qiu to prevent impurities from forming in Qiu's body again like last time, causing it to encounter a bottleneck. After Qiu ate all of it, he turned it into a bracelet and put it on Lu Ming's wrist to digest. I still have about 600,000 desolate crystals, but it's far from enough to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master Realm. I'll keep these desolate crystals for now and stop absorbing them. I'll focus on comprehending secret techniques first. Lu Ming pondered. Although he had condensed an origin source seed and had a clear direction, he could continue to improve as long as he had enough resources and energy. However, there was a limit to this. His improvement was simply too fast, exceeding his imagination. He had not been in the universe ruins for long, but his cultivation had soared from the 1st tier of the Divine Master Realm to the 5th tier of the Divine Master Realm. If he improved too quickly, it would inevitably cause his foundation to be unstable. He would need some time to consolidate and familiarize himself with the sudden increase in strength. Right now, I have 3 main directions of comprehension. One is the battle character art, the second is the desolate form, and the third is to comprehend a new secret technique that belongs to me. However, a new secret technique that belongs to me is too difficult. I don't have any clues, so I can put it aside for now and comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form first. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming had not cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery. Lu Ming estimated that if he cultivated the battle character art to greater mastery, he would be able to unleash 10 times his combat strength. As for the desolate form, it was not perfected yet. If it was perfected, its power would be able to reach another level. Lu Ming took turns to comprehend the battle character art and the desolate form. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, the sound of war drums was suddenly heard. The war drums are sounding. Is there a great battle? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming was shocked. He ended his cultivation and left the room in a flash. After leaving the room, he saw Tang Jun also leaving the room and landing in the courtyard. What's going on? Is the heavenly palace attacking? Lu Ming asked. No, there's a great battle. The war drums are continuous and urgent. Now it's only 3 urgent and 3 slow. It's not a great battle, but a gathering of people to announce something, Tang Jun said. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. The war drums were indeed 3 urgent and 3 slow, not continuous. The 2 of them headed for the center of the ancient city. They saw figures flashing from all directions, gathering at the center of the ancient city. By the time Lu Ming and Tang Jun arrived, several hundred God Lord experts had already gathered at the center of the ancient city. Tang Xiao, the Starfire Origin Sovereign, and the others were standing at the front. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Tang Xiao said, Everyone, according to our observations, the killing intent and fiendish qi of the core battlefield will subside in 3 days. Some of you should prepare yourselves. The killing intent and fiendish qi of the core battlefield are about to subside? Wonderful. I can finally enter the core battlefield again. This time, I must get a source-grade divine weapon. How can a source-grade divine weapon be so easy to get? I'll be satisfied as long as I can get enough desolate crystals. Don't be careless. The core battlefield is fraught with danger. With Tang Xiao's words, everyone immediately began to discuss spiritedly. The core battlefield? The central region? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the map of the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The map of the Swing battlefield showed that the central region occupied half of the continent. In this region, neither the Heavenly Palace nor the Heaven Destroyer occupied any strongholds. This was because this region had no weak points. It was filled with dense killing intent and fiendish qi, as well as terrifying insects. It was extremely dangerous. There had even been a reciprocity expert who had been bitten to death by a mosquito. Was the killing intent and fiendish qi of the core about to subside? Lu Ming, you can't miss this opportunity. This region was the core battlefield of the last epoch. Although it's dangerous, it also contains the most treasures. Some of the complete source-grade divine weapons unearthed in the Thousand Autumn battlefield all came from this region. Most of the treasures with origin imprints that reciprocity experts need also come from this region. Tang Jun transmitted to Lu Ming. Chapter 46-28. Everyone, the same rules apply. A portion of you can enter the core battlefield, while the rest will stay outside to guard. Those who entered the core battlefield last time will stay outside this time. Those who stayed outside last time can enter this time. There are still 3 days. Find your companions, and prepare yourselves. Tang Xiao said. After saying this, he turned around and left. The other origins also left one after another. As soon as the origin realm experts left, the battlefield fell into a heated discussion. A portion of people had to stay outside, so they naturally lost interest. However, those who could enter the core battlefield were very excited, and had already begun to look for companions to join forces with. Entering the core battlefield was very dangerous, and moving alone was even more dangerous. The chances of dying were extremely high. It was much safer to find some powerful companions to work with. Some of them were especially popular. For example, the people from the Myriad Spirits insect race were the most popular. A group of people surrounded them and invited them. Lu Ming saw that Lin Yi was also surrounded by a group of people. The insects in the core battlefield were extremely powerful. Even without killing intent, they were still very dangerous. With the help of the experts from the Myriad Spirits insect race, they could avoid those insects. It was difficult not to be popular. Lin Yi is really popular. Tang Jun, who should we find to join forces with? Lu Ming looked at Tang Jun. No rush. I have a good relationship with Lin Yi. He won't choose anyone else. Tang Jun said. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Yi rejected the others and walked toward Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Tang Jun, Lu Ming, how about we join forces? I think we had a great time working together last time. Lin Yi smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was an old fox. He knew that peerless geniuses like Lu Ming and Tang Jun were usually accompanied by great luck. Lu Ming's luck was especially great. Moving together with Tang Jun and Lu Ming would often yield great gains. For example, last time he had only wandered around the forest of ghosts for a few days, but he had obtained over 100,000 desolate crystals and 4 semi-finished origin-grade divine weapons. He had tasted the sweetness of success last time, so this time, no matter what, he had to work with Lu Ming and Tang Jun. Even if the others had higher cultivation and were more powerful, he did not take them to heart. The 3 of us aren't strong enough. We need to find a few more helpers. Tang Jun said. Don't worry, leave this to me. Lin Yi said. Alright, see you in 3 days. Tang Jun said. Soon after, Tang Jun and Lu Ming returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming entered his room and sat in meditation, adjusting his condition to its peak. At the same time, Xiaoqin checked the origin seed and the sovereign personage arm. These were all his trump cards. If he ran into an irresistible danger, they would be of great use. Very quickly 3 days passed. Lu Ming and Tang Jun arrived at the rendezvous point with Lin Yi. They saw Lin Yi and the other 2 people he brought with him. As for the other 2 people, one was an old man, and the other was a middle-aged man. Heaven and Earth clan. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. The old man was a member of the Heaven-Earth race. He had 2 heads, one black and one white, making him particularly conspicuous. Lu Ming had a deep impression of the Heaven-Earth race. In the Origin War, the origin of the Heaven-Earth race had displayed incredible strength, fighting 1 against 2. His fighting prowess was astonishing. This was one of the top 10 races of the ancient era. Lu Ming could sense that this Heaven-Earth race old man was a 7th-level god lord. As for the middle-aged man, Lu Ming didn't know what race he was from, but his aura was extremely vigorous, even stronger than the Heaven-Earth race old man. Lu Ming, that middle-aged man, is an expert of the Moke race. The Moke race was once one of the top 10 races. Tang Jun transmitted his introduction to Lu Ming. The Moke race. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He now knew of another one of the top 10 races. You're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mo Chang, an expert of the Moke race. He's an 8th-level god lord. Lin Yi pointed at the man in the middle, and then at the Heaven-Earth race old man. This is an expert of the Heaven-Earth race. His name is Ronggong, and he's a 7th-level god lord. Both of them are extremely powerful, far surpassing experts of the same level. Greetings, the 2 of you. Lu Ming and Tang Jun cupped their fists in greeting. Mo Chang, Ronggong, I don't think I need to introduce you. Lin Yi smiled. Of course. We're already familiar with Miss Tang Jun, and there's also Lu Ming, who has the forbidden body. It was thanks to Lu Ming's treasures that we were able to achieve a great victory. It is our fortune to be able to work with the 2 of you. Mo Chang smiled. Ronggong also smiled and greeted them. Although Lu Ming and Tang Jun were only 5th-level god lords, Mo Chang and Ronggong did not underestimate them in the slightest. They were keenly aware that Lu Ming and Tang Jun were the apex prodigies of the universe. Their fighting power could not be measured by their cultivation. Okay, time's almost up. Let's go, Lin Yi said. Then the group of 5 headed north. Many teams had already set out for the core battlefield. The Heaven Destroyer was located around the core battlefield. There were 10-some fortresses around it, and these fortresses could all be used to enter the core battlefield. Lu Ming and the rest randomly chose a fortress. Not long after, they arrived at the fortress. Let's go. Tang Jun took a deep breath and flew out first. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind, flying out of the fortress and entering the core battlefield. How desolate and deathly still. Lu Ming looked ahead. The core battlefield was completely different from the other regions of the Thousand Autumns battlefield. The other regions of the Thousand Autumns battlefield had already given birth to a few plants after so many years, but the core battlefield was completely desolate. There were no plants at all, only dark red or black rocks. It was like a purgatory. The war in this region in the last epoch was far too intense. Baleful aura and killing intent soared into the sky. Even after countless years, no plants have been able to grow here. However, it has given birth to many terrifying insects. Many of these insects are hiding underground, so be careful. Tang Jun said to Lu Ming. Swish. At this moment, a figure flew over Lu Ming's group. Its speed was extremely shocking, and it was brazen as if it had no scruples at all. Reciprocity. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The person who had just flown over was a reciprocity expert. It was no wonder that he was so fearless. When there was no killing intent or baleful aura, there were not many insects that could pose a threat to reciprocity experts, even though they were powerful. Only when the killing intent and baleful aura surged into the sky would the insects go berserk. Using the killing intent and baleful aura, they could pose a fatal threat to reciprocity experts. If we encounter the Heavenly Palace's origin energy in the core battlefield, won't we be in danger? Lu Ming asked. The person who had just flown over was clearly the origin energy of the Heaven Destroyer. If they encountered the origin energy of the Heavenly Palace, wouldn't they be in danger? Although he had used the great imitation technique to change his appearance and presence, he could not fool the origin energy. Chapter 46:29. Don't worry, they usually won't. I heard that there's a huge hall in the center of the battlefield. It was an extremely important place in the last Aeon, and contains countless treasures. Even reciprocity experts would risk their lives for it, so every time we enter the battlefield, the reciprocity experts will head to the hall as soon as possible. You won't come across any reciprocity experts in the surroundings. Lin Yi explained. I see. Only then did Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as he did not come across reciprocity experts, those below reciprocity would not be able to see through his great imitation technique. It would be difficult for them to discover his true identity. Once they learned of his true identity, the people of the Heavenly Palace would not let him go. Back when they fought for the fort, the reciprocity experts were all fighting for their lives, so they obviously did not have the time to carefully investigate Lu Ming. As a result, they failed to discover Lu Ming's true identity. If it were not for the fact that they were fighting for their lives and carefully investigating Lu Ming would have been exposed. Let's go to the left. There's a venomous insect hibernating underground to the right. Lin Ye's two antennae trembled, and an invisible ripple spread out to investigate the insect there. Lu Ming and the others followed Lin Yi to the left, making their way to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, a powerful existence had descended on the Thousand Autumn battlefield. He was Yiling Tianshou's father. He had pursued Lu Ming the entire time, and had actually arrived here. Lu Ming, that kid, should have arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield. His presence has been severed here, so he should be in there. Kid, no matter where you run, you won't be able to escape from me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death for killing my son. Yiling Tianshou's father roared inside as killing intent filled his eyes. Back then, he had lost track of Lu Ming due to the spatial storms, so he had gone in a different direction. However, after chasing for a while, he still failed to find any traces of Lu Ming, so he changed directions again. Just like that, he constantly changed directions and searched. In the end, he discovered Lu Ming's presence again. He had a unique talent. As long as there was a sliver of presence left behind, he could track it down. In the end, he followed the faint presence to the Thousand Autumn battlefield. With a flash, Yiling Tianshou's father entered the Thousand Autumn battlefield, arriving in the region occupied by the Heavenly Palace. Who's there? Yiling Tianshou's father had already appeared, but he was discovered by someone. A figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. He Tianshou's a celestial exalt from the Heavenly Palace. Naturally, there were reciprocity experts guarding the small fragments around the Thousand Autumn battlefield. TTTest. He had been guarding the entrance to the dark universe in the illusion Heavenly Palace. That was why the Heavenly Palace's origin was suspicious when it noticed Yiling Ganlu. My son Yiling Tianshou has been killed. The person who killed him is in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. How can I not come? Yiling Ganlia's voice was very cold. What? Tianshou has been killed? Who's so bold? The Heavenly Palace's origin realm expert roared. Lu Ming, that Lu Ming with the forbidden body. Yiling Ganlu said coldly. Lu Ming with the forbidden body has actually come to the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Why didn't I receive any news? The Heavenly Palace's origin realm expert's expression suddenly changed. That kid might have used a technique to change his appearance and aura, but he's definitely in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. It looks like he's with the traitors. Yiling Ganlia's eyes flickered with cold light. Clearly, he was thinking about how to capture and kill Lu Ming. Now that the killing intent and baleful aura in the core battlefield has subsided, I think Lu Ming should have entered the core battlefield. If you want to find him, why don't you go to the core battlefield? The Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm expert said. The core battlefield? Very well. Yiling Ganlu said coldly. His figure flashed and he left this place. Not long after, Yiling Ganlu passed through one of the Heavenly Palace's fortresses and entered the core battlefield. The core battlefield rarely opens. It's said that there's a palace left behind from the previous era in the central area. There are countless treasures. If it were any other time, I wouldn't miss it. But Lu Ming deserves to die. I can't let him go. Yiling Ganlia's eyes flashed with killing intent. The palace in the center of the core battlefield was also very attractive to him. If it were any other time, he would have rushed over. But now his desire for revenge was even stronger. He planned to find Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming first. If there was still time, it wouldn't be too late to go to the palace. Whoosh! Yiling Tianshou rushed into the core battlefield and spread out his spiritual sense to search for Lu Ming. On the other side, Lu Ming's group of 5 was already millions of miles deep into the core battlefield. Along the way, they didn't encounter any insect attacks. It was all thanks to Lin Ye's senses that they could sense the insects in time every time, and avoid them in advance or take a detour. Delicious food, I think there's something delicious ahead. Qiu suddenly shouted and turned into a ball, floating on Lu Ming's shoulder, its eyes shining. Qiu, did you find something? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Qiu wouldn't be like this unless it sensed a treasure. Yes, I sense something delicious. Qiu's path. Lin Yi, there aren't any insects ahead, right? Lu Ming asked Lin Yi. No, don't worry. Lin Ye's eyes were also shining. He had seen Qiu's ability when he entered the ghost forest with Lu Ming last time. If it weren't for Qiu last time, they probably wouldn't have gained anything. Now Qiu sensed something again? Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming took Qiu and flew out first. The others followed closely behind Lu Ming. Mo Chang and Ronggong were both very curious. They didn't know what Lu Ming would find with this metallic life form. After thousands of li, Qiu stopped, and then started digging crazily at the ground under its feet. Not long after, Qiu dug out a deep pit, and a weapon was revealed. This was a bronze pagoda. However, it was dilapidated and rusty. It looked very old. When ordinary people saw it, they would think that it was a piece of junk. However, Lu Ming and the group were not ordinary people. They could clearly feel that the dilapidated bronze pagoda was exuding a mysterious and vigorous aura. It was the aura of origin. This was a broken source-level weapon. A broken source-level weapon, ha ha ha. It was the size of a ball, and it grabbed the broken source-grade divine weapon in its hand. Lu Ming, keep this for me first. You can give it to me after I've digested what I ate last time. Qiu handed the broken weapon to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming took it and put it in the chaos ring. On the side, Mo Chang and Ronggong were stunned and only reacted after a long while. Chapter 46:30. To be able to sense something so deep underground, this ability is really amazing. Mo Chang exclaimed. With such a powerful treasure, wouldn't you be able to get as many treasures as you want? Ronggong was also amazed. It's not that powerful. Qiu is only sensitive to metal materials. He can't sense things like the desolate crystal. Lu Ming said. That's already amazing enough. I suddenly have an idea. I wonder if you dare to give it a try. Mo Chang said. What idea? Tang Jun asked. Since Qiu has such a powerful sensing ability, we might be able to go to the Immortal Burial Blood Sea to seize the opportunity. Mo Chang said. The Immortal Burial Blood Sea. Lin Yi and Ronggong's expressions changed. Only Tang Jun remained calm. What kind of place is the Immortal Burial Blood Sea? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Immortal Burial Blood Sea should be the place of a fierce battle in the last era. Countless overlords died in battle and their blood spilled, forming a sea of blood that buried countless overlords. Of course, there are also the treasures that those overlords carried with them. So there are a lot of treasures under the Immortal Burial Blood Sea. Even after so many years, there are still many treasures that have been preserved, which attracted a lot of overlords. Legend has it that the immortal burial blood sea once buried immortals. Tang Jun explained in detail. Immortals? What's immortals? Lu Ming was confused. Of course, he had heard of this word and knew it, but he didn't know the specific meaning. Immortals are just a title. According to the books we found in the ruins of the universe, the people of the last era called transcendents immortals, Tang Jun said. Transcendents. Lu Ming was shocked. Transcendents were beyond the origin and the universe. They had an infinite lifespan and could even be reincarnated. The realm that no one in the current universe could reach was called immortals in the last era. According to the books left behind in the last era, immortals are the ultimate goal of all cultivators. The goal of the cultivators of the last era was to become immortals. Tang Jun continued. Clearly, Lin Yi and the others had heard of the legends of immortals, and they did not look surprised. The immortal burial sea of blood is usually a place where high-level divine lords go. Those high-level divine lords from the heavenly palace also go there. With our strength, we're still a little weak. Lin Yi said. We won't compete with others. Once we find people from the heavenly palace, we'll just take a detour. We just need to rely on Qiu to find treasures. When we find treasures, Lu Ming will get the bigger share, and we'll split the smaller share. What do you think? Mo Chang said. I think it's feasible. Tang Jun said. I can give it a try. In the end, Lin Yi and Rong Gong also nodded. Lu Ming naturally had no objections. He had always been bold and daring, seeking riches and honor in the midst of danger. What was a little danger to him? Moreover, the five of them, together with Qiu, might not be weak. After making up their minds, they immediately changed directions and headed towards the immortal burial blood sea. About 3 days later, they finally arrived at the immortal burial blood sea. The immortal burial blood sea was really an ocean. At a glance, it was boundless and filled with blood-red seawater. The seawater was tumbling, but there was no smell of blood. Instead, there was a faint murderous intent and evil spirit. No one would dare to come to the immortal burial blood sea when it's filled with murderous intent and evil spirit. Even now, there's still a faint murderous intent and evil spirit. Moreover, there are many powerful insects living in the blood sea. You have to be careful after entering. Tang Jun said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Right away, they flew into the sea of blood and flew above the sea of blood. Whoosh! Looking down into the blood sea, they could see several huge figures swimming in the blood-red seawater. They were clearly huge insects. However, these insects did not rush up to attack them. The insects here rely more on the blood water in the blood sea. They won't leave the water to attack, so it's safer to fly above the water. However, if you want to find the treasures in the blood sea, you have to enter the blood sea. That way, you'll be attacked by those insects. Tang Jun explained. That's right. Therefore, we have a huge advantage with Qiu. We don't have to enter the blood sea to look for treasures. We can just fly above the sea and wait for Qiu to sense the treasures in the sea before we enter the blood sea. This will reduce a lot of danger. Mo Chang said. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. Without needing Lu Ming's instructions, Qiu had already flown out. Its eyes were rolling as it sensed. Whoosh! Suddenly, layers of waves appeared in the blood sea not far away. There were even rumbling sounds coming from the blood sea. Someone is fighting with the insects. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He looked through the sea of blood and saw 7 to 8 figures fighting fiercely with a few worms in the sea of blood. They were Heaven Destroyer's men. 7 or 8 Heaven Destroyer's men fought fiercely as they rushed upward. In the end, they all rushed out of the sea and the insects did not chase after them. However, those 7 or 8 people were all injured. It could be seen how terrifying the insects they had encountered just now were. Those 7 or 8 people also saw Lu Ming and the others. They nodded and greeted them before flying into the distance. Lu Ming and the others chose to fly in another direction. After a while, got it. I feel that there's something delicious down there. Qiu stared at the sea below and said, What treasure is down there? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It should be a broken source-level divine weapon. Qiu said. A broken source-level divine weapon. That's right. Let's go down. Mo Chang said. A broken source-level divine weapon was also a very valuable treasure for others. Lin Yi, there are no insects nearby, right? Then Emo-chang asked Lin Yi. No, I've sensed it. Lin Yi said. Okay, let's go down. Emo-chang nodded. The 5 of them, including Qiu, rushed into the blood sea. The blood water in the blood sea was said to be formed by the blood of countless experts. Even after so many years, it still contained a lot of energy and was extremely heavy. Moreover, even if the killing intent and evil aura had subsided, the blood water still contained some killing intent and evil aura that would constantly corrode the living beings that entered. Lu Ming and the others set up layers of defense on the surface of their bodies to block the corrosion of the blood water. They sped up and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was very deep. They had been descending for more than 100,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. They could see half of the battle saber stabbed into the rocks at the bottom of the sea, emitting strange fluctuations. That's right, it was a broken source-level divine weapon. Lu Ming flew over, pulled the broken source-level divine weapon out of the ground, and put it into his storage ring. Of course, Lu Ming could not have this broken source-level divine weapon alone. Everyone had a share. According to the agreement, Lu Ming would get more. After all, searching for treasures in the blood sea required everyone's strength. Chapter 46:31. Not good, let's go, there's a worm coming. At this moment, Lin Ye's expression changed as he exclaimed. The countenances of Lu Ming, Tang Jun and the rest changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the 5 of them shot upward like arrows released from a bow. However, it was still too late. 2 worms had already swum over. These 2 worms were like 2 blood-red snakes, but they didn't look like snakes. Their bodies were like snakes, but their heads weren't like snakes. They were filled with sharp fangs. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 worms were extremely fast. They were like 2 long whips, lashing towards Lu Ming and the rest. Their speed was so terrifying that the blood water was drawn away, forming a vacuum zone. Lu Ming and Tang Jun were attacked by one of the worms. The 2 of them joined hands to block it, but after being struck by the worm, their bodies trembled violently and they couldn't help but fall back. On the other side, Emo-chang and the rest were also sent flying by the worm. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. Before he could recover, the long worm whipped him again. Kill it, Lu Ming hollered. He held the God of Combat spear in his hand and pierced the long worm's body. However, it did not pierce through. Lu Ming discovered that the long worm's body was extremely tough. The God of Combat spear only pierced through a layer of skin, and it was less than an inch deep. Instead, there was a strong rebounding force that caused Lu Ming's arm to go numb. After being pierced by Lu Ming, the worm seemed to be incomparably furious. It let out an ear-piercing shriek, its mouth filled with sharp fangs biting towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Slash! Qiu turned into a halberd and slashed at the worm's head. Of course, it didn't cut off the worm's head, but it caused it to deviate. Following that, Tang Jun slashed out with his sword. The sword light dyed the blood sea with a layer of white light. It also slashed at the worm's head, but it only broke a layer of skin and didn't cut off the worm's head. Not only was this long worm astonishingly strong, but its defense was also terrifyingly strong. Don't get entangled with them. Let's rush out of the sea. Otherwise, we'll attract more insects and be in danger. Lin Yi shouted. Go. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others no longer attacked, rushing towards the surface of the sea with all their might. Yi and Mo-chang and Ronggong also rushed upwards with all their might. The 2 long worms screeched and chased after them relentlessly. Lu Ming and the others attacked while rushing upwards. In the end, they rushed out of the sea. The 2 long worms swam back and forth in the sea, screaming nonstop. After a while, they sank into the sea and left. What a terrifying worm. Are all the worms in the immortal burial sea of blood so powerful? Lu Ming said. Not all of them are that strong. We were unlucky and met 2 of the stronger ones. Many of them shouldn't be that strong, but there are stronger ones. It all depends on luck. Lin Yi said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. If all the worms were that powerful, no one would dare to go into the sea to look for treasures. Not many, just a dozen of those worms would make it difficult for Lu Ming and the others to escape. Lin Yi, Didn't you sense that there were no worms before? Why did two suddenly appear? Mo Chang looked at Lin Yi unhappily. I sensed them before. But there was indeed no worms. However, the blood here contains a strange energy that interferes with my senses. The distance I can sense is greatly reduced. Those two long worms should have been outside the range of my senses before, but they were attracted after we went into the sea. Lin Yi said. These words made Lu Ming, Mo Chang, and the others' expressions become more serious. It seemed that they had to be more careful in the future. Then they left the place, and Qiu continued to sense. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, they had gained a lot. They obtained 5 or 6 pieces of strange metals. Metals that could soak in the blood sea for a long time were definitely not to be underestimated. In addition, they found a total of 3 damaged weapons. This was a very great harvest. After all, many groups had searched the blood sea for a very long time without finding a single damaged weapon. If others wanted to search, they would have to enter the depths of the immortal burial sea of blood. If they did that, they would have to pay attention to the attacks of the worms. They would face danger at all times, so the efficiency of searching would obviously be very slow. How could they be like Qiu, who could sense the treasures at the bottom of the sea just by flying on the surface? The only drawback was that Qiu could only sense treasures that contained precious metals. It could not sense anything that was not metal. For example, Qiu could not sense some extremely high-grade storage pouches. The ones that could really make a fortune were those extremely high-grade storage pouches. Those storage pouches could be preserved in the blood sea for countless years without being damaged. They were definitely left behind by the almighty figures of the last era. There might be some shocking treasures inside. In the past, there had been people who had obtained such storage pouches and discovered shocking treasures inside. There were even treasures that surpassed origin-grade weapons, and a large number of treasures that contained origin imprints. It was also because of this that a large number of reciprocity experts had once been attracted to the immortal burial sea of blood to search for treasures. However, that kind of storage pouch was extremely rare, to the point that it was extremely rare. In the 10 stellar years since the 1000 Autumn battlefield had been discovered, only 2 of such storage pouches had been found. This was mainly because the water of the immortal burial sea of blood contained terrifying energy. If it were not for the fact that the storage pouches were astonishingly high grade, the other storage pouches would have corroded long ago. However, even so, Mo Chang, Ronggong, Lin Yi and the others were extremely satisfied. With the value of damaged origin-grade weapons, they had obtained quite a lot of wealth. Only half a day had passed. In the past, they had only been waiting for the killing intent and baleful aura of the core battlefield to reappear. They might not have been able to find a damaged weapon. If they spent a little more time, their harvest would definitely be even greater. They continued to search. At the same time, they expanded their spiritual senses, paying attention to the situation in the surroundings at all times. After all, not only would the people of the Heaven Destroyer come to the immortal burial sea of blood, but the people of the Heavenly Palace would also come. There was always danger. However, Lu Ming and the others still did not discover that there were several pairs of eyes staring at them from the sea of blood not far from them. This was a group of experts from the Heavenly Palace. There were a total of 7 of them. They hid in the sea of blood, and their auras were obscured by the sea of blood. This was why Lu Ming and the others could not sense them. One of them seems to be the daughter of the Forbidden Sword ancestor, Tang Feng. The 7 experts of the Heavenly Palace secretly conversed. That's right. It's Tang Feng's daughter, Tang Jun. Very good. I never thought I would run into Tang Jun here. As long as we capture her, it will be a huge blow to the rebels. At that time, young Palace Master Yi Xian will definitely reward us handsomely. Tang Jun is secondary. That metallic life form is the most important. It can actually sense the treasures at the bottom of the sea. Once we obtain it, just how many treasures can we obtain from the 1000 Autumn battlefield? It definitely won't be a problem for us to soar to the sky in the future. That's right. We must obtain that metallic life form. The 7 experts of the Heavenly Palace secretly conversed, their eyes burning with passion. Chapter 46-32. Then should we attack now? With our strength, we're more than capable of taking them down. one of the 7 Heavenly Palace experts asked. They had already seen through the cultivation of Lu Ming's group. One was an 8th-level Divine Lord, one was a 7th-level Divine Lord, one was a 6th-level Divine Lord, and 2 were 5th-level Divine Lords. 4 of them were 8th-level Divine Lords and 3 7th-level Divine Lords. There was a huge gap between them in terms of combat prowess. No, wait a moment. If we attack here, we might attract the attention of other traders. Let's wait until they're a little farther away before attacking. That way, we won't attract the attention of others. We'll be safe, a female heavenly human said. This female heavenly human looked very young, only in her 20s. She was very beautiful. Her cultivation was only at the 7th-level Divine Lord realm, but the other 8th-level Divine Lords seemed to regard her as their leader. Yes, then we'll wait here. The others nodded. They were hiding in the sea, unafraid of the insects. The main reason was that the young heavenly human woman was holding a disc array in her hand. Runes were emitted from the disc array, forming a circle of runes that enveloped them. This runic halo seemed to have a concealment effect. As long as they weren't too close to the insects wouldn't be able to discover them. Lu Ming's group didn't even realize that they were being watched. They continued forward. Mo Chang had been to the immortal burial Bloodsea before, so he was somewhat familiar with this place. Now, Mo Chang wanted to take Lu Ming's group to a more remote part of the sea. Although there were more insects there, and it was more dangerous, there might also be more treasures there. After a period of time, they approached this part of the sea. Suddenly the sea churned, and 7 figures charged out like lightning, surrounding Lu Ming's group. Not good. It's the Heavenly Palace. How can they hide in the sea without being discovered by the insects? Mo Chang, Lin Yi, and the others turned pale with fright and cried out. The faces of Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others also darkened. This was especially true for Mo Chang, who was also an 8th-level Divine Lord. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discovered the cultivation levels of the 7 Heavenly Palace members. 4 8th-level Divine Lords and 3 7th-level Divine Lords. This level of combat power was far above his group. How could they resist this? Tang Jun, your luck is over. Now, we'll give you a chance to cultivate at your own expense and return to the Heavenly Palace with us. You'll suffer less. One of the pale-faced heavenly human tribe elders sneered as he scanned Tang Jun with a cold gaze. There were also a few people who looked at Qiuqiu with burning eyes, revealing deep greed. As for Lu Ming, he was directly ignored by these people from the Sky Palace. How could they take a 5th-level Divine Master seriously? He was not a peerless genius like Tang Jun. Boom. 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 The 7 Heavenly Palace experts unleashed their full strength, their powerful energies pressing down on Lu Ming's group. They wanted to strike fear into Lu Ming's group, so that they could defeat them in one fell swoop. 4 8th-level Divine Lords and 3 7th-level Divine Lords. They did not conceal their cultivation, so Lu Ming naturally knew their cultivation levels. He swept his gaze over them, secretly observing them. The pale-faced heavenly human race elder was an 8th-level Divine Lord. There was also a middle-aged heavenly human race woman, also an 8th-level Divine Lord. The other 2 were heavenly human race men who looked exactly the same. They were clearly twins and were also 8th-level Divine Lords. There was also a young heavenly human race woman who was a 7th-level Divine Lord. The remaining 2 were not from the heavenly human race. One was from the angel race and the other was from the blood race. Lu Ming even recognized the angel race. When Lu Ming had first arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield, he had encountered a 12-winged angel who had attacked him. Tang Jun had arrived midway and saved Lu Ming. The angel before him was the one who had attacked Lu Ming back then. This angel and the blood race both had 7th-level Divine Lord cultivations. Tang Jun said nothing, but the energy on his body grew stronger and stronger. It was clear that he had pushed his energy to the limit, and was ready to fight at any moment. How should we divide the 5 of them? Among them, the pale-faced elder from the angel clan asked. Leave the smoke race remnant to me. The middle-aged heavenly human race woman coldly said, her powerful energy locking onto Mo Chang's body. Boom. Mo Chang also erupted with his own energy, fighting back against the middle-aged heavenly human race man. Their energies clashed, creating a series of explosions. Tang Jun is extremely strong. Although he's only a 5th-level divine lord, we can't be careless. Leave him to this old man. The pale-faced heavenly human race elder said, his powerful energy locking onto Tang Jun. Everyone says that the top 10 races of the ancient era were stronger than the current ones, but I don't believe it. Leave this heaven and earth race fellow to me. The blood race expert stepped forward, his energy locking onto Rongong. He was of the same level as Rongong, and he wanted to prove that the blood race was not weaker than the heaven and earth race, perhaps even stronger. Then leave these two to me. I'll kill them. The powerful angel's aura was fixed on Lin Yi and Lu Ming. His body was covered in sacred light, and 12 angel wings extended from his body. With a flap of his wings, his body shot toward Lu Ming and Lin Yi like a bolt of lightning. A few streaks of angelic sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and Lin Yi. It was clear that this angel did not recognize Lu Ming. This was because the appearance and aura Lu Ming had imitated through the great imitation art was completely different from when he had first arrived at the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Lu Ming, watch out. Lin Yi roared, circulating his energy to the limit as he prepared to resist. Lin Yi, leave it to me. Lu Ming calmly said. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Yi. He grabbed at the air, condensing a spear and thrusting it forward, shooting out several beams of light. After coming to the Thousand Autumn battlefield, his cultivation had broken through 2 levels, going from level 3 God Lord to level 5 God Lord. He really wanted to test just how strong his battle prowess was. This angel race expert was a 12-winged angel, the apex of the angel race's talent. He was also a level 7 God Lord, and his fighting strength was no weaker than Yiling Tianxiu's. It was most suitable for him to use it to test his current combat strength. Boom, boom, boom. The spear light and sword light clashed, exploding with explosions. The sword light collapsed, and the spear light exploded. The angel race expert grimaced and retreated. In the end, he managed to avoid most of the spear light, but he was still struck by one, leaving a deep wound on his body. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace frowned. Lu Ming's fighting strength had exceeded their expectations. It seemed that he was a monstrous genius. Stanford, what's going on? You can't even take down a mere level 5 God Lord? One of the twins asked. The twins stood on either side of the young woman, seemingly having no intention of attacking. Chapter 46-33. The angel race expert, Stanford, had a gloomy expression as he glared at Lu Ming, his murderous intent thick and intense. This brat is very strong, but I can suppress him. I didn't use my full strength just now. Kill him in 3 moves. Stanford said coldly. He had indeed not used his full strength just now. It was just a 6th-tier Divine Master, and a 5th-tier Divine Master. In his opinion, he did not need to use his full strength to kill them. His cultivation was higher, and he was a 12-winged angel. He had absolute confidence in himself. Kill! Stanford shouted. Holy light burst forth and gathered on the angelic sword. He became one with the sword, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed at Lu Ming, intending to cut Lu Ming in half. Through the exchange just now, he knew that Lu Ming was not simple, so he used his full strength in this move. The others from the Heavenly Palace did not attack. They just watched indifferently. They were not in a hurry to attack. They wanted to kill the traitors one by one, instilling fear in them. Only then would they feel satisfied. That's all you've got. Let's end this. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He no longer held back. The war god spear appeared and stabbed out, clashing with the angelic sword. With a loud bang, the angelic combat sword exploded. Lu Ming's spear did not stop. It flashed past like lightning. With a pft sound, the area between Sherdamfo's eyebrows was pierced. His soul was annihilated by the terrifying power, and he died on the spot. Stanford's eyes were wide open. Even in death, he did not understand why Lu Ming was so terrifying that he could not even block a single move. Although he was a 7th-tier Divine Master, his fighting strength was strong enough to contend with an 8th-tier Divine Master of an ordinary race. With such fighting strength, he had been instantly killed by a 5th-tier Divine Master. He died with his eyes wide open. The others from the Heavenly Palace were also shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They were well aware of Stanford's fighting strength. Otherwise, they would not have let Stanford follow them. But now he had been instantly killed by a 5th-tier Divine Master. This was unbelievable. My strength has really increased by a lot. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Sure, Danfo's strength wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianshou. Back in the Stellar Sky continent, Yiling Tianshou wasn't someone he could fight against at all. In the end, he had used all his strength and used some of his trump cards. In the end, he had relied on the Black Fog and Qiuqiu's help to finally kill Yiling Tianshou. But now, he didn't need any help, nor did he need any trump cards, and he could easily kill an expert who wasn't any weaker than Yiling Tianshou. This increase in strength gave Lu Ming a strong sense of satisfaction. Damn it, this brat is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. All of you do it. Leave this brat to me. One of the twins roared and took a step forward. Like a fierce tiger, he charged at Lu Ming. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming showed no fear. He swung his spear to meet the attack. With a clang, the two exchanged blows. The opponent's attack was blocked, and he staggered back. Lu Ming couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What powerful strength, containing 2 types of supreme heavenly force. Another terrifying monstrous character. Lu Ming focused his eyes. One of the twins was extremely strong. He wasn't an ordinary celestial race member. He actually controlled 2 supreme heavenly powers, and his cultivation was at 8th-tier Divine Master. That move just now had made Lu Ming's arm go numb. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, an ordinary 8th-tier Divine Master would definitely not be a match for Lu Ming, and would be killed by Lu Ming. But this one before him was considered one of the best even in the celestial race. He was completely different from an ordinary 8th-tier Divine Master. At the same time, the others also moved. The middle-aged woman launched an attack on Mo Chang. As a member of the celestial race, the middle-aged woman's talent went without saying. However, Mo Chang was not weak either. He was one of the top 10 races of the ancient era. Even if his talent was not as great as the celestial races, it was not too far off. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. On the other side, the pale-faced celestial race elder was engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Jun. Tang Jun was extremely talented. Although he was only a 5th-tier Divine Master, his fighting strength was extremely strong. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he even had a slight advantage. Rongong was engaged in a fierce battle with the 7th-tier Divine Master of the Blood race. Both of them were extremely fast, exchanging more than a dozen blows in an instant. With this, the difference in strength was revealed. It was clear that Rongong was stronger and had the absolute advantage. However, the Blood race had a strange constitution and an extremely strong life force. They were very difficult to kill, so even though Rongong was at a disadvantage, it was not that easy to kill his opponent. This made the 2 celestial race members who had yet to act somewhat gloomy. They had thought that they could easily deal with this, but the difficulty had exceeded their expectations. "Brat, die for me. Die," roared one of the twins. 2 types of supreme heavenly energy erupted from his body, gathering on his battle axe as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lu Ming. "You're the one who's going to die," Lu Ming coldly roared as he waved his war god spear. Spear light tore through the air, piercing through space with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged several dozen blows with his opponent. "Primordial Desolate," Lu Ming suddenly roared as he formed a seal with one hand. A continent appeared and pressed down on his opponent. Lu Ming had not been cultivating for nothing. He was becoming more and more proficient in the Primordial Desolate style, and its power was also growing stronger. In the past, he had needed to form a seal with both hands to use the Primordial Desolate style, but now he could form a seal with one hand. This made it much easier for him to fight. The mountains and rivers of the Primordial Desolate continent were much more realistic than before. It was like the Primordial Desolate continent had truly appeared and was pressing down on his opponent. The berserk energy caused the blood sea below to tremble and swell. "Break for me," roared one of his opponents. His face was extremely solemn as he felt a terrifying sense of danger from this move. He swung his battle axe with all his might, and it landed on the continent with a deafening boom. However, Lu Ming made his move again. He used the sky-piercing style and pierced towards his opponent's forehead. His opponent was shocked. He could only swing his battle axe at Lu Ming. The battle axe collided with the spearlight and blocked the attack of the spearlight. However, the primordial desolate continent continued to press down on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, his opponent's body was smashed into the blood sea like a meteorite. "Second brother!" roared the other twin. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The other experts of the heavenly palace were also shocked. This was especially true for the pale-faced old man who was battling Tang Jun. He had already been forced into a disadvantageous position by Tang Jun. But at this moment his mind was shaken, and in a moment of carelessness he was struck by Tang Jun, coughing up blood as he retreated. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sea below trembled. The waves swept and a figure soared into the sky. It was one of the twins. However, he was in a sorry state. There were many injuries all over his body and blood kept flowing out. The move just now had put him in a difficult position. Chapter 46-34. One of the twins, a heavenly human, glared at Lu Ming like a wild beast, as if he wanted to tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming's move had left him in a terrible state. More than a dozen of his bones had been broken, and his internal organs had been damaged. His injuries were not light. To think that he would be injured by a fifth-tier divine lord. This was a great humiliation. "Brat, I'll tear you apart." The other party roared, his expression savage. "I'll give you a boost." At this moment, the young woman from the heavenly human clan that hadn't fought until now spoke. Before she even finished speaking, she'd formed a seal with her hands. After that, an enormous formation formed by countless symbols floated above her head. Wang. The array trembled. The next moment, an array appeared above the pale-faced elder, the middle-aged woman, the blood race, and one of the twins. The array emitted a milky white light that sprinkled on the group. At this moment, their auras suddenly soared. The 4 experts from the heavenly palace seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their auras surged and became stronger and stronger. Boom. Emo Chang was not weak, but he was forced back by the other party's move. Tang Jun and Ronggong, who had the upper hand, were now suppressed by the other party. "Brat, die for me." The younger twin brother let out a long howl. He held a battle axe in his hand and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The 2 supreme heavenly powers howled as they gathered in the battle axe, filling the sky with axe shadows. Primeval desolation. Lu Ming once again used the primeval desolation style. A continent formed and pressed down on the other party. "Open for me." The other party roared as the battle axe struck the continent. The continent trembled, and cracks appeared on it before it exploded. The other party's figure was only slightly hindered before he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Wang. The war god's spear trembled as it thrust forward, clashing with the battle axe. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of blows. The younger twin's attack was blocked, and he was forced back. But Lu Ming's body also trembled as he drifted back. What powerful strength! His strength has at least doubled from before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and his expression became somewhat solemn. He glanced at the young woman from the heavenly human tribe, and then looked at the rune formation above his second brother's head. Obviously, it was because of this matrix that second brother and the other masters of the heavenly palace had become much more powerful. It could actually increase one's strength. This ability was a little terrifying. When one's realm was relatively low, there would indeed be some talents who specialized in support. These people were not good at fighting, but they were invincible in support. They could support others and increase their combat power. However, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult it would be to enhance it. Not to mention reaching the Divine Master realm. It was extremely difficult to make a Divine Master's battle prowess explosively increase. This woman from the heavenly human tribe was definitely gifted. She was a rare genius in the heavenly human tribe. Taboo power. Kid, the power you possess is taboo power. You are Lu Ming. The second twin brother suddenly roared. After exchanging many blows with Lu Ming, he finally discovered that the power that Lu Ming controlled was forbidden power. What? Taboo power. The others were also shocked. Then, cold murderous intent burst out from their hearts. Lu Ming. It was actually Lu Ming. No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. However, since it was Lu Ming, all the more reason to get rid of him. All the more reason to kill him. Lu Ming die. After I kill you, I will soar to the sky. The second twin brother's eyes were burning. He stared at Lu Ming. The supreme heavenly power in his body burst out crazily. Once again he charged at Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. He waved his spear and fought with his opponent. The two of them fought crazily. After exchanging more than 100 blows, there was still no clear winner. Should I use my origin energy? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The older twin brother had not made a move, guarding that young woman. However, he still gave Lu Ming a strong pressure, making him feel very dangerous. Furthermore, Mo Chang and the others were already at a disadvantage. This was especially true for Mo Chang. He was in a precarious situation and could be killed at any time. Lu Ming wanted to use his origin energy to defeat his second brother. However, he did not think that he could kill the other party in one move. If he could not kill the other party in one move, the situation would not change. After Mo Chang was killed, that middle-aged woman would be free, and they would be in even more danger. Could it be that he had to take out the sovereign personage arm? However, Lu Ming immediately dismissed this idea. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill these people from the heavenly palace with the sovereign personage arm. However, the sovereign personage arm would be exposed. According to the bronze box, once one collected the complete sovereign personage body, one could sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled throughout history. It would be easy to flatten the heavenly palace. Such a horrifying sovereign personage body was already unimaginably precious. Life spirits, the four great treasures of the heavenly court, or other top treasures in the universe, were far inferior to it. Therefore, as long as the news about the sovereign personage body leaked out, it could lead to an earth-shattering disaster. Lu Ming would never use it unless he had no other choice. So, what should he do now? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he glanced at the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. The root of the problem was still this young woman. As long as he killed this woman, without her support, Tang Jun, Mo Chang, Rong Gong and the others would be able to turn the situation around. Clang. Lu Ming wielded the divine battle spear with all his strength and clashed with his second brother's battle axe. Both of them were pushed back. Now is the time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he cast the greater aurora art. He turned into an aurora and rushed towards the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. He held the divine battle spear tightly in his right hand, and planned to use his divine power of origin. He knew that the older twin brother would not let him succeed so easily and would definitely stop him. He would use his origin power to defeat the older twin brother, and then kill the young woman from the heavenly human tribe. As expected, the older twin brother stepped forward with murderous intent in his eyes. For extremities celestial domain. Two cold yells sounded from the front and back of Lu Ming. Suddenly, a terrifying force enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, 4 huge pillars rose around Lu Ming. These 4 pillars were of different colors, and were all formed by the supreme power of heaven. The 4 pillars propped up a terrifying field energy, shrouding Lu Ming within it. Oh no, this is a joint attack. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He could already see that this was the twin brothers' joint attack. The two of them each controlled 2 different kinds of supreme power of heaven. In total, they had 4 kinds of supreme power of heaven, which was almost the same as the perfect power of heaven. The 4 kinds of power of heaven formed a prison-like force field that trapped Lu Ming inside. Chapter 46:35. Break for me. Lu Ming shouted as he charged forward with the war god spear in hand. The war god spear pierced through the air and stabbed forward. However, when the spear of the war god approached, a wall of light appeared between the 2 pillars. This wall of light had 4 colors. It was clearly formed by the fusion of 4 types of supreme heavenly powers. Boom. The war god's spear stabbed into the wall of light. The wall of light shook violently, producing a powerful rebound force that caused the war god's spear to vibrate continuously. Lu Ming's body couldn't help but retreat. What a powerful force. I can't break it. Lu Ming's face darkened. Ha 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 kid, you're overestimating yourself. You want to break our 4 extremities celestial domain with your strength? Dream on. The younger brother of the twins laughed from behind. Now it's our turn to attack. Lu Ming die. The older brother of the twins shouted coldly. Suddenly, dozens of sword lights appeared around Lu Ming. These sword lights were all formed by the 4 types of supreme heavenly powers. They whistled out and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Buzz. The war god's spear vibrated. Lu Ming stabbed out dozens of spear lights in an attempt to block these sword lights. However, the speed of these sword gleams was too fast, and they were very powerful. It was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Lu Ming couldn't block all of them with his full strength. His body was slashed by a sword light, and a deep wound appeared. His shoulder was also pierced by a sword light, and a hole appeared from the front to the back. Lu Ming was injured, and the others weren't in a good situation either. Emo Chang was in the most danger. He was already injured, and blood was constantly seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Tang Jun was also completely at a disadvantage. He could only barely hold on. On the other side, Rong Gong and Lin Yi were fighting against the blood tribe experts. Lin Ye's cultivation was the lowest here. He couldn't interfere in the battle between Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and Emo Chang. If he joined, not only would he not be of help, but he would also be killed by the other party. The only thing he could barely interfere in was the battle between Rong Gong and the blood tribe experts. However, even with Lin Yi joining, they were still no match for the blood tribe experts. However, the situation was slightly better. They could protect themselves for the time being. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Lu Ming and the others were completely annihilated. Lu Ming, I'll help you. Qiu flew out of Lu Ming's wrist and transformed into a mirror, and shot out a pillar of light, wanting to envelop the older brother of the twins. However, the light pillar did not fly out of the 4 extremities celestial domain either, also being blocked by the surrounding light walls. Ha ha ha, no matter what attack you use, it will be blocked by the 4 extremities celestial domain. Once you enter the 4 extremities celestial domain, only death awaits you. Second brother laughed loudly. His killing intent was incomparably strong, and his gaze was also incomparably hot. Qiu roared and flew back to Lu Ming's wrist. Then it wriggled rapidly and turned into an armor on Lu Ming's body. This is the aura of an origin divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, among the broken source level divine weapons that you fed me, I will first refine the broken armor. I can barely evolve it. Hopefully it can block the other party's attack. Qiu's voice sounded. At this moment, the twins launched another attack. More than a dozen sword lights attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming continued to brandish the battle god spear to block. However, there were still sword lights that weren't blocked and attacked Lu Ming's body. Clang. Clang. This time, several sword lights attacked Lu Ming's body. There were sounds of metal clashing, but they were reflected by the armor on Lu Ming's body. They didn't penetrate Lu Ming's armor, and only left a few shallow marks on it. I blocked it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At the same time, he messaged Qiu to ask if it was alright. Don't worry. They couldn't even penetrate my armor, so how could they injure me? Qiu's smug voice sounded. Lu Ming immediately relaxed. As expected of an origin divine weapon armor. After Qiu refined it, it still had a portion of the origin divine weapon armor's power and astonishing defensive capabilities. The combined attack of the twins was extremely powerful. Even a 9th-tier divine lord expert would die if they came in here. Unless it was a top-tier 9th-tier divine lord. But this power had been blocked by the armor Qiu had transformed into. The twins were somewhat dazed, and then their eyes began to burn with flames. These were the flames of greed. They could clearly see that the armor on Lu Ming's body had been transformed by that metallic life form. Not only could this metallic life form sense the treasures beneath the blood sea, it could also create armor with incredible defensive capabilities. This was a priceless treasure. They had to obtain it. Kill. The twins roared as they pushed their strength to the limit, pushing the power of their combined attack to its limits. This time, the sword light was even stronger, but when it struck Lu Ming's body, it still failed to penetrate Lu Ming's armor. It only left a deeper mark on it. Lu Ming felt even more confident. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged forward, completely ignoring the attacks of the sword light. He poured all his strength into the war god spear, and thrust it at the border of the 4 extremities celestial domain. Just like before, a 4-colored wall of light appeared. When the war god's spear struck it, it exploded with a heaven-shaking boom. The wall of light fiercely shuddered, but it still failed to pierce through. Kid, don't even think about breaking through our four extremities celestial domain. Even if you have powerful armor, so what? Once the others are killed and they come to kill you, only death will await you. The second brother roared, wanting to disturb Lu Ming's mind. Is that so? This spear break? Lu Ming roared as the war god's spear pierced out again. The difference was that this time, Lu Ming unleashed his origin source energy. The origin source energy in the origin seed poured into the war god's spear. When the war god's spear pierced the four-colored wall of light, the origin source energy erupted. The origin source energy triggered a trace of the original power of the war god's spear, increasing its attack power. Boom! An earth-shaking boom rang out again. The difference was that this time, the four-colored wall of light shook violently and protruded outwards. When it protruded to its limit, it exploded. The four extremities celestial domain, the twins' combined attack was broken. As soon as the combined attack was broken, the twins' bodies shook violently. They involuntarily retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had never imagined that their combined attack would be broken by a fifth-layer divine master. Origin source energy, it's the origin source energy. That's right, this kid has condensed the origin source seed. The second brother roared. Not good. The eldest brother seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the young lady from the heavenly human tribe. Chapter 46:36. Not good, his target is Yi Chuling. The twin brothers roared and charged at the young woman with all their might. At the same time, the other heavenly palace experts' faces changed. The twin brothers also charged at Yi Chuling with all their might. But they were too late. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flash of the greater aurora art, he appeared in front of Yi Chuling and thrust his war god spear forward. Whoosh! The war god spear was like a bolt of lightning, thrusting towards Yi Chuling. Yi Chuling's face revealed a trace of fear. She was clearly frightened by Lu Ming. However, she was still relatively calm. With a soft shout, her hands quickly formed a seal, and a golden bead appeared between her eyebrows. The golden bead emitted a layer of light, and a light barrier appeared around her body, enveloping her. Boom! The war god's spear struck the light barrier, causing a loud explosion. But it didn't pierce through the barrier. The powerful force sent Yi Chuling flying, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. But it wasn't without benefits. Although it didn't cause any substantial damage to Yi Chuling, it interrupted Yi Chuling's buff. The experts of the Heavenly Palace were weakened, giving Mo Chang, Tang Jun, and the others a chance to catch their breath. A defensive treasure, damn it, I'll break it. Lu Ming roared, wanting to continue attacking to break Yi Chuling's defense. Yi Chuling's speed wasn't a defensive source-grade weapon, but some kind of treasure. Although this kind of treasure could activate a powerful defensive power, the energy it contained was often limited, and it couldn't last for too long. Unlike source-grade weapons, if you couldn't break through their defense, no matter how many moves you used, it would be useless. As for this kind of treasure, as long as you attacked continuously, it would naturally break when its energy was exhausted. Lu Ming die. Don't even think about attacking again. Two furious roars could be heard. The twin brothers charged toward Lu Ming again, performing a joint attack. The four extremities heavenly domain shrouded Lu Ming again. Not good. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to continue attacking Yi Chuling. His figure flickered rapidly as he tried to avoid being enveloped by the four extremities celestial domain. But Lu Ming still underestimated the four extremities celestial domain. This kind of combined attack technique would suddenly appear around Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's speed was shocking, he still couldn't avoid the four extremities celestial domain, and was once again enveloped within. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Lu Ming's expression was very ugly. Previously, he had been able to break through the four extremities celestial domain because of the sudden eruption of his origin energy, which boosted the offensive power of the battle god spear. However, the origin energy only had the power for one strike. Now that his source power was exhausted, what did he still have to break the four extreme celestial domain? Brat, your source energy is only enough for one strike, right? Now let's see how you break our four extremities celestial domain. The twins shouted coldly as they pressed their hands forward. Streaks of sword light appeared around Lu Ming and stabbed towards Lu Ming, but were blocked by Qiuqiu's armor. However, the real danger wasn't Lu Ming, but the others. Because Yi Chuling had once again used that kind of augmentation formation. The formation above the heavenly palaces, people's heads appeared again. Let's gather together, quick. Tang Jun shouted. While the enemy's battle power was weakened, he gathered together with Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Lin Yi, and the others, using a defensive formation to block the enemy's attacks. Kill! Kill! The heavenly palace's experts had been augmented again, their battle power skyrocketing as they launched fierce attacks. Tang Jun and the others couldn't fight back, and could only passively defend. I must break the four extremities celestial domain and kill that Yi Chuling. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he pushed his battle power to the limit. He completely ignored the surrounding attacks and rushed to the edge of the four extremities celestial domain, launching a storm of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The war god spear continuously bombarded the four-colored light wall of the four extremities celestial domain, causing it to shake violently. However, it still didn't break. Damn it, just a little bit more. If my cultivation was one level higher, I would definitely be able to break the four extremities celestial domain. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Although the four extremities celestial domain was powerful, it wasn't ridiculously powerful. After all, the twin brothers were only 8th level divine masters. Moreover, although the twin brothers each grasped two different kinds of supreme heavenly power, and the two of them worked together to gather four different kinds of supreme heavenly power. However, this was still controlled by two people, unlike Yi Qiuxian who could control four different kinds of supreme heavenly power. Only when one person controlled four different kinds of supreme heavenly power could it be called perfect heavenly power. It was impossible for two people to control it perfectly, and the power they could unleash was limited. However, Lu Ming's disadvantage was that his cultivation was too low. He was only a 5th level divine master. If he had a 6th level divine master cultivation, he could easily break the four extremities celestial domain. However, it was very difficult now. Break! 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 Lu Ming roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind as he pushed his fighting strength to the limit. He fought until he went berserk, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling as if it was going to burn. Tens of thousands of cells on his body shone brightly, as dazzling as stars. Tens of thousands of cells connected, forming a door. A yellow muddy road appeared unknowingly. What is this? A universal bridge? The twin brothers were stunned. They had never seen such a universal bridge before. It was actually a yellow muddy road, and it looked really shabby. At this moment, the puddle of blood on the yellow muddy road glowed, emanating a terrifying aura. As if something had triggered it, a layer of bloody light spread out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if all the blood in his body had exploded like a volcano. A terrifying power surged from his blood into his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had endless power. Boom. The war god spear stabbed out once again, piercing the four-colored light wall. With a boom, the four-colored light wall directly exploded. It was even easier than the last time when he had used the origin force. The twin brothers retreated rapidly, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They couldn't understand how Lu Ming could still defeat their four extremities celestial domain and erupt with such terrifying power. Was this kid a monster? Kill! Lu Ming roared. He felt as if there was endless power all over his body. The powerful power was still erupting from his blood. If he didn't attack now, when would he? Lu Ming directly rushed out. This time, he didn't rush towards Yi Chuling, but the elder brother of the twins. He had to get rid of one of the twins first. That kind of joint attack was too troublesome. He didn't know why his power had suddenly increased. Therefore, he had to kill at least one of the twins while he still had power. As long as one of the twins was killed, there would be no joint attack. Even if Lu Ming's sudden increase in power disappeared, Lu Ming wouldn't be trapped and would have the initiative. Chapter 46-37. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He turned into a bloody light and appeared in front of the older twin brother in an instant, thrusting his war god spear at him. The older twin brother was shocked and tried his best to block the attack. His combat strength was strong, even stronger than the younger twin brother, but he couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Bang! The war god spear pierced through the older twin brother's battle axe and pierced through the younger twin brother's forehead, killing him on the spot. Big brother! The younger twin brother roared. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming actually killed his older brother in one move. Didn't that mean he could also kill him in one move? His heart was filled with endless fear. For a moment, he didn't dare to move forward. After killing the older twin brother, Lu Ming didn't stop and rushed towards Yi Chuling. Yi Chuling was shocked and quickly retreated. The array also stopped, and she channeled all her strength into the golden pearl to strengthen her defense. How could she be faster than Lu Ming? In a few moves, Lu Ming caught up with her, thrusting his war god spear at the golden light shield. Boom! Yi Chuling's body was like a rubber ball, and she was sent flying. Cracks appeared on the golden light shield. Not good. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace were shocked. Let's counterattack and delay them. Lu Ming will win. Tang Jun shouted. Without the support of Yi Chuling's array, the strength of the Heavenly Palace's experts was greatly weakened. They wouldn't be so passive anymore. There wasn't much difference in strength between the two sides, and they could launch a counterattack. Tang Jun and Mo Chang and the others didn't care about their injuries and attacked crazily. They desperately wanted to delay the experts of the Heavenly Palace. They knew that the turning point had arrived. As long as Lu Ming killed Yi Chuling, they could completely turn the situation around and defeat the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Even killing them wouldn't be impossible. Kill! Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. The war god spear continuously bombarded the golden light shield around Yi Chuling. Boom! Boom! In a breath's time, Lu Ming blasted out 10 moves. Finally, the energy of the golden bead was exhausted, and it exploded with a bang. Yi Chuling's beautiful face paled. Her eyes filled with fear and even a trace of pleading. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved. This was the Celestial clan. Moreover, they grasped powerful auxiliary force. They were a great enemy that had to be eliminated. As long as it was a formidable enemy, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, Lu Ming would not have the slightest bit of pity for the fairer sex, nor would he show any mercy. The war god spear swept out horizontally, and an incomparably violent destructive force instantly shattered Yi Chuling's soul, turning her into ashes. She was completely dead. Yi Chuling is dead. Damn it, let's go. The remaining masters of the Heavenly Palace shouted and tried to escape. This was especially true for the younger twin brother. He had already retreated before, but now he didn't even look back. He ran away at an astonishing speed, and his figure was almost nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly, and he wanted to pursue, but gave up in the end. The other party's strength was already very strong, and it would be hard for him to catch up with them. However, he couldn't let the others go. With a flicker, Lu Ming charged in another direction. In that direction, the middle-aged woman of the Celestial clan was trying to escape. This person's opponent was Mo Chang, but Mo Chang was already severely injured, and his combat strength was greatly weakened. Naturally, he couldn't hold the middle-aged woman back, and she managed to escape. Just as the middle-aged woman was about to escape, Lu Ming arrived. Boom! The war god spear pressed down, and it was incomparably huge, even bigger than a giant mountain range. The terrifying power frightened the middle-aged woman, and her eyes were filled with fear. No! The middle-aged woman screamed in fear, and she tried her best to resist. However, when the war god spear pressed down, the middle-aged woman exploded, and her body and soul were destroyed. So powerful! Mo Chang, Ronggong, and the others gasped. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Killing an 8th-layer Divine Master expert was as easy as chopping vegetables. This kind of combat strength was equivalent to those peak Divine Masters. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was only a 5th-tier Divine Master. They had never heard of such combat prowess. Even Tang Jun was shocked, and his heart was pounding. This Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. My father wasn't as strong when he was at the Divine Master realm, right? Tang Jun muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't stop, and he continued to attack his opponents. Now, the remaining experts of the Heavenly Palace didn't have the heart to fight. All they wanted to do was to escape, and they were all scared to death by Lu Ming. However, it was obviously too late for them to escape now. Lu Ming had already arrived. The war god's spear stabbed out continuously, killing the pale-faced old man and the blood race expert. The curtain finally fell on the battle with Lu Ming's group's victory. Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others breathed out a long sigh of relief. This battle had been truly perilous. At one point, they felt despair, thinking that they were going to die here. The Heavenly Palace's combat strength was indeed much stronger than theirs. But who would have thought that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt? Lu Ming, you're really amazing. To think that you have so many trump cards. For a fifth-layer divine master to have this kind of combat strength is truly unimaginable. Lin Yi flew over, the shock in his eyes still lingering. Mo Chang and Rong Gong also flew over, their eyes filled with shock. Luck. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming said. In truth, he also didn't understand how his combat strength had increased so much. He only knew that it had something to do with the pool of blood on the yellow dirt road. When he had time, he would have to study it. The group took the storage rings of the Heavenly Palace experts and left the area. After all, if one of them had escaped, the other side would definitely spread the news. Soon, the experts of the Heavenly Palace would arrive. They flew all the way until they were far away from the sea before stopping. Then Mo Chang and the others swallowed divine pills and began to treat their injuries. The others were fine, but Mo Chang's injuries were very serious and needed some time to recover. My strength is starting to fade. Lu Ming felt that the blood in his body was no longer boiling, and the boiling temperature on his body had also dropped. That vast and powerful energy was also rapidly fading away until it completely disappeared. Lu Ming had recovered his original strength. It should be the power of that pool of blood on the yellow dirt road. What was that pool of blood? How could it be so shocking? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, and he found it difficult to calm down. He decided to try again. If he could completely control this power, his combat strength would skyrocket. Previously, by borrowing the power of the pool of blood, Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger than when he used the Origin Source Seed. Moreover, he could use it for a long time, unlike the Origin Source Seed, which could only be used once. Lu Ming flew alone for some distance, then he circulated the forbidden energy. Tens of thousands of cells in his body lit up, and the door reappeared, as did the yellow dirt road. The pool of blood shone with a bright red luster. Chapter 46:38. The yellow mud road reappeared. The pool of blood was bright red as if fresh blood was flowing on it. However, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried to activate it, the pool of blood didn't react at all. What's going on? It worked before. Why doesn't it work now? Lu Ming frowned. He couldn't figure it out. He tried to activate the pool of blood with his spiritual sense, but the result was the same. Lu Ming tried all kinds of methods, but the result was the same. Could it be related to my state? When I was in danger before, I pushed my combat strength to the peak. My essence, chi and spirit seemed to have broken through some kind of spiritual boundary. Lu Ming thought. He felt that it was very possible. Previously, when he was trapped in the twin brothers' joint attack technique, Mo Chang, Tang Jun, and the rest were caught in a dangerous situation. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming's condition had broken through a certain critical point and reached a certain peak. His battle blood was boiling. Perhaps, that was the reason for the abnormality in the bloodstain. However, that state wasn't something that could be entered at will. It wasn't under Lu Ming's control at all. That state was a bit similar to an epiphany. It was mysterious, illusory and difficult to capture. It could be said that it could only be encountered by chance. Even if Lu Ming was in danger next time, he might not be able to reach that state. Whatever, it's beneficial and harmless anyway. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and gave up trying. He took out a few pieces of desolation crystals and absorbed them to restore his cultivation. On the other side, the twin brother fled for his life like a stray dog. He didn't stop until he flew out of the immortal burial blood sea. Damn Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death. The second brother kept screaming as if only by doing so could he vent the fear in his heart. This time he was really scared. In his eyes, Lu Ming was a million times more terrifying than a devil. I can't let this lad live. I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become a shadow in my heart. I have to spread the news. If they know that Lu Ming is here, I believe many people will be very interested. After a while, the second brother calmed down. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent again. Lu Ming, who had a forbidden body, was now the target of the heavenly palace. If they could kill Lu Ming, the reward would be frighteningly high. Kid, the immortal burial blood sea will be your burial ground. The second brother roared and flew away. After about a day, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Rong Gong and the others had completely recovered. Mo Chang's previous injuries were quite serious. Although he had not fully recovered, he had recovered about 70 to 80%. It was not a problem for him to burst out with his peak strength for a short period of time. Suddenly Lu Ming raised his brows. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was amiss with the human king's arm in the chaos ring. He could not help but stop. His spiritual sense condensed in the chaos ring. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly stop, Tang Jun, Mo Chang and the others also stopped. When they first entered the core battlefield, Missouri Chang seemed to be the leader. After all, his cultivation base was the highest. But after the last battle, their small team seemed to be led by Lu Ming. In that battle, Lu Ming and Tang Jun both displayed terrifying combat strength. Tang Jun's combat strength was probably not weaker than Mo Chang's. Lu Ming was even more terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. They most likely knew something was wrong, so they all stopped and protected Lu Ming in the middle. The bronze box in the chaos ring was constantly shaking. Lu Ming opened the bronze box and saw the human king's arm. It was shining with a mysterious light. The palm was pointing in a direction. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. Of course, he was asking about the bronze box. I sensed it again. The human king's arm has sensed the other parts of the human king's body. A line of words appeared on the bronze box. Sensed it again? Where is it? How far is it from the Thousand Autumn battlefield? Or is it in the Thousand Autumn battlefield? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. It's not far away. It's in the so-called immortal burial sea of blood. Another line of words appeared on the bronze box. What? Lu Ming's heart shook violently. This was really beyond his expectations. The other parts of the human king's body were actually in the immortal burial sea of blood. His heart could not help but beat faster. This was a great opportunity. Right now, all the reciprocity existences had entered the hall at the center of the battlefield. The strongest people in the immortal burial sea of blood were only divine lords, so he might have an opportunity to obtain the other parts of the human king's body. This opportunity could not be missed. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew his spiritual sense from the chaos ring. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Mo Chang asked. Everyone, let's go in that direction. Qiu sensed that there might be treasures in that direction. Lu Ming said. He directly made up an excuse and pushed it to Qiu. Qiu secretly despised him. When did I say such a thing? Hearing that Qiu had sensed something, Mo Chang and the others' eyes lit up. They naturally did not object. Immediately, everyone went in the direction that Lu Ming had mentioned. On the way, they discovered several groups of people from the heavenly palace in the distance. They did not charge at them. As soon as they saw them, they went around them. Seeing Lu Ming and the others retreating quickly, the groups of people from the heavenly palace did not chase after them. About 2 days later, Lu Ming and the others came to another sea area. What's going on with this sea area? Lin Yi said in surprise after arriving at this sea area. Lin Yi, what did you find? Tang Jun asked. I found that there are very few insects in this sea area. Moreover, the remaining insects are also moving in one direction. Lin Yi said. Moving in one direction? Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. Of course, Lu Ming had another thought. Because the bronze box indicated that the other parts of the human monarch's body were very likely in this sea area. Then, could the insects moving in one direction have something to do with the human monarch's body? Lu Ming hoped that was not the case. Because he did not want to cause too much of a commotion. It would be best if he could get the other parts of the human monarch's body quietly. If he caused too much of a commotion, it would be troublesome. Lin Yi, where did those insects go? Let's go and see. Lu Ming said. Follow me. Lin Yi said and flew in a direction first. They were very fast and soon crossed a long distance. At this time, they could not help but look at the sea below with surprise. In the blood-red sea below, there were a large number of insects. These insects were very large. Through the sea, they could see huge black shadows. Chapter 46:39. The insects in the sea were all heading in the same direction. The insects are all heading in the same direction. That's great. Doesn't that mean there are no more insects in the sea? We can go to the bottom of the sea and search for treasures to our heart's content. Mo Chang was delighted. They did not dare to enter the sea primarily out of fear of those insects. But now that all the insects in the sea were heading in the same direction, wouldn't that mean that most of the sea was completely devoid of insects? Ronggong, Lin Yi, and the others were also delighted. Come, let's go down and take a look. Mo Chang said. Just as he was about to charge into the sea, he suddenly grimaced and looked into the distance. In the distance, several black dots were rapidly approaching. They were too fast, and in a few moments they weren't far from them. Not good. It's the people of the heavenly palace. Retreat. Mo Chang roared as he flew into the distance. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others followed, but the experts of the heavenly palace were extremely fast, constantly closing in on Lu Ming's group. One of the heavenly human race experts was at the very front, and his speed was the most astonishing. It wouldn't be long before he caught up to Lu Ming's group. A 9th-level God Lord. This was a 9th-level God Lord. Lu Ming's group grimaced. If this were an ordinary 9th-level God Lord from an ordinary race, Lu Ming would have some confidence in dealing with him, but this was a 9th-level God Lord from the heavenly human race. Those of the heavenly human race who could cultivate to 9th-level God Lord were definitely not weak, and their fighting power was definitely not weak either. Moreover, there were 8 other experts of the heavenly palace behind them, all of them 8th-level and 7th-level God Lords. If they worked together, Lu Ming's group would be in danger. Our luck isn't bad. Tang Jun, daughter of Tang Feng, since we've run into you, don't think of leaving. The 9th-level God Lord sneered as he stared at Tang Jun with a scorching gaze. The other members of the heavenly palace also sneered as they flew with all their strength, closing the distance between them and Lu Ming's group. It didn't take long for them to catch up. Lu Ming and the others planned to fight with all their might. At this moment, the seawater in front of him surged, and 7 or 8 figures suddenly rushed out. It's Feng Yaoli and the others. Mo Chang was overjoyed when he saw the 7 or 8 figures. The 7 or 8 figures in front were Heaven Destroyer's men. The leader was a large man with an extremely muscular body. He exuded the aura of a primitive god spirit. This was a 9th-level primitive god spirit. As soon as they appeared, they discovered Lu Ming's group and the people from the heavenly palace. Trash from the heavenly palace, you're courting death. Feng Yaoli said coldly. He took to the air and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, let's retreat. That 9th-level Divine Master Celestial had an ugly look on his face. Then he turned and left. The other celestial humans followed, flying into the distance even faster than when they were chasing Lu Ming's group. Feng Yaoli's team was not weaker than theirs. With the addition of Lu Ming's team, they would definitely be at a disadvantage if they were to go against them. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming's team had reinforcements, they immediately retreated. Soon, the people from the heavenly palace were nowhere to be seen. Feng Yaoli and the others didn't chase after them. Feng Yaoli, we're lucky to have met you this time, Mo Chang said. Thank you. Thank you, big brother Feng. Tang Jun also stepped forward. He seemed to be very familiar with that large man. Miss Tang Jun and Mo Chang, with your group's strength, you actually dared to come to the immortal burial blood sea. Don't you know that this place is very dangerous? Feng Yaoli said. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Ming's group. He was just worried. Haha. We're just here to try our luck. Also, don't underestimate the strength of the 5 of us. You can look down on me, but if you look down on Tang Jun and Lu Ming, you'll be in big trouble. Mo Chang laughed. Of course I know Tang Jun's strength. She has a forbidden body, so she's definitely not weak. However, you still lack the battle strength of a 9th-tier divine master. Many of the groups operating in the immortal burial blood sea Have 9th tier Divine Master battle strength. You'd better not be careless. How about this? We'll move together later. Feng Yaoli said. Mo Chang opened his mouth. He really wanted to tell them about how Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and killed the experts from the Heavenly Palace. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The main reason was that it was too unbelievable. He was afraid that Feng Yaoli and the others wouldn't believe him. All right, then let's move together. Tang Jun nodded. In the immortal burial blood sea, their strength was indeed a little weak. With Feng Yaoli and the others moving together, their safety would be greatly increased. Feng Yaoli, what's going on with this sea region? Why are all the insects in the sea region heading in one direction? Mo Chang asked curiously. Lu Ming and the others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lu Ming especially wanted to get some useful information from this, and see if it had anything to do with the other parts of the human king's body. We don't know the specifics either. We only know that blood qi has suddenly spread from the bottom of the sea. These insects seem to have been attracted by the blood qi, Feng Yaoli said. That's right. Blood qi from the bottom of the sea? Mo Chang and the others were very surprised. Blood qi from the sea, which was originally blood-like, would attract other insects. This was indeed strange. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked pensive. Regardless of whether it's a bad thing or not, the insects in this sea region are all gathering in one place. There are very few insects in other places. We can search for treasures at the bottom of the sea without worrying about being attacked by insects. There's no time to lose. Let's enter the sea now. Feng Yaoli said. Naturally, Mo Chang, Tang Jun, and the others did not object. Everyone rushed into the blood sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. After reaching the bottom of the sea, they began to search for treasures. Sure enough, they searched for a long distance without being attacked by any insects. After a while, they found a strange piece of metal. Every time the killing intent and murderous aura subsided, a large number of experts would enter the deity burial sea region to search for treasures. After so many years, there were not many treasures left in the deity burial sea region. Therefore, even if they did not have to worry about the insects, they would not be able to find a large number of treasures. However, it was much easier than before. Feng Yaoli and the others were very excited. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed. They found several pieces of strange metals, and 2 damaged source-level divine weapons. That was already a considerable harvest. There's someone ahead. Suddenly, someone shouted. Sure enough, there were 9 figures on a huge underwater mountain in front of them. The terrain at the bottom of the sea was very complicated. Just like on land, there were mountains, canyons, and plains. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Those 9 figures were the experts from the Heavenly Palace. They were the 9 people who chased after Lu Ming and the others. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Last time, those bastards escaped. This time, let's see where they can run to. Brothers and sisters, kill them. Feng Yaoli shouted and took a step forward. His burly body broke through the seawater and rushed toward the people from the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 4640. Kill. The others followed Feng Yaoli and charged at the people from the Heavenly Palace. However, the people from the Heavenly Palace were very calm. They had no intention of running away. They stood there calmly with a cold smile on their faces. Something's not right. Lu Ming's heart sank. Something's not right. Last time, when they saw Feng Yaoli and the others appear, they turned and left. But this time they didn't run away. This is very strange. Clearly, Lu Ming wasn't the only one who thought of this. Tang Jun, Feng Yaoli, and the others all thought the same thing. Their charging figures suddenly stopped. He's cold. Something's not right. These guys aren't running away, and they're acting so fearless. Could this be an ambush? Feng Yaoli said. He swept his gaze around and spread out his spiritual sense. The geography of the seabed was very complicated. Mountains and valleys were densely packed. Moreover, because of the blood-colored seawater, his spiritual sense was obstructed by the eye, so he couldn't explore a large area. It's too late to find out now. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, the 9th-level Divine Master Heavenly Human sneered. The next moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 7 figures charged out of a valley behind Lu Ming's group. They were also experts from the Heavenly Palace. There's also a 9th-level Divine Master. Feng Yali whispered, his face darkening. The other people's expressions changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. No wonder the experts from the Heavenly Palace were so calm. They had joined forces with others. There was a team lying in ambush in the valley. This meant that the Heavenly Palace had 2 9th-level Divine Masters, and the total number of people they had was greater than theirs. This is bad. Kill. Kill all the traitors. The 9th-level Divine Master Heavenly Human roared. His body moved like a bolt of lightning as he charged at Lu Ming's group. The other experts from the Heavenly Palace also charged at Lu Ming's group. Behind them, the 7 masters from the Heavenly Palace also charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 2 teams from the Heavenly Palace were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in on Lu Ming's group. Before they even arrived, attacks were already flying towards Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming and the others could only focus on defense. They set up layers of defenses and blocked the Heavenly Palace's attacks. However, if they kept defending like this, they would be too passive. Sooner or later, they would be broken through. Damn it! We're short of a 9th-tier Divine Master. Otherwise, why would we fear them? Feng Yali growled, his anger soaring to the skies. Although they had fewer people than the other party, it wasn't by much. Even if their overall combat strength wasn't as good as the other parties, it wouldn't be too far off. Most importantly, the other party had 2 9th-tier Divine Masters, which was the most troublesome. It was very easy for a 9th-level Divine Master expert to deal with an 8th-level Divine Master. They could even kill him instantly. If they couldn't stop the 2 9th-level Divine Masters, they wouldn't be able to fight. Feng Yali, you should be able to deal with that 9th-level Divine Master from the celestial race, right? At this moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Feng Yali and the rest. Of course. I have complete confidence in dealing with that fellow. Feng Yali said. He was a primitive god spirit and possessed formidable fighting strength. In a battle of the same level, he wouldn't be any weaker than the celestial race expert. Good. Leave this 9th-level Divine Master of the celestial race, and that 9th-level Divine Master of the angel race to me. Lu Ming said. The 9th-level Divine Master expert in the second team wasn't from the celestial race, but the angel race. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had already noticed that this angel race expert was only a 10-winged angel. He was much weaker than the 9th-level Divine Master of the celestial race. Lu Ming was still somewhat confident in dealing with this angel race expert. Even if he couldn't use the blood on the yellow dirt road, he could rely on his own strength and origin energy to contend against this angel race expert. Moreover, with Qiuqiu's assistance, if the angel race expert let down his guard and suddenly exploded with power, he might be able to heavily injure him. Lu Ming was confident in himself, so he made the suggestion, but Feng Yali and the other members of his team weren't so convinced. That's a 9th-level Divine Master. Can you really deal with him? If you can't, don't try to be brave. If you lose, we'll all be in danger. The others began to speak up. They didn't doubt Lu Ming's fighting strength. They didn't doubt the fighting strength of a taboo body. In the Battle of Zenith's Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming had suppressed the supreme genius of the celestial race, Yi Qiuxian, and defeated the perfect heaven's power. This was enough to prove Lu Ming's fighting strength. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th-level Divine Master realm. The difference between a 5th-level Divine Master and a 9th-level Divine Master was simply too great. It was so great that it was unimaginable and difficult to cross. I believe in Lu Ming. He'll have no problem dealing with that angel race expert. That's right. I also believe in him. His fighting strength will shock all of you. Everyone, rather than passively defending, why don't we take a gamble? Mo Chang, Ronggong, and Lin Yi all spoke up. Hearing Mo Chang and the others say this, Feng Yali began to hesitate. He knew that Mo Chang and the others weren't people who spoke without thinking. There had to be a reason why they believed in Lu Ming so much. Could Lu Ming's fighting strength really be that freakish? At this moment, the attacks of the Heavenly Palace experts were becoming fiercer and fiercer. They had no qualms about defending themselves. They used all their killing moves with astonishing might. If this continued, It wouldn't be long before they broke through the defenses of Lu Ming and the others. Feng Yali, don't hesitate. Lu Ming will definitely be fine. Tang Jun also spoke up. Okay, then let's take a gamble. Leave that 9th level divine master of the celestial race to me. Leave that 9th level divine master of the angel race to Lu Ming. Brothers, let's do it. Feng Yali roared. He removed his defenses and began his counterattack. His body rapidly grew until he was 100 zhang tall. He brandished his saber and slashed at the 9th level divine master of the celestial race. Of course, Feng Yali could grow even larger. With his current cultivation, he could even grow to the size of a planet. But there was no need for that. In the immortal burial sea of blood, if he grew to that size, he would only attract the attacks of those insects. He just needed to grow to a more comfortable size. Clang. Feng Yali and the 9th level divine master of the celestial race exchanged blows. Violent energy exploded, and both of them retreated a few steps. Kill. At the same time, Mo Chang and the others also stopped defending. Instead, they began their counterattack, using their killing moves. Instead of defending, you counterattack. You're really courting death. But even if you defend, you'll still die. In that case, I'll send you on your way sooner rather than later. The 9th level divine master of the celestial race sneered. His entire body was shrouded in the power of heaven as he charged at Feng Yali. You'll be the ones to die. Feng Yali roared as he swung his saber to counterattack. At the same time, Lu Ming wielded his war god spear and charged at the 9th level divine master of the angel race. Lu Ming had used the great imitation art to change his aura and appearance. The other party didn't know Lu Ming's true identity. Seeing that a mere 5th level divine master like Lu Ming dared to charge at him, he was simply courting death. The 9th level divine master of the angel race didn't take Lu Ming seriously at all. His sacred light condensed into a saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 46-41. The 9th level God Lord Angel slashed his sword at Lu Ming. He used 50% of his strength in this attack. Let alone a 5th level God Lord. Even an 8th level God Lord would not dare to take it head on. They would be heavily injured. Underestimating me? Very good. Lu Ming was not angry. On the contrary, he was delighted. What he wanted was for his opponent to underestimate him and be careless. Only then would he have a chance. Little ball. Lu Ming messaged Little Ball. Leave it to me. Little Ball called out and flew out of Lu Ming's wrist. It turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light that enveloped the angel. Heaven Splitter. Lu Ming bellowed and performed the heaven-breaking style. At the same time, the power of origin in the origin seed surged into the divine combat spear, turning into a bright spear gleam and piercing toward the vital point between the other party's eyebrows. Enveloped by Little Ball's beam of light, the 9th level God Lord Angel fell into a momentary daze. Lu Ming's attack rapidly approached, and it seemed like it would stab into the angel's forehead. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, this damned illusion! Break for me! The 9th level God Lord Angel furiously roared. The sacred light in his body erupted with all his strength, instantly breaking through Little Ball's beam of light. But Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Lu Ming's attack that erupted with the power of origin had already surpassed that of this angel. Now that Lu Ming had taken the initiative to attack, how could the angel possibly block it? At this critical moment, the angel's body suddenly shrank, wanting to dodge the war god spear's attack. In truth, this move was very useful, allowing him to dodge the war god spear's thrust. But Lu Ming had managed to seize the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let his opponent escape? Moreover, his origin energy only had the power for a single attack. Lu Ming pressed the war god spear downward. The war god spear whipped downward. Not good. The 9th level God Lord Angel was alarmed. He moved to the side, at the same time laying down layers of defenses around his body. But in the end, he was unable to completely dodge. Boom. The war god spear landed heavily on the other party's body. The violent power directly smashed through the other party's defenses. With a loud bang, the lower half of the angel's body exploded and turned into dust. The upper half of his body smashed heavily into the bottom of the sea, creating a large crater. He lay in the crater, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Although he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, He was still heavily injured and no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Originally, the other party would not have been beaten to such a state so easily. It was mainly because he was too careless and was then affected by Qiuqiu, which was why he was defeated by Lu Ming in one fell swoop and severely injured. This time, everyone's eyes widened. The experts from the Heavenly Palace stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As for Feng Yaoli and the others, they were all extremely shocked. When Lu Ming had said that he had a way to deal with that 9th-level God Lord Angel, they had been completely skeptical. They had not been confident at all. They had not expected Lu Ming to be so strong that he could heavily injure a 9th-level God Lord with one move. Now that the other party had lost a 9th-level God Lord, they no longer had to fear him. Their morale was instantly boosted. Kill. Kill them. Feng Yaoli and the others roared, their attacks frenzied. Kill. Lu Ming coldly barked. He wanted to take advantage of the other party's weakness. Now that the angel expert was heavily injured, how could Lu Ming let go of this opportunity? He swooped down and charged at the angel expert. Save me. The angel expert roared, deep fear in his eyes. Kid, don't even think about it. Nearby, an 8th-level Godlord Celestial Race expert charged toward Lu Ming. But Qiuqiu's mirror shot out another pillar of light that enveloped this Celestial Race expert. This Celestial Race expert was even worse off than the 9th-level God Lord, and he was momentarily dazed. This momentary daze was enough to claim his life. The War God's spear thrust toward this Celestial Race expert's forehead. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The War God's spear had pierced through his forehead, its destructive energy directly annihilating his soul. An 8th-level God Lord human expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming with Qiuqiu's help. The others felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Ming did not stop there, continuing to attack the 9th-level God Lord Angel. Aya! This 9th-level God Lord Angel crazily roared and struggled. He did not want to be killed just like this. However, he only had half his body left, and he was heavily injured. He did not even have 10% of his strength left. No matter how unwilling he was or how much he struggled, it was all for naught. The War God's spear trembled, and spear light descended from above, enveloping the 9th-level God Lord Angel. After several unwilling screams, there was no sound. A 9th-level God Lord Angel was dead. Okay. Kill these bastards from the Heavenly Palace. Feng Yaoli's group was brimming with morale as they continued to attack. In contrast, the morale of the Heavenly Palace's side was low, and some of them were trembling as they looked at Lu Ming. Although the two sides had about the same number of people, the Heavenly Palace's side was steadily losing ground. A moment of carelessness led to a 7th-level God Lord expert being cleaved in two by Tang Jun's sword, dying on the spot. This caused the Heavenly Palace's fighting spirit to weaken even further. Retreat, retreat. The 9th-level God Lord of the Celestial Race roared. After exchanging several blows with Feng Yaoli, he began to retreat. He saw that the 9th-tier Divine Master Angel was severely injured by Lu Ming in one move. He was then swiftly killed. He was scared. He was really scared. Lu Ming's fighting strength terrified him. He was afraid that if Lu Ming attacked him, he would suffer the same fate as that 9th-level God Lord Angel. Thus, he decisively gave the order to retreat. The other members of the Heavenly Palace were in a similar state. Not daring to fight, they all began to retreat, hoping to escape. Kill. Don't let them escape. Feng Yaoli's group roared as they madly pursued. Lu Ming cast the Great Aurora skill and chased after him rapidly. The people of the Heavenly Palace were focused on escaping. They had no intention of fighting. The higher the cultivation level, the faster they fled. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation levels fell behind and were quickly caught up by Feng Yaoli, Lu Ming, and a few others who were the fastest. Ah! Save us. They've caught up to us. Save us. Several 7th-level God Lords from the Heavenly Palace screamed at the top of their lungs. But the people running at the front didn't dare to turn around. They were hoping that the people behind them would delay them for a while, so that they could escape. They won't save you. Let's send you on your way. Feng Yaoli's face was savage as he slashed out with his saber, instantly killing two 7th-level God Lords. Lu Ming and Qiu Qiu worked together, thrusting out with their spear and killing another 7th-level god lord. Behind them, Tang Jun and Mo Chang and a few others arrived and killed the remaining 7th-level god lords. However, the Celestial Palace experts at the 8th level of the God Lord realm and above seized the opportunity to flee. Chapter 46-42. Soon, the curtains fell on the battle, and Lu Ming's side emerged victorious. Not a single person from their side had died in this battle, and the Heavenly Palace had suffered heavy losses instead. Ha ha ha, delightful. This battle is all thanks to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, your strength truly amazes me. Feng Yaoli laughed heartily as he looked at Lu Ming in amazement and disbelief. The others with Feng Yaoli also looked at Lu Ming in the same manner. It was all thanks to Lu Ming that they had been able to turn the tide of the battle. Otherwise, they would have been surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Palace and 2 9th-level divine lords. They would have been no match for them, and they would have been the ones to suffer heavy losses. In the worst-case scenario, they would have been completely wiped out. You flatter me. I was just lucky. Lu Ming replied modestly. The group continued to search for treasures in this region of the sea. However, it was clear that many people had noticed that the insects were converging in one direction and had entered the seabed to search for treasures. Thus, although they had made some gains, they had not gained much. Very quickly, a few days passed. Everyone, why don't we go to the place where the insects are converging? At this moment, Lu Ming suggested. Lu Ming had originally wanted to find a reason to go alone, but in the immortal burial sea of blood, one person was too weak. If he ran into the experts of the Heavenly Palace, it would be very dangerous. Although he had been able to kill a 9th-level divine lord, that was because the other party had underestimated him. He had only managed to heavily injure the other party by using all his techniques and cooperating with Qiu Qiu. Moreover, origin energy could only be used once. After that, he would no longer be able to use enough strength to heavily injure a 9th-level divine lord. If there were 2 9th-level divine lord experts, he would have no choice but to run. Just like last time, if Feng Yaoli and the others had not blocked the other people of the Heavenly Palace, how could he have had the chance to kill that 9th-level divine lord angel? In addition, he could not find a good reason to leave alone. If he found a reason to leave alone in the immortal burial sea of blood, others would find it very strange. Therefore, Lu Ming suggested that everyone go together. I was thinking the same thing. Those bugs are gathering in a certain direction. Something must have happened in that direction. Maybe there's a supreme treasure that attracted those bugs. Feng Yaoli said. But, with so many insects gathering together, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous. Someone said cautiously. It's fine. Let's approach slowly and observe from afar. If something is wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Everything will be fine. Feng Yaoli said. Everyone else nodded in agreement. In fact, everyone was very curious and wanted to go over and take a look. Immediately, everyone stopped looking for treasures and flew towards the direction where the insects were gathered. Without the hindrance of the insects, everyone's speed was extremely fast. In just a few hours, they had crossed a long distance. At this time, they met another group of people. They were Heaven Destroyers people. They were also curious and wanted to go to the place where the insects were gathered. Everyone gathered together and set off together. They met more and more people along the way. There were Heaven Destroyers people and Heavenly Palaces people. They didn't fight with Heavenly Palaces people because both sides had a lot of people. If they fought, neither side would have the confidence to win. Both sides were restraining themselves. Soon, 7 or 8 huge underwater mountains appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. On those mountains, Lu Ming and the others also found some Heaven Destroyers people and Heavenly Palaces people. The two sides didn't fight. They seemed to be very cautious. They stood on the mountains and looked inside. Lu Ming and the others flew towards Heaven Destroyers people. Keep your voice down. Don't alarm the insects. Someone reminded them in a low voice. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. They immediately retracted their aura and landed on the mountain. Then, they looked inside the mountain and couldn't help but be shocked. Inside the mountain was a huge basin surrounded by mountain peaks. The basin was very low and sunken. Countless insects gathered in the basin. What was shocking was that these insects were crazily killing each other. Insects of different shapes and sizes were crazily killing each other. The basin was filled with the corpses of various insects. Some insects were gnawing on the corpses of other insects. Some insects were crazily killing each other. It was extremely tragic. At every moment, powerful insects were being torn apart. Some insects were shockingly powerful. Lu Ming felt that if he went up, he would be torn apart in an instant. They definitely had the strength of a peak almighty. It was no wonder that heaven destroyers and heavenly palaces people didn't dare to breathe. Lu Ming and the others also didn't dare to breathe. There were too many insects in the basin. There were at least 100,000 of them. Although many had died, there were still more than 50,000 left. If these powerful insects rushed out, they would be torn apart. Look, there's really a trace of blood-red mist in the basin. Are those insects crazy because of this blood-red mist? Tang Jun was beside Lu Ming and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. It should be, Lu Ming said. The blood-red mist was clearly visible even in the blood-red seawater. Lu Ming's face didn't show much of an expression, but he was very uneasy. This was because the arm of the human king in the chaos ring was constantly trembling. The bronze box told him that the other parts of the human king's body were in this basin. After knowing that the other parts of the human king's body were in this basin, Lu Ming found it hard to remain calm. He wanted to get it, but what could he do with so many insects? These insects are constantly killing each other. Although I don't know why, from the looks of it, they'll probably all die out later. When these insects are all dead, I'll go and take a look, Lu Ming thought. The group hid on the mountain peak and watched quietly. Lu Ming discovered that some insects would transform and become stronger after eating the corpses of other insects. The killing became more and more intense. At this time, on the land not far from the immortal burial sea of blood, the second twin brother was revealing Lu Ming's information to a group of heavenly palace experts. That's right, it's Lu Ming with the forbidden body. He's in this core battlefield, and he's in the immortal burial sea of blood, the second twin brother said. Lu Ming with the forbidden body. Very good. If we can kill him, it will be a great achievement. Let's go to the immortal burial sea of blood. The leader of this group of heavenly palace experts waved his hand, and the group headed toward the immortal burial sea of blood. Lu Ming, so many people are heading toward the immortal burial sea of blood. I'll see how you die, the second brother growled, his eyes flashing with ferocious killing intent. During this period, he had been looking for heavenly palace experts everywhere, revealing that Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood. He wanted these people to go to the immortal burial sea of blood to hunt down Lu Ming. During this period, many heavenly palace experts had already rushed to the immortal burial sea of blood. Chapter 46-43. The younger twin sneered for a while, then turned around and flew in another direction. He wanted to continue searching for more experts from the heavenly palace to rush to the immortal burial blood sea and force Lu Ming into a corner. While the younger brother was thinking, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The younger brother almost jumped up in fright and instinctively retreated. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who came, he let out a long sigh of relief. Senior Ganlu, so it's you. Why are you here in the Thousand Autumn battlefield? The younger twin hurriedly bowed respectfully. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Yiling Tianshou's father, Yiling Ganlu. After entering the Thousand Autumn battlefield, he had been looking for Lu Ming, but to no avail. So it's you, kid. Where's your elder brother? Why isn't he with you? Yiling Ganlu glanced at his second brother and said faintly, My elder brother was killed. Second brother said, revealing great sorrow, as well as hatred. Oh. Yiling Ganlu let out a soft oh, and didn't pay much attention. In the Thousand Autumn battlefield, dying was a very normal thing. There was nothing to be surprised about. It's all that Lu Ming's fault. That damn Lu Ming. The younger brother roared. What did you say? This time, Yiling Ganlia's eyes widened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The cold killing intent seemed to freeze the area. The killing intent of a heavenly venerable was earth-shattering. The younger brother was shocked and stammered. Lu Ming, that forbidden physique Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you know where Lu Ming is? Tell me quickly, Yiling Ganlu urged. At the mention of Lu Ming, he could no longer remain calm. Could it be that Yiling Ganlu also wants to kill Lu Ming? He looks like he has a deep hatred for him. That's great. The younger twin roared in his heart, revealing a look of ecstasy. In the immortal burial blood sea. That little bastard Lu Ming is in the immortal burial blood sea. He joined forces with others to kill my elder brother in the immortal burial blood sea. Second brother said. Immortal burial blood sea. Very good. Lu Ming, I'll make you wish you were dead. Let's go. Lead the way. Take me to the place where your brother was killed. Yiling Ganlu said. Yes, senior. Second brother naturally agreed gladly. He was overjoyed in his heart. If an Empyrean wanted to kill Lu Ming, then Lu Ming was dead for sure. Second brother immediately pointed out the direction. Yiling Ganlu waved his hand and led second brother towards the immortal burial blood sea. Empyrean venerate powerhouses were too fast. Soon, they arrived at the immortal burial blood sea, where the twins had fought Lu Ming. After arriving, Yiling Ganlu closed his eyes and carefully sensed for Lu Ming's aura. After a while, Yiling Ganlu opened his eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. It was very difficult for auras to remain in the blood-red seawater. Soon, they would be washed away by the blood-red seawater. Just now he hadn't sensed Lu Ming's aura at all. He was unwilling to give up and continued to sense, but the result was still the same. The immortal burial blood sea is only so big. I don't believe I can't find you. Yiling Ganlu snorted coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. At the same time, he frantically spread out his spiritual sense to search for Lu Ming. Although the insects of the immortal burial blood sea were powerful, when there was no killing intent or evil aura, none of the insects here could match an origin realm expert. Therefore, Yiling Ganlu also flew unscrupulously at an extremely fast speed. He searched area after area of the sea. About 7 days later, he found the area where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming and the others had already been on the mountain peak watching for 7 days. During these 7 days, those insects were still fighting, and it was getting more and more tragic. However, after 7 days of fighting, it was finally about to come to an end. Only 2 of the strongest insects were left fighting each other. These 2 insects were abnormally powerful. After fighting for more than an hour, the outcome was finally decided. One of the insects, which looked like a blood-red mantis, cut off the head of the other insect with its sickle-like claws and swallowed it. However, although this mantis-like insect had killed its opponent, it had also suffered heavy injuries. After swallowing its opponent's head, it staggered a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud, no longer moving. On the mountain peak, the eyes of the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace lit up. These insects killed each other and were completely wiped out. In particular, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how to enter the basin, but now all the insects were dead. However, the people of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not act rashly. They wanted to observe for a while longer. About half an hour later, there was still no movement in the basin. At this time, someone could not bear it, and wanted to go down to explore. At this moment, not far away, a figure suddenly appeared. As soon as this figure appeared, an extremely powerful aura spread out and enveloped the area. This figure was Yiling Ganlu. At the scene, everyone was shocked because they felt a terrifying pressure. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yiling Ganlu. With a glance, the faces of the people of the Heaven Destroyer changed wildly and became extremely ugly. Through the aura, everyone knew that this was a powerhouse of the Origin Realm. However, this powerhouse of the Origin Realm was actually from the celestial race. Why would the origin of the celestial race come here? Didn't they all go to the central area of the core battlefield? Why would they come here? Unlike the people of the Heaven Destroyer, the people of the Heavenly Palace were all overjoyed when they saw Yiling Ganlu. It's Senior Yiling Ganlu. Isn't Senior Yiling Ganlu in the Heavenly Palace? He actually came here. Great, we can catch all these rebels in one fell swoop. Many people of the Heavenly Palace were extremely excited. Yiling Ganlu? This person looks a little similar to Yiling Tianxiu. Is he Yiling Tianxiu's father? Lu Ming immediately thought of this. Before Yiling Tianxiu died, He had roared that his father was a celestial master of the heavenly palace and would definitely avenge him. Could it be that the other party had followed him all the way here? Lu Ming's heart could not help but sink. He quietly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd and avoid the eyes of Yiling Ganlu. However, it was not so easy. As soon as Yiling Ganlu appeared, his soul sense completely enveloped all the people of the Heaven Destroyer. His cold eyes swept over them one by one. When his gaze landed on Lu Ming, there was a burst of bright light in his eyes. Lu Ming, do you think you can hide from me by changing your appearance and aura? Come out and face your death. Yiling Ganlu roared. His killing intent soared to the sky, stirring the sea water constantly. We've been discovered. Lu Ming's face was bitter. Tang Jun, Mo Chang and the others' faces changed drastically. Tang Jun, Mo Chang, don't come out. I'll deal with it alone. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tang Jun and the others, and then rushed out of the crowd. Chapter 46-44. Lu Ming directly charged out. He was afraid that if he stayed in the crowd, he would implicate Tang Jun and the others. His opponent was an Origin Realm expert. Once he launched an attack, it would be extremely terrifying. Those below Origin Realm would not be able to block it. At that time, not only would he be in danger, but Tang Jun and the others would be in danger as well. He did not want to implicate others. After Lu Ming charged out, he directly charged towards the basin in front of him. Lu Ming, how dare you kill Tian Shou? I want you to pay with your life. Yiling Ganlu roared furiously as he charged out. His arm was like a sword as he slashed down. A sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. This was an attack from an Origin Realm expert filled with killing intent. Its power was unimaginable. Lu Ming felt that the space around him had solidified. He could not move his body at all. It was difficult for him to even lift his arm. There was only one outcome for him. He would be killed by this attack. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. At this moment, whether it was the people of Heaven Destroyer or the people of the Heavenly Palace, this was the only thought in their minds. Lu Ming definitely could not block Yiling Ganlia's attack. Only death awaited him. Lu Ming, Tang Jun roared. He wanted to rush over to save him, but it was too late. He clearly could not make it in time. At this moment, Tang Jun's face was deathly pale. If Lu Ming was killed in front of her, how would she explain it to Xian Yanqing? At this moment, Lu Ming's pupils rapidly contracted. He felt great terror. He had a feeling that no matter how profound the forbidden body was or how tenacious its life force was, it would still die under this attack. This attack could annihilate all of his cells. The attack of an Origin Realm expert was just too terrifying. It was not something a divine lord could compare to. Fortunately, Lu Ming was already prepared. He was not scared stiff. As soon as he dashed out, his spiritual sense had already activated within the ancient desolation ring, and opened the bronze chest. At this moment, with a thought from Shao Chun, the sovereign personage arm in the great desolate ring silently merged into his right arm without anyone noticing. Even Yiling Ganlu didn't notice it. Boom. After fusing with the human king's arm, Lu Ming's body erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. This aura directly blew away Yiling Ganlu's lock, allowing Lu Ming to regain his freedom. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming punched out with all his might. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's fist collided with Yiling Ganlia's swordlight. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and an incomparably terrifying force swept out in all directions. The sea water violently surged, and the ground below constantly exploded. Not good. Retreat. In the surroundings, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace's people's expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated because they felt that the force sweeping over was too terrifying. Several hundred figures retreated, but a portion of those with weaker cultivations and slower reactions were swept by the force. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and suffered heavy injuries. And this was the result of them retreating in time. If they had been any closer, they would definitely have died. They would have been torn apart by the terrifying force. So strong. Right now, there was only one thought in Lu Ming's mind. He felt that Yiling Ganlia's swordlight contained an incomparably terrifying force. Moreover, this force surged towards him in wave after wave, making him feel like he was facing an entire universe. Lu Ming's body shook violently. His body was like a meteor as he smashed down. Boom. Lu Ming landed in the basin, and there was a violent tremor. Gravel flew everywhere. With Lu Ming as the center, there were many small cracks on the ground. Lu Ming felt a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, that was all. The majority of the force had been blocked by the human king's arm. This scene stunned everyone at the scene. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. It took quite a while for them to react and erupt into an uproar. What? Lu Ming blocked it? He can actually block Lord Empyrean's attack? How is this possible? How is this possible? The heavenly palace's people roared in disbelief. The members of the Sky Exterminating Troop were not any better. They were extremely shocked. In particular, Tang Jun, Emochang, Feng Yaoli, and the others felt it even more intensely. Tang Jun, Emochang, and Ronggong knew that Lu Ming was very strong. When he erupted with his full strength, he could kill a 9th-layer Divine Lord. Even the twins' powerful joint attack had been broken by Lu Ming. However, the strength that Lu Ming had just displayed had far exceeded their expectations. Being able to kill a 9th-layer Divine Lord and blocking the attack of an Origin Realm expert were two completely different things. Being able to block the attack of an Origin Realm expert and only spit out a mouthful of blood meant that he also possessed the offensive power of an Origin Realm expert. Lu Ming actually possessed the battle prowess of an Origin Realm expert? How was this possible? Lu Ming was only a 5th-layer Divine Lord. It seemed that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming had countless trump cards on him. It was impossible to gauge Lu Ming's strength. Feng Yaoli and the others in his team flushed red. When they had first met Lu Ming, they had looked down on Lu Ming. Now that they thought about it, their faces flushed red. Yiling Ganlu was also stunned. He had never thought that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack. He found it inconceivable. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. The aura that Lu Ming had given off earlier had made him feel fear. It was like the feeling of a subordinate facing a superior. This kid must have some heaven-defying treasure that can allow a 5th-layer Divine Lord to barely reach the Origin Realm. If such a treasure were to land in my hands, just how much would it increase my battle prowess? Yiling Ganlia's eyes burned with desire when he thought up to there. He had to kill Lu Ming, whether it was to avenge Yiling Tianshou or for himself. Boom. Yiling Ganlu took a step forward, and a powerful aura surged toward Lu Ming. It was even more powerful and terrifying than before. He hadn't used his full strength earlier. After all, just who would use their full strength to kill a 5th-layer Divine Master if a reciprocity expert tried to do so? Now, Yiling Ganlu had unleashed his full strength. It's over. Lu Ming's face was bitter. He knew his own strength. Although he had blocked Yiling Ganlia's attack, the Human King's arm had drained most of his strength. He could only use one more attack with his full strength. However, this attack was completely useless. Yiling Ganlu hadn't used his full strength earlier. Now that he was using his full strength, even the Human King's arm wouldn't be able to block it. Even if he could block it, he wouldn't have any more trump cards to resist after this attack. As expected, Lu Ming was still far too weak against an Origin Realm expert. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would be useless. Lu Ming felt despair. This was the first time he had truly clashed with an Origin Realm expert. Only after personally fighting did he truly understand the terror of an Origin Realm expert. Their battle prowess far exceeded that of a Divine Lord. Chapter 46-45. Lu Ming still had a trump card, which was the purple copper coffin. However, the purple copper coffin could not be opened at all. If he could open the purple copper coffin, at least a primitive divine spirit of the overgod level would come out and be able to fight against the opponent. However, there was no use for it now. I can only try my best. I won't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. However, at this moment, not far from Lu Ming, a huge bug suddenly stood up. This bug was the last one that he had killed before, the mantis-like bug. Previously, this bug had gone through a fierce battle and was heavily injured. After swallowing its opponent's head, it fell to the ground and could not get up. Everyone thought that the insect had died from its injuries. They did not expect it to stand up again. Furthermore, its injuries were completely healed. Moreover, The aura that this bug emitted was much more terrifying than before. It had evolved. Lu Ming's first thought was that this bug had evolved and was even more terrifying than before. Previously, Lu Ming had crashed into the basin and was not far from this bug. At this moment, this bug's two huge eyes were staring at Lu Ming, flashing with blood-red light. That was a blatant murderous intent. What bad luck! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. Yiling Ganlu alone was enough to kill him. He did not expect that another terrifying bug would come. He was simply at his wit's end. However, this bug did not attack immediately. After looking at Lu Ming for a while, it turned its eyes to Yiling Ganlu. After seeing Yiling Ganlu, the bug's eyes were filled with even more intense murderous intent. Being stared at by this bug, Yiling Ganlia's body could not help but stop, showing a hint of vigilance. This was because this bug made him feel a little pressured. The mantis-like bug's eyes moved back and forth between Lu Ming and Yiling Ganlu. Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his muscles tensed up. He was ready to fight or escape at any time. But in the end, good luck fell on Lu Ming's head. The mantis finally locked onto Yiling Ganlu and screeched. Its gigantic body shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning, breaking through the blood-colored water and heading straight for Yiling Ganlu. Its two front claws were even sharper than divine sabers. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Yiling Ganlu roared. His arm was like a sword, slashing out continuously. He fought against the mantis bug. Both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Yiling Ganlu gained the upper hand and forced the mantis to retreat. However, the mantis bug's entire body was covered with a thick carapace, which was incomparably hard. Several sword lights slashed the mantis bug's carapace, but only left a few marks and did not break it. "Go!" Lu Ming's figure flashed as he quickly retreated. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they didn't leave now, when would they? He could tell that although the mantis insect had killed the other insects and evolved, its battle prowess had only reached reciprocity. It was not Yiling Ganlia's opponent. Once Yiling Ganlu dealt with the mantis bug, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. "Lu Ming, you want to leave? Dream on. Die." Seeing Lu Ming trying to leave, Yiling Ganlu roared. His forehead glowed and a battle sword flew out. "Not good, it's an source-level weapon." Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Yiling Ganlu reached out and grabbed the source-grade divine weapon in his hand. Boom! With the infusion of origin energy, the source-level weapon awakened, and Yiling Ganlia's battle prowess rose to the peak. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, hundreds of sword lights shot out, breaking through the mantis bug's defense and bombarding its body. Although the thick carapace was extremely hard, it couldn't stop the source-level weapon. It was torn apart and scarlet blood flowed out. The huge body of the mantis bug directly smashed into the basin. And it was smashed in the direction of Lu Ming. Obviously, this was Yiling Ganlia's intention to smash the mantis bug towards Lu Ming. All of this happened too quickly, in an instant. Even though Lu Ming started to retreat, he didn't go far. He was still in the basin's domain. Facing the incoming mantis bug, Lu Ming raised his speed to the extreme and used the greater aurora art to move to the side. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved tens of thousands of meters away. Then, with a boom, the mantis bug heavily smashed into the ground. The force was several times stronger than when Lu Ming had smashed into the ground. The earth rumbled, and with the mantis bug as the core, the ground kept exploding. Thick cracks spread out. It wasn't over yet. Yiling Ganlia's power erupted. The source-level weapon in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the mantis bug. With a swoosh, the source-level weapon pierced through the mantis bug's head and nailed it to the ground. The sword stabbed into the ground, and a terrifying destructive force erupted, causing the ground to explode even more violently. Rumble! Huge fissures formed, and a dense blood-red mist rushed out from the fissures. This is... Lu Ming's pupils shrank. The basins underground seemed to be empty. After being bombarded by their powerful attacks one after another, the ground was penetrated. Boom! 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 The ground continued to explode, and the rocks shattered into small pieces and fell down. Dense blood-colored light spread out from below. Lu Ming looked down. As expected, it was empty. The entire bottom of the basin was empty. And at this time, The human king's arm within the chaos ring was shaking even more violently. Could it be that the human king's other body parts are below? Lu Ming's heart shook. That was very likely. Yiling Ganlu frowned. He looked down and made a grabbing motion in the air. The source-level divine weapon returned to his hand. As for the mantis bug, it had already been killed. Its corpse fell down along with the rocks. Kill. Yiling Ganlu snorted coldly. He held the combat sword in his hand and slashed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying sword light caused Lu Ming's heart to turn cold. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He directly charged down, using the scattered rocks to block Yiling Ganlia's sword light. Yiling Ganlia's sword light slashed at the scattered rocks. Those rocks exploded, but the sword light didn't stop. It rapidly approached Lu Ming, as if it had locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming was unable to dodge. Block. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Lu Ming could only block. He poured all his remaining energy into the human king's arm, stimulating its power, and punched out. Boom. The two clashed a second time. Lu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell down like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, when Yiling Ganlia's sword light reached Lu Ming, it was blocked by many rocks, and a portion of its power was offset. Otherwise, Lu Ming might not have been able to block it. Chapter 46-46. Yiling Ganlia's attack had been unleashed with his soul-grade divine weapon. It was much stronger than when he had used his arm to attack Lu Ming. Even with his human king's arm, Lu Ming still wouldn't be able to block it. But thanks to the obstruction of the many rocks, Lu Ming was able to block it. However, his injuries were even more serious than before. Lu Ming's figure rapidly descended. Right now, he could only hope that there would be a turn for the better. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Yiling Ganlu snorted coldly. He also rushed down and chased after Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had descended several thousand miles. Suddenly Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He saw that there was a blood coffin down below. The blood coffin seemed to be made of a special kind of rock. It was completely blood red. But now cracks had appeared on the blood coffin, covering the entire blood coffin. A powerful energy was coming out of the blood coffin. The human king's arm in Lu Ming's right arm began to heat up. It was constantly twitching, as if it wanted to break free from Lu Ming's arm and fly out. It's here. The other parts of the human king's body are in this blood coffin. But how do I get them? Do I have to open this blood coffin? Lu Ming's mind raced. But he didn't have much energy left. He probably couldn't open it even if he wanted to. Crack. Something seemed to want to charge out of the blood coffin. It constantly attacked the blood coffin, causing more and more cracks to appear. At this time, Yiling Ganlu also approached. His gaze involuntarily turned to the blood coffin. However, he only glanced at it once before looking back at Lu Ming. His killing intent was dense. Although he was very curious about the blood coffin, he had decided to first kill Lu Ming, and then carefully observe it. A person like Lu Ming had profound karmic luck. He wasn't easy to deal with. As long as he wasn't killed, there was a chance something would happen. Just like before, he had only delayed for a moment, and a powerful insect had suddenly appeared, allowing Lu Ming to survive. He didn't intend to give Lu Ming any chance. Not good, I have to go all out. Lu Ming was also very decisive. He knew that he couldn't escape when facing Yiling Ganlu. Only by going all out could he have a chance. This blood coffin looked very strange, and might be dangerous. But danger also meant a chance. Lu Ming planned to open this blood coffin. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Yiling Ganlu also saw through Lu Ming's thoughts. He roared and slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. The terrifying sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming's entire body was locked in by a powerful force. His body stiffened in the air, and he could not move at all. Lu Ming's mouth was bitter. He had tried his best, but it still didn't work. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to activate the human king's arm. He couldn't block the other party's attack by himself. He was unwilling to die here. If he was killed, all the treasures on him would fall into Yiling Ganlia's hands, which would strengthen the heavenly human tribe. Also, Qiu would fall into the other party's hands. However, he had no other choice. But there was always a way out. At this moment, The human king's arm on Lu Ming's arm vibrated even more violently. It seemed to resonate with the thing in the blood coffin, causing the power of the blood coffin to be even more terrifying. Crack! Bang! The number of cracks on the blood coffin increased rapidly. Some places even exploded continuously, creating holes in the coffin. Waves of incomparably powerful energy rushed out from the blood coffin, rushing in all directions. Strong, too strong. The power rushing out of the blood coffin was simply shocking. Lu Ming felt that it was even stronger than the sword light that Yiling Ganlu had slashed at him. However, the human king's arm on his right arm automatically emitted a wave of energy that spread from his right arm to his whole body. When the energy rushed out of the blood coffin rushed to Lu Ming, it was like a breeze, causing no harm to Lu Ming. It swept past Lu Ming's body and collided with Yiling Ganlia's sword light. The two kinds of energy collided. In the end, Yiling Ganlia's sword light shook violently and collapsed, disappearing into nothingness. The terrifying energy continued to sweep toward Yiling Ganlu. Damn it! Yiling Ganlu roared. He was extremely unwilling. He had been decisive enough to directly attack Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first, but there was still an unforeseen event. The power in the blood coffin was so terrifying that it directly shattered his sword. Even he feared this kind of power, and wanted to avoid it. However, Lu Ming was completely fine, which made him furious. He was extremely unwilling. He quickly retreated, but the energy continued to rush toward him. He slashed out a few times, but he was unable to stop it. Damn it, Lu Ming, just you wait. Yiling Ganlu roared unwillingly, then rushed up. He rushed out of the basin before the energy from the blood coffin could reach him. Rumble. The energy from the blood coffin continued to rush in all directions, causing the earth to shake violently. There was also energy that rushed out of the basin, breaking through the clouds and spreading in all directions. What is that? So terrifying. Even Yiling Ganlu escaped just now. Retreat, let's retreat. Even reciprocity experts can't stop them. Let's retreat. Many people roared and frantically retreated. Lu Ming, Mo Chang and the others had ugly expressions. The others shook their heads and sighed. They had all thought that Lu Ming was already dead. If Yiling Ganlu had chased after him, Lu Ming might have already been killed by him. Even if he hadn't been killed by Yiling Ganlu, the energy rushing out of the basin was so terrifying that even Yiling Ganlu wanted him to flee. However, there was no sign of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fate was obvious. No, Lu Ming's karmic luck is too great. He definitely won't die so easily. I've seen him face many desperate situations and survive. This time is the same. Let's retreat. Tang Jun's gaze was resolute. She was very familiar with Lu Ming. She had found that Lu Ming had her father's special characteristics. His karmic luck was powerful, and he could always come back from desperate situations. In the past, he had also faced countless situations and survived in the end. This time, she also believed that Lu Ming wouldn't die. Tang Jun and the others also quickly retreated into the distance. Down in the basin, Lu Ming stood near the blood coffin, carefully observing it. More and more cracks appeared on the blood coffin, and more energy rushed out. It was becoming more and more terrifying. If it weren't for the human king's energy protecting him, Lu Ming was certain that he would have already been destroyed. Not a single cell would have been left. Is there really another part of the human king's body inside? Whispered Lu Ming, his gaze burning. Crack! Crack! The blood coffin constantly cracked, and the blood-colored stones constantly exploded. A moment later, with a bang, the blood coffin completely exploded. Chapter 46-47. When the blood coffin completely exploded, an even more terrifying energy swept out. This energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire bottom of the immortal burial blood sea to tremble violently. The seawater tumbled, stirring up thousands of waves. The terrifying energy made the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer retreat again and again. Even Yiling Ganlu retreated quickly, not daring to stay too close. However, this energy still did not affect Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared at the place where the blood coffin exploded with hope in his eyes, hoping that there were other parts of the human monarch's body inside. However, he was disappointed. There were no other parts of the human monarch's body in the blood coffin, only a ball of light. This ball of light was only the size of a fist at first, but in the next moment, it suddenly expanded rapidly. From the size of a fist, it quickly became the size of a basketball, and then the size of a water tank. It kept getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming noticed that this ball of light was strangely long. It was made up of 8 halos. These 8 halos were at different angles. The 8 halos were separated by the same distance every 2 angles, dividing the entire void into 8. In the middle of the 8 halos, there seemed to be a world that was protected by the 8 halos. Therefore, from afar, the 8 halos looked like a ball of light. The speed at which the halos were growing continued, and soon approached Lu Ming. It was as if a world was rapidly colliding with each other and expanding, causing a force to squeeze outwards. Lu Ming was squeezed outwards by this force and kept retreating. Fortunately, although this force was strong, it was only squeezed outwards at a certain speed, and did not erupt all at once. The destructive power was not particularly fierce, and Lu Ming could still withstand it. Oh no, there seems to be a world in these 8 halos. This world is breaking free and is rapidly growing and returning to its original state. I have to leave quickly. If the expanding force of this world squeezes me onto the continent of the 1,000-year battlefield, I'm afraid I'll be squeezed to death. Thinking of this, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He soared into the sky and rushed out of the basin. After Lu Ming rushed out of the basin, he looked around and did not see anyone else. Yi Ling Gan Lu and the others seemed to have retreated far away. With a thought, Lu Ming went to the other side of the basin. Rumble. In the next moment, the ground shook violently, and cracks appeared in the basin. The cracks quickly became bigger and longer, extending into the distance. It's still colliding rapidly. This world should have been sealed in a blood coffin by someone previously, and was compressed to an extremely small size. Right now, it's about to return to its original state. But this is the center of the 1,000-year battlefield. If it were to expand like this, wouldn't it be tearing apart the entire continent of the 1,000-year battlefield? Lu Ming was a little shocked. Boom. Boom. The ground rumbled and rocks exploded. Lu Ming saw that the basin had been completely torn apart. 2 huge cracks spread out from the basin. The edge of a huge halo emerged from the bottom of the basin. The entire bottom of the immortal burial blood sea was shaking violently, and the water was rolling. Not only that, the entire 1,000 Autumn battlefield began to tremble. At this moment, everyone in the 1,000 Autumn battlefield revealed looks of astonishment. They did not know what was going on. The ring of light expanded extremely quickly. The further it went, the faster it grew. The larger it grew, the faster it grew. In just a few breaths' time, several halos had already appeared. The ground was completely torn apart, separating into 2 sides. A continent had been torn apart from the middle, and with that as the center, the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Let's go. Lu Ming flew rapidly into the distance. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped and found that the halo was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, the halo was at least 100,000 miles in diameter, but it showed no signs of stopping. The speed of expansion was even faster than before. What is that? It seems to have emerged from the basin. It's going to tear the 1,000 Autumn battlefield apart. It's approaching us. Let's go. At the bottom of the immortal burial blood sea, the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were watching from afar. At this moment, they did not dare to stay and continued to retreat. Yi Ling Gan Lu was unwilling to give up. He stared in the direction of the halo, but did not see Lu Ming's figure. What is this? Yi Ling Gan Lu's eyes shone like stars. They seemed to be able to see through the halo and see what was inside. However, at this moment, the center of the halo was pitch black, like a black hole. Even with his eyesight at the origin realm, he could not see through it completely. He could only vaguely see that there was a world inside. A world is actually sealed in the continent of the 1,000 Autumn battlefield. The 1,000 Autumn battlefield was an important place in the last epoch. This continent is definitely extraordinary. Yi Ling Gan Lu's thoughts spun rapidly. Then greed appeared on his face. He did not retreat like the others. He wanted to explore it. It would be best if he could enter the halo and enter the world inside. Very soon, the halo approached Yi Ling Gan Lu. Whoosh! Yi Ling Gan Lu directly charged towards the halo. He used his source-level weapon to open a path and fused with it. He wanted to enter the world inside the halo. However, the moment he came in contact with the halo, a tremendous power surged towards him. Yiling-Ganlu could not help but be blown away. He only managed to stop after flying for several 100,000 miles. His face was pale, and he almost coughed up blood. What a powerful power. This seal is too powerful. It's not something I can break. Yiling-Ganlu thought with a gloomy face. Rumble. The halo expanded faster and faster. The entire immortal burial blood sea was completely torn apart. The huge halo was already half the size of the immortal burial blood sea. Moreover, it was still expanding rapidly. At this moment, the entire continent was shaking violently. Countless insects were roaring madly. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were all alarmed. Whether it was the experts stationed in the fortresses, or those who had entered the core of the battlefield. As long as they were on the main continent, they were all alarmed. What's going on? Why is the continent shaking so violently? It's like it's about to collapse. Are there peerless experts fighting? What kind of expert is so powerful to be able to cause such a commotion? This is not the primitive universe. This is the 1,000-year battlefield. Many people roared. The 1,000 Autumn battlefield was an important place left behind from the last epoch. It was filled with endless killing intent and killing intent. Countless experts had died here. It was not that easy to destroy. Even if experts of the Origin realm were to fight here, the damage caused would be limited. Who could cause such a tremor? That direction seems to be the direction of the immortal burial blood sea. Did something happen there? Let's go check it out. The experts of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer rushed towards the immortal burial blood sea. Chapter 46-48. When the experts from both sides arrived, they could no longer see the immortal burial blood sea. Instead, they could only see a huge ball of light emerging from the center of the continent. With this ball of light as the center, a huge crack appeared on the main continent of the 1,000-year battlefield. Moreover, the crack was still rapidly expanding. The ball of light was still rapidly expanding. What is that? Many people were dumbfounded, including the reciprocity experts. It's the Celestial Exalt. It's Senior Starfire Origin Exalt. The people of the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer discovered the reciprocity experts of the two forces and flew towards them. There were several reciprocity experts on Heaven Destroyer's side as well. Tang Xiao, Starfire Origin Exalt, Lumen Origin Exalt, and so on. Sister, what's going on here? Tang Xiao hurriedly asked when he saw Tang Jun. We don't know the specifics either. It's like this. Tang Jun immediately explained everything they knew in detail. Lu Ming. Tang Xiao's expression changed, becoming worried. I don't know if this has anything to do with Lu Ming, but I believe he'll be fine. That guy's luck is great. He won't die so easily. Tang Jun said with a resolute gaze. Lu Ming might have already entered the halo. I'll go take a look. Tang Xiao said. He rushed toward the ring of light, but like Yiling-Ganlu, he was sent flying away. He had suffered some minor injuries. On the other side, the experts of the Heavenly Palace also knew what was going on. They also wanted to charge in, but they were blown away in the end. Lu Ming was still flying away near the halo. This halo is getting bigger and bigger. It's going to split the entire continent open. I can't stay here for long. I better leave quickly. Lu Ming erupted with his full speed and flew into the distance, pulling away from the halo. At the same time, Lu Ming used the great imitation technique to change his appearance and presence. At the same time, he used the great concealment technique to hide himself in a huge rock. He controlled the rock to fly into the distance. He was mainly afraid that Yiling-Ganlu would find him. In reality, Yiling-Ganlu was indeed looking for Lu Ming everywhere. He flew around the halo. As long as he found Lu Ming, he would kill Lu Ming. Oh no, that Celestial Exalt has always wanted to kill Lu Ming. He was the one who chased Lu Ming before. When Yiling-Ganlu, Tang Jun and Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao's group. So it's him. I'll go kill him. Tang Xiao's voice was cold. His body was like a flash of lightning, and his sword was aimed at Yiling-Ganlu. Yiling-Ganlu was shocked. He took out his source-grade divine weapon to block the attack. Tang Xiao's Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao, Tang Xiao's Tang. His arm that was holding the sword was trembling nonstop. Dozens of small sword wounds had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing nonstop. It was clear that Yiling Ganlia's strength was inferior to Tang Xiao's. He'd been injured in one blow. Kill! Tang Xiao roared. He wanted to kill Yiling Ganlu. Yiling Ganlu was terrified. He turned around and ran toward the heavenly palace. He called for help as he ran. Tang Xiao, I'm your opponent. I'll take you on. Several Origin Realm experts from the heavenly palace shouted and rushed toward Tang Xiao. You want to bully me with numbers? Exalt Starfire and Exalt Lumen also shouted and rushed toward the heavenly palace. Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, the reciprocity experts clashed a few times, erupting with earth-shaking booms. As a result, Yiling Ganlu was also saved. He successfully broke free, mixing with the heavenly palace's experts. The Origin Realm experts of both sides exchanged a few more blows. They both retreated and stopped fighting. Now was not the time for a duel. Neither side was confident. Their attention was on the halo. With their Origin Realm eyesight, they could vaguely see that there seemed to be a continent in the middle of the halo. They were very curious about what was on the continent. However, Lu Ming, who was in the distance, heard the rumbles that erupted from the few moves of the Origin Realm experts. It's so intense. It's a battle between Origin Realm experts. It looks like the experts from other places have been drawn over. The Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm must have arrived as well. Let's go. Lu Ming continued to use the Great Concealment technique. He hid in a rock and flew in the direction of the explosion. After a while, Lu Ming saw Tang Xiao, Tang Jun and the others. Lu Ming directly dispelled the Great Concealment technique and the Great Imitation technique. He flew toward Tang Xiao and the others. It's Lu Ming. It really is him. He really is fine. Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others immediately discovered Lu Ming. They were all overjoyed. Tang Xiao's face also showed a rare trace of joy. Lu Ming, I knew it. You're lucky. Nothing will happen to you. Tang Jun smiled. I was lucky. Lu Ming smiled and arrived beside Tang Xiao and the others. He finally relaxed and could recover in peace. In the distance, Yiling Ganlu and the others also saw Lu Ming. Damned little bastard. Yiling Ganlu roared inside. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Ming. However, he knew he could not kill Lu Ming with Tang Xiao and the others by his side. He could only endure. Rumble. The continent continued to shake. It was constantly being torn apart by the expanding halo. Heaven Destroyer and the people of the Heavenly Palace constantly retreated. As time passed, more and more people arrived. In the end, even the experts from both sides who were stationed at the stronghold came. The main reason was that the shaking was just too great. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, for 3 days and 3 nights. The halo was constantly expanding. In the end, the entire continent was forcefully torn apart, splitting into 2 halves. The Millennium Battlefield, which had never changed since time immemorial, underwent a tremendous change. And in the middle of the 2 main continents, the incomparably huge halo was suspended in the void. From afar, one could see 8 halos revolving in different angles. It was extremely dazzling. In the middle of the 8 halos was pitch black, like a black hole. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see through it at all. In reality, at this point, even Origin Realm experts could not see through it. However, they could be sure that there was a continent in the pitch-black darkness. The 8 halos seemed to be some kind of formation or some kind of sealing power that sealed the continent in the middle. At this moment, the expansion of the halo finally stopped. The arm of the human king is shaking so violently. The other parts of the body are in this halo. But how can I get them? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Previously, he had already put the arm of the human king into the bronze box in the ancient desolation ring. At this moment, the reaction of the arm was unprecedentedly strong. The bronze box directly told him that the other parts of the body were in the halo.